The following is a production of the University of North Alabama. From the University of North Alabama and Roar Lions production, it's time for UNA football.
Touchdown, North Alabama! Put the Lions on the board!
UNA football is brought to you by Bank Independent, Coca-Cola, Midgard Self-Storage, Bojangles, CBNS Bank, Alabama Health Guidance, Florence Utilities, Lawn Pride, North Alabama Online, State Farm agents Steve Pierce and Bill Alexander, United Community Bank, Adams Beverages, First and Soul, Lister Hill, Hampton Inn and Suites Downtown, Buffalo Wild Wings, Simpsons, Singing River Brewery, Burnley Spine and Sport.
High pass intercepted by North Alabama.
Now to get you ready for kickoff, it's time for the Bank Independent Countdown to Kickoff show.
Hello, Lions fans, and welcome once again to the Countdown to Kickoff presented by Bank Independent. Jordan Campbell alongside QB1 Jacob Tucker. Jacob, to quote the great French philosopher Juvenal, we're taking it back to the 99 into 2000 for their on-field theme this week. The scratch logo on the helmet to commemorate the Lions teams from 2000 to 2010. One of the most successful eras in Lion football history as the Lions compiled a 93-40 record, making the Division II playoffs 7 out of 11 seasons. Looking forward to reliving that era this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great era for UNA football. Of course, obviously, you had the legacy that was the 90s, and then there was a small, short window there where it was like, will these teams ever get back to that kind of caliber, that kind of level? And then the 2000s just really just did a great job of bringing back the tradition, the powerhouse that UNA had been known for in the past. And we've got greats like Mike Johnson, who coaches running backs here now, guys like him that still want to hang around the program, still want to be a part of the program because it means something to them. So we're excited to have those guys from the 2000s here join us today, having a good time watching the game.
And I love this theme. The last season at Brawley, and we've been going through, and we're going to continue going through the eras of Lion football, and today is the 2000-2010 era of Lion football. To the Lions of today, they let one get away from them last weekend in Abilene, falling to the Wildcats 52-23. A bit of a revenge game for ACU after losing here in Brawley as a top 10 team last season. ACU outgained the Lions 499 yards to 310. But the big marker that stands out to me, 4 turnovers, you're just not going to win if you turn it over 4 times.
Yeah, and that's one of the staples of the game. I mean, you can have as many flashy plays, big plays that you want. If you're turning the ball over, if you're giving the ball to the other team and giving them an opportunity to score, you're definitely hurting your chances. If anybody watched the Friday night game last night, that was North Texas versus South Florida, there's just so many turnovers in that game that just gave ultimately South Florida the opportunity to kind of pull that game away from North Texas. It was very close for quite a while. And turnovers really was the game changer there, and that's what we've seen with this UNA team in the past.
Yeah, and so you got to hang on to it, and we'll see if we can do a better job of that today. Now, last week, DC Tabscott came in and played pretty well, 11 for 24 for 134 yards, 3 touchdowns. Tanaka Scott had a big game at wideout as well. So interesting to see DC. We've had a little bit of a quarterback carousel, and as far as I know today, still a little bit up in the air over who's going to be QB1 to start the ball game. But I thought DC did a pretty good job. Obviously, the running backs have been great all season. Juice Allen, Jalen Daniels, along with the wide receivers, Justin Pegues and KJ Fields. But DC was really impressed with his performance last week.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned it. Want to give another big shout out to that, what they call the supporting cast, those skill guys, the receivers, the running backs, because they have done such a great job along with the offensive line. And I'm going to be more critical of the quarterback because that was the position I played. And we've had a lot of good performances from UNA quarterbacks this season, and even dating back in the last season as well. But we need somebody that's going to take it from that next step, from good to great performances. And great performance doesn't necessarily mean, all the stats, all the points. It's can you manage a game, and can you manage a game well? Can you protect the football? Can you get the guys in the positions that they need to be in to be able to execute to the fullest extent and be able to run the game plan that the coaches have spent a lot of hard time on. And so we've seen a lot of good performances from quarterbacks this year, looking for that guy that's going to step in and say, I'm going to turn this into a great performance.
Defensively, Demarcus Robinson had a huge game last weekend against ACU. 13 tackles, 3 tackles for loss, and an interception. Seth Hampton also made a big impact, adding in 7 tackles. All in all, this defense, and we're going to get a little bit more into it a little later on in the pregame show, played pretty well. I know the final score, if you look, hey, they gave up 52 points. That doesn't indicate how well this defense has played all season, and I thought quite a few of these guys stood out last weekend.
No, you're exactly right, and you know, you can have a really good defensive game plan and still give up a lot of points. And again, I'm going back to offense. I'm going to be more critical of offense because if you turn the ball over, it gives teams short fields to work with. You don't get as big of a rest as a defensive guy. Going to the sideline, getting a shot of water, getting off your feet for a second, talking game plan with the coaches. So those turnovers can really affect what that final score looks like, what that final tally looks like, and maybe doesn't always show the full picture. And so the full picture being, we had a really good defensive performance, and Robinson and Hampton are 2 big reasons why this UNA defense is able to do so well this season, but still give up some points in the long run.
Special teams unit, that's been the best unit for the Lions all season long. And you saw there 7 for 8 from Vashon from the field goal. Adam Watford is booming the ball, 9th in FCS, 45.9 yards per punt. So the special teams guys have been handling their business. Now, look, let's be frank here. You and I are both UNA fans. You and I are both UNA alum. I'm a huge UNA supporter. But they've struggled a little bit this season. And when you take a look at the comparison on the stats, some of these numbers kind of hard to stomach. I mean, you take a look at it, UNA scoring 27 points per game, their opponents 40 points per game. UNA under 400 yards per game, they're giving up 465. Now, one area that UNA is excelling in is the run game. Maybe we see them run the football more. We saw them run the football in that 3-game win streak last season. Just pound it on the ground. You've got good backs who have different things to bring to the table. But all in all, this season, the numbers have not been what Coach Dearman and company want them to be.
Yeah, and the ball can go a lot of different ways here. You don't want to place blame on any one individual, but obviously Coach Dearman, he applied and interviewed to be the head coach, and he knows what criticism comes with being the head coach of the football program. The guys got to go on the field, and they've got to make plays. They got to be able to execute. Position coaches, they've got to be able to coach their guys, make sure their guys are individually prepared to go out and execute the game plan. And Coach Dearman's got to be the guy that makes sure everybody else is doing their job. Right. Coach Wallace was my head coach, and to be honest with you, as players, we never really heard a lot from him, especially during practice and during games, because he did such a good job of coaching his coaches.
He was a CEO.
He trained his guys. He coached his guys. He guided, mentored his coaches to be able to go and then be empowered to teach and coach and train us up as players. And so there's a lot that can go wrong throughout that whole process. You really hope that Coach Dearman and company are really trying to pinpoint what that is and find the remedy, find the solution. And as far as the players go, I know it's not what you would have hoped in the last couple of seasons, but you've still got to go out there and you got to continue to execute. You can't give up on yourself. You can't give up on your team. Can't give up on the season. You still got a lot of dignity to play for at the end of the day. And so you just hope everybody, because we don't get to see everything that happens behind the scenes.
Right.
We have a lot more access than a lot of people, a lot of the quote unquote average fans, but we don't know what goes on behind the scenes. And so you just hope that everybody is totally, fully committed to finding out what the problem is and finding a remedy, finding a solution for that.
Let's take a quick look at the UNA trends. In their 7 wins over the last 3 seasons, the thing that stands out, 250 rushing yards and 5 turnovers. In their 21 losses, 135 rushing yards and 51 turnovers. That's the tail of the tape. We've talked about it Run the football. Don't turn it over. You're going to win ball games. Let's take a quick look here at the offense and defense before we hit our first timeout for the Bank Independent Countdown to Kickoff pregame show. Offensively, the ground game has been phenomenal. 70 carries for 315 yards and 5 touchdowns on the season. You take a look at where they are ranked. The ground game graphic shows that they are third in in the United Athletic Conference on the ground and 15th in FCS. The guys have done a great job. And that goes to the offensive line. You can't run the ball if the big fellas don't do their job. And these big fellas this season have done their job well.
Absolutely. And I think Juice Allen would be the first person to tell you that it's not just him that carries the load. And it's
Right.
that offensive line doing such a great job all season long. But then also we've seen a lot of great individual efforts from, like the Juice and Daniels and the other backs in the committee that have been running the ball so well this year. And it really takes you back to those 90s teams. Obviously it was a different offense, but they made their living in the trenches. They made their living running the ball better than other teams. And if you can run the ball well, you can control the clock well. So if you see UNA start to get a lead, that run game becomes so much more effective and so much more powerful because you're able to control the clock, control the pace of the game, if you can trust your guys. And Coach Dearman and the fans and the UNA community can trust this run game.
Daniels, KJ Fields, kind of a gadget guy. Obviously, Juice Allen. You've got Jalen Fletcher. They got guys that can take it to the house. Even if you get down by a score, get down by 2 scores, you cannot abandon the run because you got guys that can bring you back with one touch. Defensively, this squad's been pretty good this season, in my opinion, especially against the run. The passing defense has been behind just a little bit where the run defense is through 5 games. How difficult is it for a defense to hold up when the offense isn't having long, continued, sustained drive after drive?
It is really tough. It is really tough, and that was something that as a player I took to heart, knowing that offense couldn't do it all, defense couldn't do it all. We had to be able to work together, and so offensively, obviously you want to score points. You want to get points on the board at the end of the drive, but at the least you want to stretch it out and give your defense some time to rest, especially when you're playing against some of these high-powered offense. We see a lot more fast-paced NASCAR-like offenses in today's game, and so with that, these guys, they need those extended breaks on the sideline to be able to talk to their coaches, game plan, and then just catch their wind back. And so it is really difficult. It's also, like we talked about with turnovers, it's really difficult to defend on a short field. If you turn the ball over at the 30 and you only give up 30 yards on that drive, that means they scored a touchdown, right? But if they're starting with the ball on the opposite 20 and you give up 30 yards, that means they're punting it.
Right.
And so it's really tough to measure how truly good this defense has done this year because they've been facing a lot of battles, a lot of wounds inflicted by, at times, this lack of offensive success.
Right. And that's why special teams is so important as well. The special teams unit has been stellar all season. We talked about Ian Fashawn, 7 for 8 on field goals. Adam Watford averaging 45 yards per punt. And the kick returners are bringing it 15 yards per return as a unit. So special teams is as important on the field position game as the defense, as the offense is. All right, it's time for us to take a break. When Jacob and I return, we'll be looking at today's opponent, Central Arkansas. Bank Independent is proud to be a part of this Lions team on and off the field. Our customer scholarship helps UNA students score big in the classroom and beyond. Learn more at bibank.com/scholarship. When we come back, Central Arkansas is on the menu. You're listening to the Countdown to Kickoff presented by Bank Independent. We'll be back in just a minute.
Have you ever seen those halftime scholarships where you have to nail a 40-yard field goal? Yeah, this isn't that. I didn't have to write a long essay or audition or make a half-court shot. I just had to open a Bank Independent account, use my debit card, sign up for online banking, and have a positive balance. That's it. A 20% scholarship to UNA. When Bank Independent invests in students like me, they're investing in all of us and the future of our community. Bank Independent. We're invested in your future. Member FDIC.
It's Bo time. Fumbling the food on game day? Rookie move. But you know Bo can make your tailgate a winner, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Because the Carolina Legend has everything you're craving. We're talking crispy, juicy chicken loaded with real Southern flavor, fluffy scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and all the fixins to feed your whole crew faster than you could say touchdown. Be the MVP this season and let Bojangles do the cooking. Order your tailgate today. It's Bo time.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
Ugh, come on.
Seriously? This is so extra.
but what you could say is,
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
your local State Farm agent is available when and where you need them, online, over the phone, or even in person. State Farm agents are here to answer your questions and help you file your claim.
This is so extra.
Call State Farm agent Steve Pierce or Bill Alexander today.
Hampton Inn and Suites Downtown, a proud corporate partner of North Alabama Athletics. Located at 505 South Court Street in downtown Florence, you'll be just a short walk from shops, restaurants in the historic district. Take a short walk to visit the Civil War Hospital at Pope's Tavern Museum or the University of North Alabama. Or take a short drive to Helen Keller's birthplace in the Alabama Music Hall of Fame. Enjoy daily free hot breakfast, Wi-Fi, and the indoor pool. You'll find everything you need right where you need it. That's Hampton Inn and Suites Downtown.
Now back to the Bank Independent Countdown to Kickoff Show.
Hey fans, join Ben Ray, Mike Ezekiel, and UNA players and coaches for some good fun and great pizza every Monday from 7 to 8 at Lost Pizza Company here in Florence. If you can't make it, make sure to tune in at 93.9 The Score, the totally free Varsity app, and catch all our digital streams via Roar Lines Productions. Let's talk about Central Arkansas. Their head coach is Nathan Brown, 2-4 this season under the 8th-year head coach. And the Lions are no stranger to the Bears and vice versa. Now, when you take a look at all time, UNA leads this series 15-8 over Central Ark, but they have not won since UNA moved to the Division I era. 3-0 are the Bears against our Lions. Today seems like a fantastic day to turn that around. Now, this season has been up and down for the boys from Conway, Arkansas. For our purposes, we're more concerned about United Athletic Conference play. The Bears are 1-1 in conference. They had a big loss early to Tarleton State, which a lot of teams will, and a 23-17 win over Utah Tech last weekend at home. And as I mentioned, today feels like a great day to take one away from the Bears here at Raleigh Stadium. Offensively, their bell cow is the running back, Landon Chambers, but their pass catchers have been really good as well. Malachi Henry leads that charge, 32 receptions, 357 yards, and 3 touchdowns. And Tyrell Pollard has a touchdown on almost every other reception on the season. But what I really want to ask you about is their quarterback, Austin Myers. Now, talking to Ben Ray, he was supposed to be the guy to start the season, sustained an injury in fall camp, and did not get a chance to start. They were working it back slowly. He came in against Lamar. It wasn't like their starter was in there very long, and the young man that was starting for them, I want to get his name, was Luther Richardson, but he's already left the program. Myers came in against Lamar, 358 yards through the air, 3 touchdowns, and last week against Utah Tech was 20 for 31 for 223 yards and a touchdown in his first career start. They got some offensive firepower. You talk about a guy like Austin Myers coming in, and he was supposed to be the guy injured, working back in slowly. I don't know if you've ever had a situation like that, Jacob, but I'm sure you've talked about being in a quarterback carousel a little bit in your career. What is it like for a guy who had expectations prior to the season, didn't get to meet them due to injury, and as soon as he gets his chance, he starts lighting them up?
Yeah, no, and that's awesome opportunity for Austin Myers to come out and showcase his ability. That's something that he's been wanting to do. Myers coming out of high school, he was the #1 quarterback prospect in the state of Arkansas, and so this mindset's really tough for a lot of guys in the collegiate football world because they were all that dude their high school. Yep. And then they come to college and they're around all the other guys that were that dude, and sometimes it takes a little longer to be able to showcase your ability. And so Austin Myers, obviously, unfortunately, with an injury, wasn't able to showcase his, but now coming out the last 2 games, throwing for over 500, nearly 600 yards in those 2 games, fairly accurate at 61 and 65% in the last 2 games. But he has gotten his opportunity, and he has absolutely cashed in on it so far.
It's his 4th season out of Villanova, Arkansas, and I apologize if you're from Arkansas and I said that wrong. No offense meant. Defensively on the season, the Bears' defense is giving up 168 yards per game on the ground, 250 through the air. Their defense is averaging giving up 6.6 yards per play. These numbers make me feel really good about what our offense may be able to accomplish this week.
No, I completely agree. And looking at this UCA Bears team, they've had some really good teams in the past. I don't know if this team is as good as what we've seen in the past, and especially defensively. But to say that, they've played some extremely good competition this year. Of their 4 losses, 3 of those have came to nationally ranked teams, one of them being Missouri, who's taken on Alabama today, and they're ranked in the FBS level. So I don't think that this is the UCA teams of the past, but not to discredit the fact that the losses they've had this year have came to really strong opponents.
Well, and they lost player that got drafted, I believe, last season, David Walker, an outside linebacker / edge rusher. So when you lose a player like that at this level, you're going to feel that on the defensive side. All right, it's time for us to take another timeout. When we return, voice of the Lions, Ben Ray, will take us down the coordinator corridor as we'll hear from both Brock Caraboa and Morgan Cruz. You're listening to UNA Lion Football on the UNA Sports Network.
Well, I think Fame and Muscle Shoals music is here because we're fiercely independent. In the early days, it was hard because it was hard for banks to get their head around, we're going to give these hippies some money to go make music. We've been doing business with Bank Independent since the 70s, and to know that they've got our back, it means a lot, and it just kind of takes the stress off of doing business day to day. They've always been there, and it's always just been a phone call away.
Member FDIC.
Simpson's Collision Repair has 3 body shops in the Shoals area, and all are operated by 3 brothers. The quality of work and commitment to satisfaction, combined with ongoing training, state-of-the-art equipment, and expert staff, your vehicle is fixed the way it should be. Located on Hilton Drive in Florence, Highway 72 in Killen, and Cox Boulevard in Sheffield, Simpson's Collision, you'll notice and appreciate the difference. Proud sponsor of UNA Athletics.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Another exciting year of UNA Athletics is here. Don't miss any of the action. Become a season ticket holder today. Season tickets are available for soccer, volleyball, football, basketball, baseball, and softball. Don't wait until the last second. Avoid the lines. Reserve your seats and support the pride. Visit RoarLions.com or call 256-765-5466 to find out when season tickets go on sale. UNA football coverage brought to you by Roar Lions Productions continues from Brawley Stadium. It's a football Saturday with North Alabama welcoming in Central Arkansas. I'm Benjamin Ray, subbing in for Jordan Campbell and Jacob Tucker, and it's time now for our coordinator conversations. Up first, we chat with defensive coordinator Brock Caraboa. And Coach, it's not homecoming, but it feels like homecoming. For the first 5 on the road, just how much of a relief has it been to come home knowing these next 2 and the majority of these final games down the stretch are at home?
Well, there's nothing like playing in Florence, Alabama, and Brawley Stadium, and on top of that, having the era of the 2000s come back and be able to watch us play, so we can put a good show on for them. It's definitely something special that our players and coaches have been talking about. But when you go on the road, you're in unfamiliar territory. You're in a hotel. You're not sleeping in your own bed. The coaching prep week gets moved up a day. That being at home kind of gets you, more back on a normal schedule. You can sleep in your own bed before the game, and I think guys feel more at ease and more comfortable to go out there and execute their job. So we're definitely excited to be back home in Brawley.
I know Abilene Christian left a bad taste in everyone's mouth. And defensively, what's sort of been the focus coming off that game?
Well, number 1, execute our job. Number 2, we have to tackle. We got to make there's a couple plays in there where if we just make some tackles, we limit the explosive plays. And our guys are in those spots. We just have to be able to execute the job and get the guy on the ground, and definitely being the more physical team. I think we went out there against Abilene. I think Abilene was the more physical team against us, and our guys had to own it on tape. Really on Sunday and Monday, and they accepted what they saw, and they owned it, and they took the coaching. And I think these last couple of days of practice have been some of our best since we've been here as a staff. So I think our guys took the coaching and really put it on the practice field and said that's never going to happen again.
Let's talk about a couple of guys. And DeMarquius Robinson, D-Rob, one of the league leaders in tackles, TFLs. He's created turnovers every week. Just how much of an overall playmaker does he continue to be for this unit?
Man, D-Rob, he's fun to coach. And I told him, guys like him are, reasons why you coach. He was a 4-year guy at Georgia Southern. Didn't play defense, was a special teams guy. So this is really his first year at linebacker, and in the system that we have is really perfect for him because he highlights his abilities. But man, he can rush the passer, he can cover receivers, he can get in the box, play the A gap, he can get off blocks. He's just a fun one to coach, and I think the more he plays, the only more comfortable he'll get at that position. But there's still, I would say freshman mistakes because he's still, he's a freshman technically linebacker playing out there. But, when he makes a mistake, he's able to correct it and understand it right away, which is a good positive sign, understanding that he knows the reasons why we're doing things. But love coaching him. He has a great family. He was an instant connection for our team, and he's a guy that our guys really look at to bring hope and to bring leadership to this defense and this team.
Let's jump over to Central Arkansas, and you look back at last year, and it's almost like a totally new offensive unit from quarterbacks to skill guys. And overall, this unit as a whole, where do you see the strength being?
Well, first of all, they're really well coached. Coach Brown does a really good job. He's been there for 8 years as the head coach, but more as the OC. So he has a familiar territory with UCA, but really big physical offensive line. They understand who they are, and they're not going to try to be anything other than who they are. When you do that as an offense, what Central Arcs does with Coach Brown, they're going to make their plays, and they're not going to chase the things that they don't need to chase, right? And so when you play an offense like that, you have to be sound on defense, and you have to be able to execute job and make the plays when they come to you. Very talented wide receivers, guys that can go over top of you. Quarterback is now come on late the last couple games, and I think their offense has really settled in. They scored over 30 against Lamar, and then they scored 24 or 23 or 24 against Utah Tech, who Utah Tech was 1-4, but they also took 3 top 10 teams in the FCS to nail biters in the game. So them able to beat Utah Tech was a really good win for them, where they have confidence. So I think we're going to find an offense where they're starting to click. So we're going to have to be able to take the attack to them early and get them back on their heels. So, but no, I'm impressed with Coach Brown and his offensive staff and everything that they do as an offense, and we're going to have to be ready to go.
Wrapping up our pregame chat with North Alabama defensive coordinator Brock Caraboa. And, Coach, for this defense to give UNA a shot at winning it today, what's it going to take?
We have to limit the explosive plays. We have to tackle. We have to execute our job. Those 3 things.
Coach, as always, we appreciate the time. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
It's North Alabama defensive coordinator Brock Caraboa. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, our coordinator conversation with OC Morgan Cruz. This is UNA Football, brought to you by Roar Lions Productions.
Have you ever seen those halftime scholarships where you have to nail a 40-yard field goal? Yeah, this isn't that. I didn't have to write a long essay or audition or make a half-court shot. I just had to open a Bank Independent account, use my debit card, sign up for online banking, and have a positive balance. That's it. A 20% scholarship to UNA. When Bank Independent invests in students like me, they're investing in all of us and the future of our community. Bank Independent. We're invested in your future. Member FDIC.
Help build the pride today by becoming a North Alabama Athletics corporate partner. Join the UNA Lions Sports Network and be a part of the broadcast as UNA travels across the country taking on the best. Become an ESPN sponsor and your business can help put North Alabama on the worldwide leader in sports. Want your logo seen in front of the most loyal fan bases around on social media and at UNA's athletic facilities? Visit roarlions.com for more information.
Join us at Singing River Brewery, your local hub for great beer and community fun. Ready to serve delicious drinks and host amazing events? try our Golden Manor Leo's Roar, and 50% goes to UNA Athletics. Support your local business and college community while enjoying a fantastic atmosphere. Don't miss out on the good times. Come sip, socialize, and savor the taste of Singing River Brewery.
The world is growing. How will you grow yours? At the University of North Alabama, we're dedicated to partnering with you in your journey to discover your passion and your potential and put it all into practice. Voted the best small college town in America by USA Today, downtown Florence is home to our beautiful campus, bursting with opportunities to help you find your purpose. Learn more about how we can help you achieve your goals on campus or online at una.edu.
I'm Benjamin Ray, subbing back in here on the Countdown to Kickoff show, brought to you by Bank Independent. On this football Saturday, North Alabama is getting set to kick off against Central Arkansas, coming up at about 3:02 p.m. local time. Time of the pregame show where we chat with offensive coordinator Morgan Cruz. And Coach Cruz, first of all, you handled travel as well for the first 5 on the road. You feel a little more relaxed head into a home game here today?
A lot more relaxed, a little bit less off my plate this week for sure. I'm glad to be back home in Brawley.
Coming off the loss to Abilene Christian, what's kind of been the mindset to this team as you all have tried to reset on things?
You know, the biggest thing for us, for us offensively, that we've really tried to hammer home is that we're learning from what we put on tape last week, but that's not who we are, and we've got to come out this week and truly define for everybody else that watches us on film who we are, and the style of play that we're going to play with, the way we play the game, and that's been really our focus and mentality each day this week in practice.
Ground attack saw Javian Juice Allen rush for over 100 yards against ACU last week, and I know the ground game's been a large part of what this offense has done at this season, but how pivotal has Juice been in that attack?
Juice has been a very important ingredient and part to our offense. He not only gives us such a threat in the running side of it with the running game, but he just knows so much. He's got a very high football IQ. He can fix a lot of things with pressures that we may need. He can also just be able to adjust on the fly, and it allows him to have really good instincts and see things that just a lot of normal backs aren't able to see. And so his influence and his impact on the offense has definitely been influential.
Then Tanaka Scott, 4 receptions, 60 yards, and a touchdown last week. And he missed the week prior, and we saw some strong catches, kind of some bulldozing runs afterwards. How nice has it been having that physical presence back?
We've got to get Tanaka going. I mean, Tanaka is a guy that when he takes over a game with his physical presence, I mean, he's a 6'5" receiver. You know, when he takes over the game with his presence, it can truly create a spark for us offensively. And then what happens is it just creates energy for the whole team, and they can feed off of that.
O-line-wise, I know there were some shakeups after some injuries, but again, this group continues to be solid. Are they getting back to being full strength in kind of a boost with the way some of the guys have played moving around?
I would say so. I would say that definitely our O-line, jumbling around pieces here and there, but at the end of the day, those guys have such a close bond that they really feed off of each other, and we're starting to see, I think we'll even see more this week, kind of our guys really bond together as a unit and do what they need to do to continue to fight and continue to dominate in the rushing game for us.
Let's jump over to Central Arkansas, and it's a defense that lost the FCS Defensive Player of the Year. They have a new defensive coordinator as well. Some familiar names back from last season, but overall, lots of new faces. And what has stood out to you about this unit as a whole?
You know, when you look at Central Arkansas defensively, they've altered a little bit of who they are just because the new defensive coordinator. Now, this is his second stint back, so having a guy with some familiarity with Conway, Arkansas. But what we've seen from an offensive standpoint is that they're a team that they will fly to the ball. I think their secondary is highly involved in not only run but pass. And I think that they really try to allow their defensive line to create plays for them. Last year they had the All-American David Walker, and that's a tough piece to replace. But, you can definitely see that them from a defensive unit, that their defensive line is the thing that really drives them to be able to put the pressure on the quarterback and helping the run stopping.
Wrapping up our pregame chat with North Alabama offensive coordinator Morgan Cruz. And, Coach, for this offense to move the football, put up points, and give UNA a chance to win, what are the things this unit will need to do?
I think it's two major things. We have to eliminate mistakes. Way too many mistakes last week, whether it be with turnovers, misassignments, whatever it may be. We have to eliminate mistakes and be efficient with that. And then we have to finish in the end zone in our running game. We've got to find a way to dominate in the run game so that it takes pressure off of our Qs so that they can be able to take the shots when they need to, but it'll also allow our defense to be able to have the assurance that when we go out there, we're going to impose our will on the other team. So,
Coach, we're looking forward to it. As always, we appreciate the time. Best of luck.
Appreciate you being Roar Lions.
It's North Alabama offensive coordinator Morgan Cruz. Let's take a timeout. Jordan Campbell and Jacob Tucker will rejoin you when we come back. This is UNA Football, brought to you by Roar Lions Productions.
Imagine a bank where you feel at home. Real people living right here in your community are the heart of Bank Independent and everything we do. You have our commitment to bring the people, ideas, and resources together that create a stronger community full of endless potential. For over 75 years, we've served this place we all call home. Bank Independent. We're invested in you. Member FDIC.
Want to keep up with North Alabama athletics no matter where you are? Stay up to date with all things UNA by following the Lions on social media. Like us on Facebook. Follow us on Twitter, subscribe to the UNA Athletics YouTube page, get your game day schedules, score updates, full game recaps, highlights, and more by keeping up with the Pride on social media. No matter where you are, you can stay in the know by following us on social media. Visit RoarLions.com today for more information.
Move over Friday. We're making Thursday the best day of the week. Every Thursday, enjoy buy one, get one free boneless wings with takeout or delivery from P-Dubs. Ready to score double the sauce for half the price? Buy one, get one free of equal value free boneless wings on Thursday. Not valid with any other offers. Size exclusions may apply while supplies last. Limit 1. Delivery and takeout available at participating locations for a limited time. Delivery subject to availability. Fees may apply. Valid only for orders placed through the Buffalo Wild Wings app or website.
Hi, this is Ike Fowler with Alabama Health Guidance. At AHG, we specialize in Medicare education and Medicare health plans. Just like the UNA Lions, we understand the importance of teamwork. So if you're nearing retirement, going on Medicare for the first time, or just want to review your current Medicare plan, give us a call at 256-648-5710 or stop by our office at 885 Florence Boulevard. That's 256-648-5710. Roar Lions.
The Bank Independent Countdown Kickoff Show. Roars on now.
Welcome back into the Countdown to Kickoff. Jordan Campbell and Jacob Tucker with you here on the UNA Lions Sports Network. Jacob, let's get to our starters for both teams, brought to you by North Alabama Online. So we'll start with our UNA offense. We'll pop those up there for you. And when you take a look at it, we still don't know who's going to be QB1, but we do know what the offensive line looks like. From left to right, it'll be Gage St. Colin Wright, Drew Lawson, Ryan Walker, and Raekwon Goldthwait. These guys have been really good all season. Expect them to be good today, too.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially, we've seen some jumbling of the offensive line. This guy moves here, this guy starts here this week. And so for them to perform like they have all year long, even having to go through things like that, just really shows a testament to who they are and how they're coached.
Rolling on from the offensive line to the next group here. And obviously we've got quite a few guys that are going to be touching the football. And one of the guys that you're looking at, Juice Allen, everybody knows that Juice is one of the better running backs in the conference, but he's got a couple guys with him. LT Sanders is another guy that we didn't mention as much as we should have. Daniels and Jalen Fletcher and our tight end Caleb Heatherly there. Some of the protectors and runners of the football. And Heatherly, he'll get out of the backfield and he'll catch one on you if you give him a chance.
Yeah, we've seen a lot more targets to him over the last couple seasons.
Yeah, big guy, big target, and it makes the quarterback feel comfortable. Wide receivers, Tanaka Scott, Justin Pegues, KJ Fields. KJ, a little bit of a gadget guy. They'll get him in the backfield some. You've also got a guy like Noah Gregg, who's made his contributions felt as well this season. So a different group of receivers than we had last year. Last year was a senior-heavy group. A couple younger guys here, but they're experienced and, well, maybe not even younger guys. Maybe just like Tanaka Scott was here last year. Justin Pegues is a new guy. But these guys are gamers. They played a lot of football.
Yeah, and when you think about, the receivers, obviously I saw him down there on the sideline, talked to him for a second. The old name TK Kennebrew was down there on the sideline. And so when you got a guy like that on the roster, you don't hear the other names as much. So these guys have contributed over the years, but we're getting to see more of what they do now since it's their turn.
Continuing on with our starters. Defensively, E.J. Colbert, Jaheim Ingram, Caleb Brown, and Fred Veely across that defensive line. One of the things that has made this rushing defense so good has been these guys right here. Big guys making an impact.
Yeah, Jaheim Ingram, obviously a local guy who's been doing this for a couple years now. He wears number 44 for a reason. It's a hat tip to Ronald McKinnon, who was such a great linebacker back in the 90s. And so Jaheim Ingram wears that number. And I'm not going to say he plays like Ronald, but he's as close as anybody on this team's going to get.
DeMarcus Robinson, Seth Hampton, your linebackers, and, of course, Brian B.J. Dilworth is a defensive back for this defense as well. Linebackers have played really well this season, getting in there and knocking some heads, leading the charge on that run defense, which we talked about earlier in the ballgame.
Yeah, and those are the guys that they're going to make a huge difference in tonight's game. How they do stopping the run, how they do in the extra blitz packages, getting pressure on the quarterback, and also out there in coverage as well.
And, of course, our secondary, Devon Martin, Cam Jamar, Lonnell Cunningham II, and Jermaine Ray Jr. rounds out your starters on the defensive side of the ball for the Lions.
Yeah, in this secondary, we would really like to see them clamp down tonight. We talked about the passing game for Central Arkansas, how it's kind of come alive the last 2 weeks. And so these guys are going to have a big test tonight against this high-powered Central Arkansas pass game.
We talked a little bit about Central Arkansas and their starters. We won't go through all of them. Austin Myers, the starting quarterback for the Bears, got his first career start last week against Utah Tech, played really well. Landon Chambers is their bell cow running back, but I'll tell you, I watched some of the tape, and Chapman McCown, the number 2 running back, is a really good player as well. Little guy, but he's got a lot behind him. Started out at Oklahoma and is now making his contributions known for Central Arkansas. It is time for us to take another timeout. When Jacob and I return, we will bring you the opening drive led by Jacob Tucker, brought to you by Singing River Brewery, as well as your game day weather from sideline reporter Chase Glover. From kickoff to graduation, Bank Independent is on your side. Our customer scholarship gives UNA students the boost they need to win in the classroom and in life. Visit bibank.com/scholarship. You're locked in to the Countdown to Kickoff presented by Bank Independent. Don't go anywhere. The opening drive coming next.
Well, I think Fame and Muscle Shoals music is here because we're fiercely independent. And in the early days, it was hard because it was hard for banks to get their head around, we're going to give these hippies some money to go make music. We've been doing business with Bank Independent since the 70s, and to know that they've got our back, it means a lot, and it just kind of takes the stress off of doing business day to day. They've always been there, and it's always been a phone call away.
Member FDIC.
Searching for a way to add more space to your life? Midgard Self-Storage has the storage solution you're looking for. Our Florence, Alabama self-storage facilities offer a wide selection of unit sizes designed to meet your unique needs. Whether you're clearing space in your garage, adding a nursery, or expanding your business, you'll find the ideal features to simplify your experience with a storage unit at Midgard Self-Storage. Explore our unit sizes and prices to learn more about the Florence storage options at MidgardSelfStorage.com.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
ugh, come on.
Seriously? This is so extra.
But what you could say is,
like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Your local State Farm agent is available when and where you need them, online, over the phone, or even in person. State Farm agents are here to answer your questions and help you file your claim.
This is so extra.
Call State Farm agent Steve Pierce or Bill Alexander today.
At Lawn Pride of Northwest Alabama, we offer a comprehensive range of lawn care services designed to address the needs of homeowners. From routine maintenance to specialized treatments, we have the expertise and resources to ensure your lawn remains healthy and vibrant year-round. Let our lawn professionals take the job off your hands and create the lawn that meets your need. Contact us today to get a free estimate by visiting lawnpride.com/Northwest Alabama or by calling 938-410-5012.
Our pregame coverage of the Bank Independent Countdown to Kickoff Show continues now.
Take UNA Athletics wherever you go with the Varsity app. Watch all home UNA Athletic events on ESPN Plus and stay locked into University Athletics digital streams with Roar Line Productions. The opening drive with Jacob Tucker, brought to you by Singing River Brewery. Jacob, let's take a look at your keys to the game, starting with the UNA offense.
Yeah, UNA offense, like we talked about earlier in the broadcast, we've seen some really great things about this offense this season, mainly coming from the run game. What the key to the game tonight is consistency. No matter if that is which quarterback is in the game, which running back is running the ball, which receiver catches the pass, offensive line as a whole, there has to be consistency. We have to see that consistent, good offensive game without the letdown drives or the turnovers that have plagued them all year long. So I'm looking for consistency across the board and then finishing drives, getting into the end zone. We mentioned the special teams earlier, how well they've done this year. Ideally, you don't see the special teams a whole lot, right? From the offensive standpoint, if you're getting in the end zone, you're only seeing extra points, and if you're moving the ball, you're not seeing punts. So we need to see consistency, and we need to see finished drives in the end zone.
Let's talk about the defense.
Austin Myers is tuned up. He's ready to go. He's a really good ball player. And so what this defense has to do, starting with the defensive line, they have to do a good job of getting pressure on Myers, moving him out of the pocket, getting him uncomfortable, and forcing him into some bad throws. Number one. Number two, we've got to wrap up. We've got to finish tackles. Too many times this season we've been we give up a big play because somebody goes for the big hit and they don't necessarily wrap up and bring the guy down. And so we got to finish tackles and get pressure on Myers tonight.
And then you've got one on outside noise.
Absolutely. And the outside noise, and it's been something that's plagued the team all year long. UNA's team as a whole is averaging 78 yards a game in penalty yards. That's something that you can control. You can control how you handle yourself after a play when somebody's talking smack to you. You can control yourself, how you execute the plays, whether you're holding or a late hit or a block in the back. You've got to clean those things up. You're not going to have a great football team if you're committing that many penalties a game.
That was the opening drive with Jacob Tucker, brought to you by Singing River Brewery. Now let's kick it to our sideline reporter, Chase Glover, for our game day weather. Chase, what are the conditions like on the field?
Jordan, Jacob, it is so good to be here on Saturday with you guys for some UNA football. They always talk about pumpkins. They talk about apple cider for the fall weather. But how about this Florence fall weather? 79 degrees this afternoon. It's going to pretty much stay that same way all throughout the game. It might drop just 1 to 78 around 5 p.m. But clear skies. You got a couple clouds out, but it is pretty. It is blue. And, man, this is my type of weather for some Saturday football.
I know it is, and I know was it yesterday you got to go play some golf at Turtle Point as well?
Yeah, just a little bit I got out there. You can't, this is the type of weather you got to take advantage of. And you get to shoot your personal best. I won't relay that number because it is nobody else's personal best, but, hey, we had a good day on the course yesterday.
Man, if you shoot your personal best at Turtle Point, you're really playing some good golf. That was Chase. You'll get to hear from Chase throughout the course of the game, our sideline reporter. Anything with injuries, anything like that, Chase is great. We're going to be talking to him. Every great team has a winning strategy. Bank Independent's treasury solutions are built to help your business run faster, smarter, and stronger. Learn more at bibank.com. Time for us to take another time out. When we return, you'll hear from the head ball coach, Brent Dearman, and we'll get you ready for the kick between the University of Central Arkansas Bears and your UNA Lions. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to UNA Lion Football on the UNA Sports Network.
Have you ever seen those halftime scholarships where you have to nail a 40-yard field goal? Yeah, this isn't that. I didn't have to write a long essay or audition or make a half-court shot. I just had to open a Bank Independent account, use my debit card, sign up for online banking, and have a positive balance. That's it. A 20% scholarship to UNA. When Bank Independent invests in students like me, they're investing in all of us and the future of our community. Bank Independent. We're invested in your future. Member FDIC.
Join the University of North Alabama's Lions Athletic Club today. The Lions Athletic Club is the official booster club of the athletics department and provides increased scholarship opportunities, facility improvements, and operational expense support. Members of the Lions Athletic Club are eligible for priority seating at football and basketball events and access to hospitality areas at select sporting events. Membership begins at $300. Call 256-765-4615 or visit roarlions.com for more information.
It's Bo time. Fumbling the food on game day? Rookie move. But you know Bo can make your tailgate a winner, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Because the Carolina Legend has everything you're craving. We're talking crispy, juicy chicken loaded with real Southern flavor, fluffy scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and all the fixins to feed your whole crew faster than you can say touchdown. Be the MVP this season and let Bojangles do the cooking. Order your tailgate today. It's Bo time.
The world is growing. How will you grow yours? At the University of North Alabama, we're dedicated to partnering with you in your journey to discover your passion and your potential and put it all into practice. Voted the best small college town in America by USA Today, downtown Florence is home to our beautiful campus, bursting with opportunities to help you find your purpose. Learn more about how we can help you achieve your goals on campus or online at una.edu.
I'm Benjamin Ray, subbing in here on the Bank Independent Countdown to Kickoff show. North Alabama returns home, welcoming in Central Arkansas inside of Brawley Stadium. It's the part of the pregame show where we catch up with North Alabama head football coach Brent Dearman. And, Coach, tough schedule to start for the first 5 on the road. Just the second time being at home at Brawley Stadium this afternoon. Does it feel kind of nice to get back in that home game routine?
It feels really good. It's nice to be back at Brawley where your fan base kind of gives you an extra jolt of energy. After a game, I thought that we came out of in the first half of this past week at Abilene and didn't have any passion, didn't play with great effort. Our guys got their butts chewed out a little bit, but now to be back at home, I mean, your band, your home fan base is going to do a great job of bringing the juice needed to get those guys fired up in key situations. So it's nice being back at home.
Still 7 straight weeks of UAC play, so this team very much still in control of its destiny. And what's kind of been the message to the team after the UAC game?
We have every one of our goals still right in front of us. You know, you want to win the league, you want to go to the playoffs. All that's based off of league games, and we've got 7 straight league games in front of us. But none of that matters if you don't take care of UCA at home this week. We got to go 1-0 today. We've got to do a great job of dominating the line of scrimmage on both sides. The team that rushes the football will have a chance to win the football game. We've got to take care of the ball. But I think that everything we want is based around today and the future schedule. So really excited about how our schedule lays out now.
Opens up against Central Arkansas. And, Coach, I know still not entirely sure who will take that first snap for you. We've seen Ari Patu. We saw DC Tabscott. I know Destin Wade, you're hoping to get him back potentially as well today. Just no matter who's at quarterback today, what's kind of your expectation?
You know, what we've looked at is we feel like Destin right now is giving us the best chance to win the game. He's still kind of a game-time decision, so we're going to see how he throws it around in pregame. If Ari's ready to roll, if not, Ari took most of the snaps all week this week and had a great week. So we think we've got multiple guys that give us the opportunity to win games.
Javian Juice Allen, over 100 yards rushing, Coach. Bust out a couple long runs. He continues to run the football hard. Just how much of a jolt has he been for the offense?
He's definitely a spark plug. Last week when we needed it, he burst out of there when everybody thought he was down, burst out of there for a big touchdown to start what we were doing offensively. He's a leader on this football team. He's one of the 4 guys that wear the C, the captain C on their jersey. I mean, he's the epitome, the face of what we're building here. And he's just when your captain is the hardest worker on the team, it's a great sign.
Over to the defensive side where DeMarquius Robinson continues to shine, Coach. Double-digit tackles, top 5 in the league in tackles for loss. And how much of a boost has he been?
D-Rob has been really good for us defensively. I mean, he can play sideline to sideline. He can get down in the A-gap or the B-gap and make tackles. I think he's just going to continue to get better the more and more he's learning Coach Caraboa and what we're doing defensively. He's just going to continue to rise to the occasion. But you're talking about a phenomenal, spirited person. Everybody on this team loves D-Rob and loves playing with him. I think that's why his play is elevating, because the guys around him are elevating their game because they love playing with him.
Let's talk about today's matchup in Central Arkansas. And, Coach, it's a new-look UCA team. They lost a lot on both sides of the football last year. What have you learned about them as you've prepared for this matchup?
UCA is always a solid football team, and we talk about how we're honoring the 2000 era players that are here today. Goes back to the Gulf South Conference battles that we used to have with UCA back then. Coach Nathan Brown, their head coach, played quarterback during that era. Has played North Alabama, has coached against North Alabama. He does a really good job. They recruit well. I think they put 3 players into the NFL off of last year's team. They do a good job of development. So we know we've got a workout cut out for us today, but we also know they got to play us today too. So good, solid opponent at home that helps us regionally in recruiting. But they're a good team.
Wrapping up our pregame chat with North Alabama head football coach Brent Dearman. And, Coach, to get the home dub today in front of the hometown crowd, what's it going to take from this team?
I kind of mentioned a little bit of it earlier. We've got to establish the run game with our offensive line. Our D-line's got to do a good job of holding gap and stopping the run. Usually the team that rushes the ball the best wins the game, because it's kind of a sign of physicality. We've got to play the game tougher than the other team does, and we didn't do that in this past game. We got an opportunity today to be violent and strike with our hands. The other thing that we got to do is we've got to create explosive plays, and we got to stop explosive plays. So winning the line of scrimmage and explosive plays will be what wins this football game.
Coach, as always, we appreciate the time. Best of luck today.
Thank you. Roll Lions.
It's North Alabama head football coach Brent Dearman. We'll take another timeout. When we come back, the J Club, Jordan Campbell and Jacob Tucker will rejoin you, and they'll kick off this football game. It's North Alabama and Central Arkansas coming up next from Brawley Stadium. This is UNA Football, brought to you by Roar Lions Productions.
Imagine a bank where you feel at home. Real people living right here in your community are the heart of Bank Independent and everything we do. You have our commitment to bring the people, ideas, and resources together that create a stronger community full of endless potential. For over 75 years, we've served this place we all call home. Bank Independent. We're invested in you. Member FDIC.
Help build the pride today by becoming a North Alabama Athletics corporate partner. Join the UNA Lions Sports Network and be a part of the broadcast as UNA travels across the country taking on the best. Become an ESPN sponsor, and your business can help put North Alabama on the worldwide leader in sports. Want your logo seen in front of the most loyal fan bases around on social media and at UNA's athletic facilities? Visit roarlions.com for more information. Simpson's Collision Repair shops in the Shoals area, and all are operated by 3 brothers. The quality of work and commitment to satisfaction, combined with ongoing training, state-of-the-art equipment, and expert staff, your vehicle is fixed the way it should be. Located on Helton Drive in Florence, Highway 72 in Killen, and Cox Boulevard in Sheffield, Simpson's Collision, you'll notice and appreciate the difference. Proud sponsor of UNA Athletics. Another exciting year of UNA Athletics is here. Don't miss any of the action. Become a season ticket holder today. Season tickets are available for soccer, volleyball, football, basketball, baseball, and softball. Don't wait until the last second. Avoid the lines. Reserve your seats and support the pride. Visit roarlions.com or call 256-765-5466 to find out when season tickets go on sale.
The following is a production of the University of North Alabama. This has been the Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you by Bank Independent. Now it's time for kickoff. This is UNA Football, a World Lions production. UNA Football starts now.
Hello, Lion fans, and welcome into the final season at Brawley Stadium. Jordan Campbell alongside QB1 Jacob Tucker. Central Arkansas in the house today to take on your Lions. Taking it back to the 99 and the 2000s, as we mentioned earlier. UNA in their black uniforms, black pants, black tops, trimmed in purple, white lions across the chest, and white numerals on the front and back. Purple helmet with the 90s, 2000 UNA scratch logo. Central Arkansas, white jerseys, purple pants, white helmets with the bear decal on the side. We're going to kick it down to Chase Glover for the coin toss at midfield. Take it away, Chase.
Our umpire, on behalf of this UAC officiating crew, it's our pleasure to be here for this afternoon's contest. Fellas, we're here for the coin toss. This coin we're going to use today, blue side is heads, red side is tails. UCA, you're the visiting team. What is your call? Heads. Heads is the call. Heads. It is heads. You want the toss? Defer to the second half. You want to defer. You want the football. Yes, sir. Which way you want to kick? This way. Can you switch sides for me, please?
All right, Jordan and Jacob, UCA is elected to defer to the second half. They're going to play defense first. Ari Patu, Juice Allen, Jaheim Ingram, and Seth Hampton are going to be receiving the ball on offense, playing back to the scoreboard. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Chase. And the captains for Central Arkansas, Jackson Kostmayer and Samuel Horton. So we're going to get the ball first. We're going to let this offense show what they've been working on the past week, Jacob. Let's get out and let's get things started quickly.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day in the Shoals area today. Great day for some UNA Lion football. It's a great day to get the ball first and go down and score. I'd love to see that out of this UNA offense. You know, typically these game plans include a first 8, a first 10, a first 12, something of the sort, whatever the count is. And so they've got 8 to 12 plays that are pre-scripted. This is what the coaches have seen in the film this week, and they say we want to line up in these formations to see what, how this other team, how the visiting team's going to line up, so that we can start to make our in-game game plan and play it as it goes. So look to see a really good drive right here to start off the day for the Lions.
Your kick returners historically have been Justin Pegues and Justin Luke. We'll let you know if that changes. And, of course, we are just about a minute or so away from both teams lining up to get this thing underway. Got to get out started fast, a fast start. You talked about scripting those plays. Obviously, that's going to help this team hopefully get into a rhythm. But we got to get down the field. Long, sustained drives. Keep the ball in your possession. Keep it out of Central Ark's hands. Get down the field, put points on the board, and let your defense do what your defense has done. When they've been rested, when they're ready to go, they've knocked some heads around all season.
Absolutely. And man, just to mention, these uniforms look great. Coach Wallace, he was never a fan of the black uniforms, so we didn't have them. He threw them out whenever he came back. Wasn't a fan of them, but, man, they look sharp out there today. I love the logo on the side of the helmet. I love the line scratch through the UNA. That's half the battle. You know, they used to always say you look good, you feel good, you play good.
That's right.
And so these guys look good out there right now.
Caleb Jones will be handling kicking duties. No, my apologies. That is not Caleb Jones out there for Central Arkansas. That is Tyler Madsen who will be kicking it off for Central Arkansas. And back deep, it looks as if it is KJ Fields and Justin Luke. So no Justin Pegues on kick return to get this thing started. Central Arkansas bunched up at the 30. And your Lions will be going left to right on your radio dial, away from the Jumbotron here at Brawley.
They're already trying to get you on swapping players around, Jordan.
No, can't do it. Too skilled. Madsen puts his right boot into this one, and the ball game is underway, fielded by Luke at his own 4. He's across the 10, the 15, across the 20. Has men out front, heading to the Central Ark sideline. Makes another man miss. That's 2 missed tackles across the 30 and brought down shy of the 35. They'll say he got to the 32. And what a great return, around 30 yards for Justin Luke, and the ball game is underway here in Florence, Alabama.
Great return right there to get this drive started. I love, there's, the thing, and we see a lot of it with UNA for different reasons. The fair catch on the kickoff. I love taking the opening kickoff back. Go get a return. Go get some momentum started your way.
And it is Ari Patu at quarterback. In the pistol set, Juice right behind him. 1 receiver to the far side, 2 to the near side. Juice to the right hip of Ari. Ari drops back. He's hammered as soon as he lets it go. This ball is out of bounds. Are they going to say it came out or it was an incomplete pass? I don't know, but Ari just took a lick from the backside.
Yeah, that was a corner blitz that he didn't see. They did a really good job of disguising it. Whether or not they called it a fumble or said he was throwing it, it did go behind him, which would be a fumble either way. So starting off with a big loss right there because you didn't see that corner blitz.
So that's going to take them from the 32 to 2nd and a mile from their own 21. So a loss of 11 on that one. Juice motions back into the backfield. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. They're going to hand it off to Juice. He's going to spin away from one tackle, can't spin away from the next, but he will push across the 25. They'll say he was brought down at the 26.
And I don't think he had a lot of opportunity right there, but we saw the left guard pulling, kind of like a power motion, and he pulled wide. Typically as a running back, you want to be able to follow that guard, then make that cut off his block, but he had to cut it up early right there.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side in 3rd and long. It's going to be a keeper for Patu. He's going to lower his shoulder and nothing doing. Maybe gets 1 or 2. They're going to say he got 2 on the carry, and that will bring up 4th and 13.
Yeah, and so we talked about the scripted plays just not too long ago, and those scripted plays are great if you stay within the sticks or at least right around the sticks. You take an 11-yard loss on the first play, you've got to scrap that set of plays and come back to it next drive.
Adam Watford on to boot this one away. McCown stands at his own 30, and he will drift backwards. He will bring it in at his own 25. Makes 3 lines miss. He's got 1 man between him and the end zone, but he'll be touched at the 40 and brought down shy of the 45. What a great return there by McCown.
And McCown he's kind of built and has the shiftiness of McCaffrey out there. That was just a great job being elusive on that return.
We have a downed Lion back at the Central Arkansas 22. Training staff, Johnny on the spot, out there to check on him. Coach Dearman will go check on him as well. So not the start to the ball game we were hoping in terms of the offense. Really got set behind with the corner blitz, as you mentioned, and couldn't find anything to get them back even between the sticks. A good punt there by Watford, however, and Central Arkansas has a good return on it. 13:06 to go here in quarter number 1, and Central Arkansas, once this UNA line is 10-2, will begin their offense.
Yeah, and you're right. That is just an unfortunate way to start the game. Very rarely that you think that you're getting a corner blitz, a cat blitz. First play of the game, they had a pass play dialed up. Looked like it was going to be some quick game, but when those cornerbacks from the short side of the field blitz, those guys are so quick, so fast, and they get the quarterback a lot faster than what a D lineman or a linebacker can on a blitz. And so he was just able to get there and deliver a big hit on Patu before he'd get rid of the ball.
That was Justin Luke being helped to the sideline and being tended to. So Austin Myers and the Central Arkansas offense on the field. Wide out, motions in to the slot position. Myers, play action, looking down the field, has all kinds of time. Puts this one in the air. He's got a man hauled in at the 5. Did he spin into the end zone? He did. Touchdown, Central Arkansas. Malachi Henry. About a 60-yard play through the air. 1 play, touchdown Bears.
And that was just great play by Central Arkansas. It was a play action, very simple route scheme. They had on the outside, they had 2 goes, which could convert to shut down. They're reviewing to make sure that he got in. But those two guys on the outside, they're running go routes unless they get to a point, at 15 yards where they don't feel like they can beat their defender. They shut it down and run a comeback. And they have a cross route across the middle, deep crosser, where you go under the first linebacker, over the second linebacker, and just head to the sideline. And just a great play. It's an individual effort. Receiver beat the corner, and then quarterback delivered a great strike.
Myers had all kinds of time back there. This touchdown is under review.
Yeah, they had the play action, running back added up into the protection, so it ended up being a 7-man protection, so you've probably got 7 men blocking 4. So, yeah, he had great time and great poise and delivered a great football. A lot of times we've seen it a lot, especially in both college and NFL, some quarterbacks overthrowing those open receivers downfield.
Right.
I feel like we see it more today than we used to see. Maybe that's just because I grew up watching a lot of Tennessee football, but a lot of quarterbacks overthrowing open receivers.
What do you think that is?
I really not sure. I wish I could give you some sort of educated assumption on what it is.
If you could, you'd be doing a lot of offensive coordinating.
Right. But there's a couple things when you're throwing these deep balls, especially fade balls. There's a couple of rules as a quarterback that you don't need to do. Number one, don't throw it out of bounds.
So it's not a touchdown. Effort to keep him out of the end zone, a half yard, which is really more like a credit card if you judge off where they've got the football marked on the near hash here. But you kept him out of the end zone, and you never know. Make them play another snap. That's always what I heard. It's a win if you can make them play another snap and keep them out of the end zone.
Yeah, and this is an opportunity for UNA to get a little bit of that momentum back, right? It just got 2 plays that really just completely, depleted that. Was the first play on offense where Central Arkansas brought a cornerback blitz for a big hit, depleted the momentum, and that big throw and catch right there.
Christian Burkhalter has played a lot of tight end, playing edge for this team. He's in on this one, and they're going to hand this one off to Landon Chambers, and he is now officially in for the touchdown from a half yard out. 12:56 to go here in quarter number 1, and Central Arkansas hangs on to a 6-0 lead pending this extra point attempt by Caleb Jones.
And so, that was just a big man on big man. Who was going to move who? UCA's offensive line did a good job getting a push on that defensive line for an easy touchdown.
Snap, hold, kick, away, and good. So with 12:44 to go in quarter number 1, UNA trails 7-0 over Central Arkansas. It's time for a media timeout. You're listening to UNA Lion Football on the UNA Sports Network.
Something happens to your car, you might say,
ugh, come on. Seriously? This is so extra.
But what you could say is,
like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Your local State Farm agent is available when and where you need them, online, over the phone, or even in person. State Farm agents are here to answer your questions and help you file your claim.
This is so extra.
Call State Farm agent Steve Pierce or Bill Alexander today.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Another exciting year of UNA athletics is here. Don't miss any of the action. Become a season ticket holder today. Season tickets are available for soccer, football, basketball, baseball, and softball. Don't wait until the last second. Avoid the lines. Reserve your seats and support the pride. Visit RoarLines.com or call 256-765-5466 to find out when season tickets go on sale.
$12:44 to go in quarter number 1. Central Arkansas on the board quickly. 56.5-yard play through the air brought in by Malachi Henry from Austin Myers, and Landon Chambers finishes off the drive from a half-yard out with the touchdown. We talked about it there during the timeout. You couldn't have had a worse 5-play sequence from the beginning of the game with the UNA offense to what Central Arkansas was able to do on their first offensive drive.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that's how this game has started out. But what you've got to do is you've got to find some sort of foothold, stop the sliding. You got to get your offense back out here, and you got to move the ball. A great way to do that is to not get behind the chains. And what I mean by that is staying forward, progressive in the yard, not taking those tackles for losses, those sacks. penalties, anything like that. So staying in front of the chains, moving the ball down the field, give that defense some time to get over here and game plan and talk about what happened on that big pass play. And then ultimately, you got to get the ball in the end zone, right? We can extend these drives and have drawn out drives all we want, but if we're not coming up with points in the end, then it's all for naught.
Madsen on to kick this one away, and he does so. Good to see Justin Luke back in there. He'll haul this one in at his own 1. He's across the 10, across the 15, in the middle of the field. Makes a man miss. He's across the 40. He's across the 50. He's got hands on him at the 40. Still going and brought down around the 30 of Central Arkansas. A late flag flies in, but Justin Luke trying to get the momentum back on the UNA side and does just that.
That's just a huge play right there. That's the kind of answer you have to have in this situation. I noticed on the first kickoff, it looked like we had a really good seam set up on that return. They just weren't able to hit it right there. That time, it looked like Justin Luke kind of faked in like he was going to cut back across the field like he did the first time, and then kept it outside, and then it was just a foot race down the sideline.
Bryson Adamo with the tackle for Central Arkansas. We talked about penalties as the outside noise, and there's one. Face mask on the return team, so that's going to take it from roughly the 31 of Central Arkansas. We're still in plus territory, but it takes us to the 48 of the Bears.
Yeah, and you're still in a good position. Obviously you're starting on the opposite side of the field, opposite side of the 50, so that's good. But 15 yards right there just ripped back because of a penalty.
Referees are going to talk about it one more time before UNA gets this offensive series started. Patu in there again. 2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side. It's Noah Gregg on the near side. They've got Juice in the slot over near this near hash mark. And on the far side, you've got KJ and Pegues. And now we're in negative territory as it takes us just across the 50. That takes about 20 yards off the return there by Luke. Heatherly in the backfield as an H-back. Man in motion, that's Juice. Back into the backfield. He slips, but he's able to recover his footing. And they're going to hand this one off to Juice. And he's going to make a would-be tackler miss and dive forward for 3. That'll bring up 2nd and 7. In plus territory now are the Lions.
And that was just really good, breaking that first tackle. That was in that negative territory, getting north and south and making sure that he got back across the line of scrimmage and got some positive yards.
12-10 to go here in quarter number 1. Juice motions out of the backfield. Ari takes the snap. They're going to get it to Juice, swinging it to the near side. He's across the 40, across the 45, brought down, and that's going to move the chains. That's good enough for a Tracy Black first and sold first down at Marmac Real Estate. And in on the tackle for Central Arkansas, Dude Person, one of the best names in college football.
No, that was a great play right there. It lined up really nice. Run that little swing screen right there. The offensive line did a good job picking up the inside blitz, giving Patu time to dish it out there and let Juice Allen do the rest.
3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Juice off the left hip of Ari. Ari dropping back, evading some pressure. He's going to tuck it. He's going to go, and he's going to scamper out of bounds right around the 30-yard line. That's going to be a gain of 4. And they'll say he was a yard short of the 30, so that'll take him down to the Central Arkansas 31, gain of 3, 2nd and 7 once again, 11-12 to go here in quarter number 1.
And he got pushed out of there by number 11, Gary Lewis, who leads this Bears defense in sacks on the season.
3 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side again. That's Noah Gregg. Juice Allen to the left hip of Ari Patu. Ari takes the snap. He's going to get it out of his hands quickly to Justin Pegues. And Justin, trying to cross a man over, can't stay on his feet. Dude Person with the tackle once again. That'll be a short gain. That'll get him to the 30, and that will bring up 3rd and roughly 6.
And so on the screen pass right there, it was set up. We had 2 blockers on 2 defenders on the outside and just had to beat 1 defender. We beat 1 defender, we might be scoring a touchdown right about now. But still, even if it was a short game, it was a positive gain. And we're looking at third down and medium to long right here.
In the gun, Patu moves Allen out of the backfield. Ari looking to the far side. Pass deflected. Good play there by Mark Dorsey. Intended receiver was Noah Gregg, and that's going to bring up fourth down. And the offense looks like they were going to stay on the field, but instead they'll bring on Ian Vachon and the field goal unit. This is within Ian's range.
Yeah, and Patu threw that one just a little bit behind Greg. Would have made it tough. I think Coach Dearman was in a spot where he wanted to go for it right there. If they would have completed that pass, they'd have been a yard or two short. I think he would have gone for it, but since it was incomplete, you're going to roll the kicking unit out here.
Points on the board is what UNA is looking for. The snap, the hold, the kick is away. He's got enough leg, and it misses. So field goal no good for Vachon, who is now 7 for 9 on the season. And the Central Arkansas offense will come back on the field. Had to take a look at the field goal there.
Yeah, you try to get points on the board right there. You know, you had one good swing pass, swing screen out there to Juice. They got a couple yardages, but, you know, it ultimately got us back to where the initial kickoff return ended up before the face mask penalty was tacked on and moved back.
And the penalty is what killed the momentum on that one. Myers in the gun. Chambers off his left hip, and this one's going to be blown dead. Back him up, Landon Bridges, the 6'3", 300-pound right guard from Flowood, Mississippi, with the infraction.
So UNA's got to capitalize on this mistake by this Bears offense. They've moved themselves behind the chains.
Myers, the quarterback, claps his hands together. He's going to swing this one out quickly to Henry on the near side. Henry leaves his feet but won't gain a whole lot from it. He'll get to the 30, and that'll put him right back at the sticks. Gain of 6, and that'll bring up 2nd and 9. And in on the tackle for your Lions, Seth Hampton.
No surprise there. Seth Hampton on the tackle. You know, just a really good job of
Chambers with the handoff. Squirting through there, still on his feet, across the 50. He got hit 3 or 4 times and kept rumbling, stumbling, and that's going to give Central Arkansas really good field position 2 plays into this drive as they get down to the UNA 40.
Yeah, and again, you know, Central Arkansas is just doing a really good job of getting out in front. You know, on that run play right there, had some blockers downfield doing great work, and then UNA's got to try to wrap up at that first bit of contact. Which would have saved them about 5-6 yards on the end of that run.
Myers in the gun. Chambers off his right hip. Central Arkansas works pretty quickly. Chambers back to work, and he will be hit, not brought down the first time, but then a den of Lions in on the tackle, including Drake Fowler, the safety.
Yeah, and this offensive line for UCA, some pretty big guys out there. They're averaging around 315, 320 across the line. They're doing a good job of moving right now.
That was a gain of 5. And they're going to go back to Chambers, and he'll gain 2 on that one. So that'll bring up 3rd and 3 for Central Arkansas.
And he met Seth Hampton right there in the hole, and that's a tough guy to meet in A-gap. Seth did a really good job of delivering a big hit, but then keeping his hands on him and making sure they finished the tackle. Got him down to the ground.
So 3rd and 3, Central Arkansas made a substitution. So UNA will get a chance to make a substitution. 2 receivers to the far side. H-back in the form of a tight end on the far side. And Chambers off the right hip of Myers. They're going to go back to Chambers. He's going to try and hit the hole, and he's not going to have a whole lot. He's still fighting forward. He's going to be brought down short of a first down, and that'll bring up 4th down.
Yeah, that was Jamari Payne got in there. He was one of the first ones there, and then the rest of the crew jumped on and made sure that he didn't push forward to get that first down. So huge stop right there on third down. But it looks like this offense is going to stay on the field, try to go for it right here.
4th and 2 from the UNA 32. Ball dead center of the field here at Brawley. Myers looking to the sideline, getting the play here. Malachi Henry, got to watch him. He's on the far side. Chambers off the right hip. Lions all across the line. Man in motion, that's Durham. They're going to give it back to Chambers, and he'll stumble. He didn't get it. That's going to be a turnover, UNA football.
That's huge right there. That is a huge stop. You know, we talk about momentum as we see another flag come in late. But you talk about momentum, and that was a big momentum boost right there.
We got to see what this flag is for.
Now, it looks like it came after the play, which shouldn't matter as far as affecting the outcome of the play. It would still be a turnover on downs if the penalty occurred after the play was already over.
Officials talking about it at midfield. Head official for the contest is Jeremy Tate. And that's Christian Burkhalter, who will cost UNA 15 yards there, but they will get the football. And it is time for us to take a timeout. You're listening to UNA Lion Football on the UNA Sports Network.
To keep up with North Alabama athletics no matter where you are, stay up to date with all things UNA by following the Lions on social media. Like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, subscribe to the UNA Athletics YouTube page. Get your game day schedules, score updates, full game recaps, highlights, and more by keeping up with the Pride on social media. No matter where you are, you can stay in the know by following us on social media. Visit RoarLions.com today for more information.
Go, go, go! That's life, and at CB&S Bank, we help you keep up. We're redesigning financial freedom with the most sophisticated digital products. Check balances, pay bills, transfer funds, manage your card, and even deposit checks from wherever you are. Make purchases using your CB&S Bank debit card through your mobile device with Mobile Wallet in participating stores and restaurants. Learn more at cbsbank.com. Charges and fees may apply from your cellular service provider. Contact your service provider for information. Member FDIC.
It's Bo time. Fumbling the food on game day? Rookie move. But you know Bo can make your tailgate a winner, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Because the Carolina Legend has everything you're craving. We're talking crispy, juicy chicken loaded with real Southern flavor, fluffy scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and all the fixings to feed your whole crew faster than you can say touchdown. Be the MVP this season and let Bojangles do the cooking. Order your tailgate today. It's Bo time.
7-0, 10:09 to go here in quarter number 1. UNA gets a big stop on 4th and 2. An unsportsmanlike penalty will back them up 15. I want to go down to our sideline reporter here in just a moment, Chase Glover. Chase, what is the momentum like on the sidelines? 2 big plays, both negated by penalties for the Lions.
Well, they were pretty excited after that 4th down stop. A little frustrated that the flag came out because they felt like somebody was on the field, but they were thinking, hey, we're just out here celebrating. We got the 4th down stop. That shouldn't have anything to do with the flag. However, they are still motivated. They're ready to go back out. Coach and Ari talked just a little bit about him flowing just a little easier on the offensive side. Offense looks ready to go.
Awesome. Thank you, Chase. Let's see what the offense can do on this drive. Ari back out there again. 7:09 to go here in quarter number 1. My apologies. I said 10:09. Got to watch the scoreboard better. 2 receivers to the far side. Juice off the right hip of Ari, working dead center of the field. They're going to hand it off to Juice. Makes a man miss, still on his feet. Makes another man miss. Dives forward across the 30, up to the 35, and that is going to be a first down, brought to you by Tracy Black and Sold at Marmac Real Estate.
They're going to go quick right here.
That's how they need to do. They're going to hand it off to Juice again, working near the Central Arc sideline, and that's going to be back-to-back Tracy Black first downs at Marmac Real Estate.
Line it up, run it 3 times in a row.
Run it again. 2 receivers to the far side. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Same guy, And he won't get the first down, but he'll get 9 yards on that carry. We talked about it. In their 7 wins over the last 3 seasons, 250 rushing yards. Keep running the football. They're going to do it again. Juice, he's not going to get lucky this time. He's going to be wrapped up and brought down behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, and
Carmelo Allen.
You probably could have saw right there on that third iteration, third run, Juice was a little juiced.
Juice was a little juiced.
So maybe going back to him right there might not have been the best idea. Gives you a third down and short right here. Need to convert. You get some momentum. You have some momentum in those couple of really good runs. But you got to convert right here to keep the drive going.
Trickeration going on. Ari lined up close to the near sideline. Ty Watkins takes the snap at quarterback. He's not going to have a whole lot of running room as Carmelo Allen in on the tackle again.
So now you've got a decision to make. It's going to be 4th and 3.
What do you do here?
Looks like Dearman's going to leave the offense on the field.
You gave Juice a breather. Do you think about going back to Juice?
I don't know. I don't know. 4th and 3. I mean, that's a long 3. It's a long 3 to get.
Very long 3.
I like either. Well, Coach Dearman's going to call a timeout and think about it a little more. I'd like maybe some sort of a swing screen, slip screen, quick slant. I think you got to throw it right here. Offensive line's done great thus far on this drive, but you got to think they ran a play, hurry up, back up to the line, did that a couple more times, probably tired them out a little bit.
Time for a media timeout. 5:16 to go here in quarter number 1. UNA trails by 7. You're listening to UNA Lion Football on the UNA Sports Network.
Community is a bank that asks, when it comes to your finances, how do you define success? Knowing your bank has your financial future right on course? Having a banking partner that's ready with a plan when opportunity knocks? Or maybe it's a digital banking experience that puts everything at your fingertips, even at your daughter's soccer game. However you define success, United Community's trusted bankers are here for you. Success. It takes a community, a united community. Learn more at ucbi.com. Member FDIC.
Help build the pride today by becoming a North Alabama Athletics corporate partner. Join the UNA Lions Sports Network and be a part of the broadcast as UNA travels across the country taking on the best. Become an ESPN sponsor and your business can help put North Alabama on the worldwide leader in sports. Want your logo seen in front of the most loyal fan bases around on social media and at UNA's athletic facilities? Visit roarlions.com for more information. Hampton Inn and Suites Downtown, a proud corporate partner of North Alabama Athletics. Located at 505 South Court Street in downtown Florence, you'll be just a short walk from shops, restaurants in the historic district. Take a short walk to visit the Civil War Hospital at Pope's Tavern Museum or the University of North Alabama. Or take a short drive to Helen Keller's birthplace in the Alabama Music Hall of Fame. Enjoy daily free hot breakfast, Wi-Fi, and the indoor pool. You'll find everything you need right where you need it. That's Hampton Inn and Suites Downtown.
Fourth down coming up here. 4th and a long 3. Had the offense on the field before the media timeout. And Coach Dearman called the timeout. Watford and his long snapper, Nathan Curry, getting a little work in here. So we'll see if UNA punts it or if the offense stays on the field. It looks like the offense heading out there. Ari bouncing as he gets ready for this one. Juice Allen has really been exceptional on this drive. 2 receivers to the near side. Check that. 3 to the near side, 1 to the far side.
Yeah, and what I like right here, I like, you rode Juice this drive pretty well. I like motion him to the right side, little play action, dump it to Tanaka Scott right behind the linebacker.
So they do motion him to the right side. They're going to pitch it to Juice. And yes, he's got it. First down, Lions. Yes, sir. That's a first and sold first down brought to you by Tracy Black and Sold at Marmac Real Estate. But 2 flags are down on the turf.
And that's not going to be on UNA. Unless, no way they call it on both of them. But
what did you see there?
KJ Fields just did a really good job blocking. Defensive back grabbed him by the face mask and then ripped his helmet off. and slung it. So I know one of the penalties is coming from that. I just hope they don't get KJ as well, because KJ did block him into the out of bounds, into the sideline.
Can't do that, Damari Smith, and this Lion crowd getting into it. Finally, a break our way. The change will move deep into Central Arkansas territory as UNA will take this snap from the Central Ark 20.
And you feel how much better it is when the penalties don't go against us
That's
and
right.
they go against somebody else. That's great.
Ari in the pistol with Juice behind him. They're going to hand it back off to Juice, looking for room around the left side. Not a whole lot there. And they're going to say no gain on the play, so that'll bring us back to 2nd and 10.
And so good drives thus far. But what we talked about in pregame, we got to be able to finish. We got to get into the end zone. We had a missed field goal earlier. Not that we don't want to send a kicking unit back out there, but we need to get in the end zone.
Ari, play action. Looking on the near side, gets it to Pegues. He's hit after a gain of maybe 1. They'll give him 1. That'll bring up 3rd and 9. Nyland Jones with the tackle.
And so again, 3rd and 9, 3rd and long, crucial 3rd down in the red zone. Need to keep this drive extended or get in the end zone right here. This is a big momentum moment.
Offense stands up, looks to the sideline. Heatherly in at H-back. Gregg moves into the slot on the near side. 2 receivers to the far side. Play action. Under pressure, but Ari gets it out. He's got Gregg in the end zone for 6. Touchdowns, Lions!
Let's go. That's a great job right there by Patu. He took a shot as he was delivering the pass. Great job him staying in the pocket. And then, man, Noah Gregg has came out of nowhere this season. Just done a tremendous job all year long, specifically in the run blocking game. But as a receiver, all you young receivers out there, if you can do well in the run blocking game, you're going to get your opportunity in the pass game. And that's what we see out of Noah Gregg week in and week out. Super happy for that kid getting a touchdown, getting the Lions on the board.
Back-to-back years, a Brooks High product has scored a touchdown for the UNA Lions. Kobe Warden last season to Noah Gregg this season. Vashon's extra point is up and through. 3:40 to go in quarter number 1. We're tied back at 7, and it feels like a whole new ball game. The score was never that far away from UNA, but the momentum was about the distance from here to Conway. When we finally got it back on our side, and UNA able to punch it in for 6.
Yeah, and that was just a great drive. Really riding the run game there early. Offensive line did a really good job. We had, those first 3 plays. I mean, it was counter. You saw your guard tackle pull from right side to left side. Juice following behind him. Then you line up, NASCAR real quick. Same 2 guards pulling. 3rd play, same 2 guards pulling. That's a lot on those big guys to pull 3 times in a row, especially
in NASCAR.
In a NASCAR type scenario. And so kudos to the offensive line, doing a really good job. Ari Patu standing in the pocket, delivering a strike right there, and Noah Gregg running a great route, getting in the end zone, securing the catch, getting the Lions on the board.
We talked about it. 7 wins over the last 3 seasons. In those 7 wins, UNA has had 250-plus rushing yards. That's how UNA wins ball games.
Yeah, and they're able to control so much more. You're seeing more of these linebackers. They're scooting up in the box. They're playing heavy on their toes, and so that's going to open some pockets behind them in the pass game.
Vashon puts a boot into this one, and it will be brought in the end zone by Central Arkansas across the 10, bouncing it to the outside, trying to sidestep a man. And I believe that was Mark Dorsey. He'll be brought down short of the 20.
So good coverage right there. While we got a quick break, the teams change. Jordan, I had a friend of mine, former UNA Lion, Taylor Pontius, texted me a minute ago. Number 1, he called me out for not texting him back. And that's my bad. Number 2, he was giving some compliments to your hat, which is not the first time that we've heard that today. So shout out to Taylor Pontius, Lion legend kicker. Vashon actually set the school record for longest field goal which was previously held by Taylor Pontius, which was a game winner against Valdosta.
This one out of the hands of Myers and into nothing but the turf. Incomplete pass, 2nd and 10. Look, you see my hat if you're watching the digital stream. I designed this hat. I make these hats. So if you want one, if you know me, you can holler at me on Twitter. If not, if you know Jacob, he'll let you know. I'll get you one order. There's 3 different colors. I'm not here to sell hats. I don't make it. I've never made a penny off of them, okay? I don't charge anything more than what the hat costs me to make. But let me know. I'll get you one. 3 receivers to the near side, 2 receivers to the far side. So Myers back there by himself. And if you're a defensive lineman looking at this, you're foaming at the mouth.
Pin in your ears back.
You are foaming at the mouth. Now, you would imagine this is going to get out of the hands of Myers pretty quickly with an empty backfield. He's going to take a 2-step drop, step up into the pocket. He's going to be flushed out of the pocket and brought down right at the line of scrimmage. In on the tackle for the good guys, Avery Howard.
That was just a great job in the pass rush. Quarterback evades out of the pocket, slips out of the pocket, and Howard just does a really good job of tracking him down and getting his hands on him. You know, a lot of guys, they get scared to get their hands on the quarterbacks over there next to the sideline, which normally results in them getting a couple extra yards. But Howard wasn't. He got him down for a big-time stop.
Avery, a speedster, runs 22-plus miles an hour. He put on 15 pounds of muscle this offseason. So Austin Myers feeling that one. Play action, looking to the near side, and is there going to be a flag? No flag. Jermaine Ray on the defense. Intended receiver was Malachi Henry on the slant, and that's going to bring up 4th down. The momentum stays in the good guys in purple's hands. The bad guys in purple are on the other side.
Yeah, that's just a great job by the defense by continuing to keep that momentum, right? So the offense came out, had a really good drive, got in the end zone. That could have all changed if the defense would have let up a big drive, big touchdown, big score. But they didn't. They held their ground, put them in a 4th down. Now they're punting it away.
Justin Pegues stands at his own 35. And the punt is away from Trace Beard. It's going to be a short punt. Hits at the 45 and will be downed by Central Arkansas at the UNA 36. So a good drive resulting in 7 points last time the Lions were on the field. And they got the majority of those yards on the back of Juice Allen. We talked about it. And the big fellas leading the way. We'll see what UNA has in store on this drive.
Yeah, and again, talking about it, last drive we had number 72, your right tackle tonight, Whit Mitchum, and 51, Ryan Walker, your right guard. They were the 2 guys that did all the pulling and lead blocking for Juice Allen on those couple of big runs to start the drive.
Roderick Taylor Jr. in there to begin this drive off the right hip. And they will motion JD to the backfield, and it's going to be a keeper by Ari, who's going to be hit hard by Jacoby Shell right at the line of scrimmage. Gain of 1, they'll say, 2nd and 9.
Yeah, and Jacoby McQuiller, he was the guy that came, he blitzed off the edge, kind of showed blitz a little late. They had to pick him up, kind of disrupted the play, which didn't give much room on that one.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Taylor off the left hip of Ari once again. Man in motion, that's going to be Pegues. And they're going to hand this one to Taylor. And he's going to lower his shoulder, trying to get a couple yards on that carry. Check that. That was LT Sanders on the carry.
And just the inside zone run right there. Offensive line's got to do a little bit better a job of moving their guys, turning those hips. Those defensive linemen, they want to keep their hips square, because if their hips are square, they can redirect either way to tackle a running back trying to get through a hole. But if this offensive line can get those hips turned on the defensive line, it opens up some gaps like we saw Juice run through earlier.
3rd and 7, Sanders motions into the deep slot. Ari across the middle to LT. Is that going to be enough for a 1st down? It's going to be right at it. Yes, it is. That'll move the chains, and that's a Tracy Black 1st and sold. 1st down at Marmac Real Estate.
That's LT Sanders out of Gardendale, Alabama, played at Gardendale High School. Big conversion right there to keep this drive alive. You know, one thing that we've talked about in previous broadcasts, Jordan, is the 3rd down conversion percentage is such a crucial statistic.
They move the chains there. Going to run it again. Back to LT. LT making a man miss, will be hit at the 45 of Central Arkansas and suplexed down to the 44. 4 of Central Arkansas, and NASCAR still going here. 2nd and 2. Are they going to keep it on the ground again? Yes, they will. It'll be LT, and he has another first and sold first down, brought to you by Tracy Black and sold at Marmac Real Estate.
Yeah, and after that first down run, you saw LT look over the sideline. He was saying, run it again, run it again, run it again. He said, I want the ball. I want to get this first down, and just that he did.
LT Sanders, 3 seasons at Western Kentucky. And he's going to jump in the air, jump cut, make a man miss, but won't make the next 3 miss, as in on the tackle, Carmelo Allen, the redshirt freshman from Fortis High School. So at the end of 1, we're knotted up at 7. UNA driving here. It'll be 2nd and 11 when we return. You're listening to UNA Lion Football on the UNA Sports Network.
Hey, big news. Football is back, and so is Pick 6. Starting at $19.99 at Buffalo Wild Wings. This is the ultimate meal for 2, with 2 entrees, 2 sides, and 2 drinks. Pick between boneless wings and any of our 26 sauces and seasoning, spicy, sauced, or grilled crispy chicken dippers, and hand-smashed double-stacked all-American cheeseburgers with sides of fries, tots, and potato wedges. Pick 6 meal for 2 for a limited time. Pricing may vary by region. See server for details. Tax fees extra, not valid with other discounts or offers.
Simpson's Collision Repair has 3 body shops in the Shoals area, and all are operated by 3 brothers. The quality of work and commitment to satisfaction, combined with ongoing training, state-of-the-art equipment, and expert staff, your vehicle is fixed the way it should be. Located on Helton Drive in Florence, Highway 72 in Killen, and Cox Boulevard in Sheffield, Simpson's Collision. You'll notice and appreciate the difference. Proud sponsor of UNA Athletics.
Need a reason to switch? We'll give you 1,000. Switch in just minutes and start earning up to $1,000. There's never been a better time to switch to the stability and community of Lister Hill Credit Union. Enjoy the amenities of the modern banking experience, plus the convenience of local branches with smart ATMs and the best member service around. Need a reason to switch? We'll give you 1,000 at Lister Hill Credit Union. Switch today at listerhill.com/1000.
Join the University of North Alabama's Lions Athletic Club today. The Lions Athletic Club is the official booster club of the athletics department and provides increased scholarship opportunities, facility improvements, and operational expense support. Members of the Lions Athletic Club are eligible for priority seating at football and basketball events and access to hospitality areas at select sporting events. Membership begins at $300. Call 256-765-4615 or visit roarlions.com for more information.
And welcome back, Lion fans. We just concluded the first quarter with a score knotted up at 7-7. Central Arkansas came out, had a big hit on UNA to start the game on the first offensive play for UNA, which stunted that drive, and then they were able to get the ball back, throw a bomb of a pass down to the half-yard line, and then rumbled their way into the end zone on the next play. UNA answered a couple drives later with a big touchdown pass from Ari Patu to Noah Gregg. Shoals native Noah Gregg played at Brooks High School. Looking at a couple stats from the first quarter, we've got rushing yards. Central Arkansas, 7 carries for 38 yards. UNA, 16 carries for 63 yards. Jordan, we talked about that. Loads during the pregame of how crucial this run game is for UNA. In the passing department, we've got Central Arkansas 2 of 4 for 62 yards. Got UNA at 5 of 6 for 43 yards. And we've just seen some really highs and lows from this UNA team thus far. You know, we've seen some really great plays, really good drives, especially the drives as of late, moving the ball down the field, doing a really good job on defense. But we've seen, and what we talked about in pregame, is those couple of small things, whether it's penalties, turnovers, whatever the case is, that can really stunt this team in a hurry.
The ground game has been extremely effective for the Lions. Let's see if they stick with it here. 2nd and 11. Juice back in there. Ari's going to get it to him out of the backfield. Little swing pass. Juice bounces off a would-be tackler. He's across the 30, across the 20. One man to beat. He'll be driven out of bounds across the 10. Big-time chain move. That's a Tracy Black first and sold first down at Marmac Real Estate. That's a chain mover through the air, but it goes to the running backs. It's playmakers, but hold on a second. Laundry on the field.
Looks like KJ Fields has his helmet off again. I don't know if it got ripped off again like it did last time. Ari Batu definitely pointing in the direction of it being on UCA. A nice little swing pass out there. Juice Allen definitely felt the heat from number 99 from Central Arkansas. Carmelo Allen, big defensive lineman, 6'3", 245, was chasing him down.
Play was really set up there by Juice, bouncing off a would-be tackler like a bowling ball, and then turning the Jets on.
Yeah, he's just so tough.
And
So tough.
He's not a big guy. So both of those penalties against Central Arkansas, and they'll tack that on. And UNA will take this snap from the Central Arkansas 4.
Yeah, and so it looks like KJ Fields has just found himself in a couple of positions thus far tonight where UCA has committed some personal fouls against him, and you can see that he's definitely fired up. He's excited. He's juiced up, got a lot of energy. He's just got to make sure that that stays in the good department, not the bad, right? So he's had a couple times his helmet ripped off by the other team. That can be frustrating, even though they called the penalty and it's going our way. You can't let that affect you. You can't let that come back and be a retaliatory penalty on us later.
Look at this matchup here. Tanaka Scott, 6'5", 215, being defended by Damari Smith, 5'11", 180. That's a generous 5'11". So if you're going through the air, that's a matchup to watch. Man in motion, that's KJ from right to left. He's going to get the handoff, trying to burn the corner. Does he? He does! Yes! Touchdown Lions! In for 6! KJ earns it the hard way, the whole way down, and he's rewarded in the end.
I love that play call so much. You know, KJ, he hasn't really gotten the ball much at all today. That might actually be his first touch of the game, but he's done such a good job blocking. And because he's done such a good job blocking, the other team's been committing penalties on him because they're so frustrated at how good he's blocking. And so I love the play call to hand it to him and let him race to the corner of the end zone and get in there for a score.
And on to attempt the extra point for UNA. The snap, the hold, the kick is up and through, and that's Chandler Dixon, the freshman kicker from right here in Florence. He sent plenty footballs through those exact uprights. 14:31 to go here before halftime. UNA takes the lead from Central Arkansas. Time for us to take a timeout. You're listening to UNA Lion Football on the UNA Sports Network.
Hi, this is Ike Fowler with Alabama Health Guidance. At AHG, we specialize in Medicare education and Medicare health plans. Just like the UNA Lions, we understand the importance of teamwork. So if you're nearing retirement, going on Medicare for the first time, or just want to review your current Medicare plan, give us a call at 256-648-5710 or stop by our office at 885 Florence Boulevard. That's 256-648-5710. Roar Lions.
At Lawn Pride of Northwest Alabama, we offer a comprehensive range of lawn care services designed to address the needs of homeowners. From routine maintenance to specialized treatments, we have the expertise and resources to ensure your lawn remains healthy and vibrant year-round. Let our lawn professionals take the job off your hands and create the lawn that meets your need. Contact us today to get a free estimate by visiting lawnpride.com/Northwest Alabama or by calling 938-410-5012. Searching for a way to add more space to your life? Midgard Self-Storage has the storage solution you're looking for. Our Florence, Alabama self-storage facilities offer a wide selection of unit sizes designed to meet your unique needs. Whether you're clearing space in your garage, adding a nursery, or expanding your business, you'll find the ideal features to simplify your experience with a storage unit at Midgard Self-Storage. Explore our unit sizes and prices to learn more about the Florence storage options at MidgardSelfStorage.com.
$14-7, 14:31 to go here before the half. Join us at UNA Football Night at Lost Pizza Shoals. Hear from members of the coaching staff and players as they take you inside the UNA football program. If you can't join us live, you can catch every episode right here on the Varsity app and all UNA Athletics social media platforms. Let's go down to our sideline reporter, Chase Glover. He's got an update on Justin Luke.
Hey, Jordan Jacob. I was watching Justin Luke down here earlier, who went down on the field, came off, went in the tent for just half a second. Then he got onto the bike, came back out onto the field, hit a huge kick return, but then he's been back on the bike, just something to monitor and watch. When I asked him about it, he said, hey, why didn't you guys tell me the punt returner was so small when he went in for the tackle? So he seems okay in spirits, but something to watch out with that knee.
Thank you, Chase. We appreciate that. Chase Glover, our sideline reporter all season long. Ian Vachon on to kick this one away for the Lions.
Yeah, and so this momentum has swung back. You can hear it in the stands, that last drive. Fans really getting behind this UNA offense.
Mark Dorsey, Dylan Williams to return, and this one will hit in the end zone for a touchback.
Had a great drive, last drive. Defensively, doing a good job of making tackles. First time contact is made, making the tackle, getting him to the ground, forcing Myers out of the pocket, getting him uncomfortable, not letting him beat us in the scramble game. Need to continue to see this on this drive as well.
3 receivers to the near side. In the gun, Myers hands this one off to Chambers, looking for room around the right side. Somebody's got his ankles, and he might have gained 1.
They were all over the place right there, and by they, I mean the Purple Swarm. Just not a single place that run could have went and been successful.
So they're actually going to say he lost 1 on that carry. So that'll bring up 2nd and 11. Clock ticking, 14:06 to go. The Lions with a 7-point lead. Play action. Myers looking down the field. He's going to air this one out. The UNA defender has the Central Arkansas wide receiver beat. You've got to be kidding me. And Tyrell Pollard will haul it in as he just steps in front of the defender, Devon Martin, and carries it in for 6.
Yeah, I really, whenever the quarterback released that ball, Devon Martin had a couple steps. He was still behind the receiver or ahead of the receiver, whichever way you want to look at it. He was in really good position, so I was really confused as to why the quarterback was letting that one rip. But just a great individual effort by Tyrell Pollard to go up, grab that, and finish it out for a score.
Jones' extra point is good. 13:52 to go here in the first half. Two big pass plays in the first half. Big pass plays. We're going to take a timeout. You're listening to UNA Lion Football on the UNA Sports Network.
Imagine a bank where you feel at home. Real people living right here in your community are the heart of and everything we do. You have our commitment to bring the people, ideas, and resources together that create a stronger community full of endless potential. For over 75 years, we've served this place we all call home. Bank Independent. We're invested in you. Member FDIC.
Florence Utilities offers several ways to view and pay your utility bill. Log into your account to sign up for paperless, auto pay, text pay, and more to make your life easier. Want to continue receiving a paper bill but would also like an electronic bill notification? Sign up for text pay or add your email address to your account. To take advantage of these convenient ways to view and pay your utility bill, visit florenceal.org and select Utilities to register for an account. or call 256-760-6512 for more information.
Another exciting year of UNA athletics is here. Don't miss any of the action. Become a season ticket holder today. Season tickets are available for soccer, volleyball, football, basketball, baseball, and softball. Don't wait until the last second. Avoid the lines, reserve your seats, and support the pride. Visit RoarLions.com or call 256-765-5466 to find out when season tickets go on sale.
13-52 to go here before half. Today's game is brought to you in part by United Community Bank, located on Tennessee Street in downtown Florence. United Community Bank, built on service, focused on you. Through the air, big time, 2 plays here in this first half that have just sucked the life out of Brawley Stadium.
Yeah, and you know, you hate it because you were in good coverage right there. You were in the position to make the play. But Tyrell Pollard just had a really great individual effort right there. I mean, you look at this, you know, a 76-yard pass and a 56-yard pass, that's 132. So 132 of Myers' 138 passing yards have came off of 2 plays, 2 big plays. Just chucking the ball deep and their receivers going to work and coming down with it.
Got to give the offensive line some chops for good protection on those 2 big plays as well.
Yeah, and you see the times that we've got after him. He's a little pooch kick.
Pooch kick brought in at the 30 by KJ Fields. Still on his feet. Hit shy of the 45. And this is where UNA will begin their offensive series with 13:46 to go in the first half at their own 44. So let's get some juice back in this stadium, mainly off the legs of Juice Allen. He has been phenomenal here in this first half. 7 carries, 56 yards, a long of 31. He's also got 2 catches for 48 yards. And the in-game stats brought to you by Club Tails, the original cocktail in a can. I'm tired of saying it. You're tired of hearing it. But when UNA runs the football, they have success. And it's not even that. When UNA puts the ball in Juice Allen's hands, they have success. But Juice isn't even out there. They're going to go to J.D. on this one. J.D. looking for room around the right edge. Loses the football. And Central Arc recovers at the UNA 45. Dadgummit. I mean, what a tackle by Central Arc. He put his face mask on the nose of that football. UNA had a little sugar huddle, a la Gus Malzahn. The skill guys got into position. The offensive line got up there trying to go semi-quickly. And they gave it to J.D., the speedster, who did turn the corner, but just a great tackle and recovered by Jacoby McQuiller. And possession back to Central Arkansas in plus territory here.
Yeah, we talked about it pregame, Jordan. Turnovers, you know, just giving the other team an opportunity to get in there and score.
2 receivers to the near side, and this is going to go into the hands of the bowling ball, McCown. Chapman McCown, 5'7", 190, formerly of Oklahoma, from Norman, Oklahoma. A sophomore running back.
Yeah, and so, you know, defense has to step up big right here. You had a big play last drive. Offense turned it over. Again, you got to find some sort of foothold. You got to stick that heel down in the dirt, get some sort of foothold, and get it pushed back the right direction.
Goggins on the tackle for the Lions. Myers sends a man in motion. That's the tight end, Kalen Juniel. Coming to the near side is Myers. Lets this one fly, and was it hauled in inbounds? It was. What a catch there by Ty Durham. Yeah, and that's going to move the chains.
That was a really good job by Myers. He got flushed out of the pocket. We had some great pressure on him. Got flushed out of the pocket. Just looking, keeping his eyes down the field, finding his receiver Durham over there on the sideline. Just, you know, great job by Durham of tiptoeing that sideline, getting his feet down, and moving those sticks.
2 receivers split out way to the far side, 1 to the near side. Myers fake claps his hands together. He's got an H-back in there. McCown at running back. They're going to go to McCown. He's going to slip the first man, won't slip the next two. And that's going to be no gain on the play. And credit Tango McCauley on the tackle.
Tango McCauley, just a great job fitting in those run lanes. This running back, McCown, he can be very elusive. He's not a big guy. You saw that on the punt return earlier. He can squeeze through some cracks. So great job by Tango McCauley.
Myers claps his hands together. Back to McCown, looking for room around the left side. He's got room, has the first down, spins away from the first tackler, and will be hit and brought down eventually by Linnell Cunningham, but the chains are going to move again.
And I know Landon Chambers is kind of their top guy in the backfield, but you can definitely see why Chapman McCown.
He's fun to watch.
You can see why he got some looks and went to the University of Oklahoma out of high school. He's definitely shifty, definitely got some speed and quickness and good vision.
They're going to go back here with Chambers in the backfield. In the gun, Myers takes the snap, looking downfield, and the UNA defender falls down, and thank the good Lord above he did, because I might have been able to catch that pass had it been on the mark, intended for Tyrell Pollard, just out of his reach. And I believe that was Jermaine Ray.
Yeah, Jermaine Ray Jr. on the coverage. Looks like he just simply slipped.
Sometimes the football gods are on your side. On that play, they were. I don't know if he got crossed up on his own feet. He was looking down. I don't know what happened there, but it doesn't matter. It's an incomplete pass, and that's all that really matters. 11:19 to go here before half. Myers changes the play, steps up, now back to his original position, takes the snap, hands this one off to Chambers, running between the tackles, still on his feet, and into the end zone for 6, and Central Arkansas, like that, takes the lead right back from the Lions.
I don't even know what some of those would-be tacklers were doing. He just kind of tiptoed his way through everybody. Nobody really took a shot at trying to tackle him. That was just, it was weird to watch. But a great run, great scoring play for Central Arkansas.
Caleb Jones on for the extra point attempt. It's up. It's good. 11-11. Make a wish. 21-14. Central Arkansas. So here in just a second, before this kick, I want to go to our sideline reporter, Chase Glover, just letting him know we're coming to him. But, again, momentum, it's just been sucked out of the stadium. And I want to go down to Chase and ask him, Chase, earlier you said the sideline was still hyped, still jumping around. Is that still the same feeling, or are you starting to feel maybe a change on the sideline?
Jordan, I can't lie. Some of the defenders are hanging their heads. Another big pass down the field from the Bears. Number 6 is kind of hanging his head a little bit, wondering how he came up with that catch. I mean, it is SportsCenter top 10 worthy if you get to see it live. But a little change of momentum. Dearman is still out here, though, imploring his people, hey, it's not a problem. Pick it back up. There's no bashing of each other. Definitely after J.D. fumbled, it's hey, let's pick it back up. Let's get back to it, and let's do it again.
Thank you, Chase. So what do you think? What do you think, Jacob? What's on your mind?
Jordan, it's kind of what we talked about in the pregame. We've seen some really good performances, some really good, efforts, really good plays, really good drives from both sides of this UNA team this year. But it just never fails that there's always one or two big plays, and in this case, in this first half, we've really had 3 big plays, the 2 passes and then the fumble right there by Daniel, that just derail any good progress that we've made up to this point. And so it's kind of weird to think about, because what we see on 85-90% of plays is really good football.
Yeah.
But it's that 10 to 15% of the plays every game that end up putting us in a hole somewhere down the line. So it's really confusing to watch because the talent is there, the ability's there, the coaches obviously have really good game plans. It's just that 10 to 15% that I can't wrap my head around why we consistently see that week in and week out.
I love playing golf. Golf is something that I picked up just before COVID, and I play as much as I can. So I watch a lot of golf content on YouTube, and one of the things that always stuck with me is there's not that big of a difference between a PGA Tour level golfer and your average weekend guy who's been playing for a while. The biggest difference is those 10 or 15% of shots that go awry.
Yeah.
A bad golfer like myself is going to hit one into the water, and then the second one's also going to go into the water, so now I'm dropping for 6 on a par 3. A professional hits one in the water, the next one they end up getting 2 yards from the cup. So it's all about how bad is your bad.
Right.
And the best football teams out there's bad is so much better than just about everybody they play. Luke will bring this kickoff in. He will hurdle a man and get across the 25 up to the 27. I got to be honest with you. I know Luke's hurting. Chase talked about him going to the sideline, riding the bike in between action, and he's been really good in the kick return game today.
Yeah, and this UNA coaching staff, special teams coordinator, must have obviously seen something that he's been able to scheme up and design because they're just consistently getting – I mean, they're one block right there away from busting that one and it being another huge gain. So they figured out something on this kickoff return.
Ari back in there again. They're going to hand this one off to Juice Allen. He's not going to get a whole lot as he'll be ridden down from the backside by Gary Lewis, the 6'2", 235-pound defensive lineman who's already made his presence felt in this game a couple times.
Yeah, and so UNA's done a really good job of riding this run game thus far. I do think they need to mix in some more play action, some of the play action quick throws right behind those linebackers.
You've got them trying to sell out to stop the run. Now you got to go off of that. They'll motion Juice out of the backfield, and they'll go to Pegues. He'll haul it in across the 25, short of the 30, down, check that, up to the 28, and that'll bring up 3rd and medium.
And so this is a big play right here. This is a big third down conversion. I know I say that on every third down, but every third down's big. But you're fighting to keep this UCA offense off the field. So you've got to find some way to convert this, keep the chains moving, keep the drive going, and find a way to get in the end zone.
You really want to come away with points here. And they're going to target KJ Fields. He'll haul it in just shy of the line to gain a first down.
They gave it to him.
Did they give it to him? They did. The chains move. That's a first and sold first down brought to you by Tracy Black and sold at Marmac Real Estate. There's a little bit of momentum. Maybe we can do something to get these Lion fans on their feet. Big crowd here today. And going quickly are the Lions as Juice
got some UCA defenders flopping after the play. I'm going to call him out, Mark Dorsey. That was a flop. Number 1, plays cornerback.
Juice, no gain on that touch. And that'll bring up 2nd and 10 from the Central Arkansas 35. Working on this near hash mark, UNA has switched directions. They are now going right to left here at Brawley, heading towards the Jumbotron. Ari in the gun. Play action. Dropping back, airing it out, looking for KJ. Oh, KJ into and out of his hands. Good defense being played there by Dorsey. But that would have been a Hall of Fame type catch had he been able to bring that in.
Yeah, and I'm kind of on the KJ Fields train right now, just seeing how the impact he's made in this game with his blocking that has led to extremely frustrated Central Arkansas defenders who have then ripped his helmet off twice. And so I'm on the KJ Fields train right now. I would love to see him get the rock more. I think that was a pretty good back shoulder throw by Ari, but that's a tough throw and catch. No matter how well you place it, it's still a tough catch.
But that looked like a good play. Ari dropping back And almost got that one intercepted. Had Tanaka, his intended receiver was Tanaka. Tanaka had not turned around to see it yet, and it was into and out of the hands of Dude Person.
Yeah, it looked like they were running 4 verts out of trips, which means Tanaka, him being the number 3 receiver, he should have been running a deep crosser or an over route. And so the 2 receivers were kind of jumbled up right there. Safety didn't really have to make a decision because they were both in the same area.
So Adam Watford on the boot this one away. Chapman McCown, the punt returner. Curry's snap is good. Watford puts his right leg into this one. Good punt. Chapman still drifting back. He'll haul it in and then run backwards. Haul it in at his own
great punt
13 and then ran backwards out of bounds at his own 10. What a punt there by Adam Watford.
Yeah, that's a boom right there, and we talk very highly of Adam Watford every time because he hasn't given us a reason not to yet, and so that was just a boom of a punt. You see a couple of guys celebrating with him down there on the sideline. That's a big play. Flips the field. Now Central Arkansas has got a long way to go. They've got 88 yards. They've got to go now to get back into the end zone right here.
So they'll say he went out of bounds at his own 12. Let's get you some yardage on that one. Adam Watford, by the way, secretly jacked. You don't see a lot of jacked punters. He's a jacked punter the Lions have there. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Myers in the gun with Chambers off his left hip. And that is not Chambers, but it's going to be a play-action pass. Myers got arms around him, and he's down! Big-time sack for the Lions.
That's just a great job right there. Man, that was big. Number 57, Fred Veely, tracking him down and bringing him down behind the line of scrimmage. Big-time sack right there. Big-time sack by this UNA defense. And Fred Veely ended up being the one making the sack, but that was kudos to that whole defensive line. They had Myers just all messed up back there in the backfield.
That was Cam Young, not Landon Chambers in at running back. Young still in there. So big Fred Veely bringing him down. Fred Veely playing linebacker now.
Wow.
Doesn't even have his hand down. And did Central Ark jump? Veely shaking his head as if they did. They did. That'll back them up some more.
And so we see sometimes these, especially these rush ins, kind of guys kind of like Fred Veely, really fast, really athletic, defensive lineman. They'll move them to what they call kind of that sniffer position. He's lined up as a linebacker. He's not necessarily playing pass, right? He's more of a quarterback spy, or they can use that to pull off or disguise different kinds of stunts and
delayed
twists,
blitz or whatever,
blitz like thing. That's very strategic.
And this is going to be a handoff to Young, and he's going to push forward for a gain of 2, and that'll bring up 3rd and a country mile.
Yeah, you just gotta be really, really mindful in the pass game right here, right? Getting in position, making plays, not getting beat deep.
So UNA will bring in their 3rd and long pass defense here. A couple extra defensive backs as Veely comes to the sideline. Empty backfield for Myers. 5 receivers, 3 to the far side, 2 to the near side. No tight ends, no H-back. So, again, the defensive line pinning their ears back. And now they'll move a man in motion. The ball is snapped, and Myers has to fall on it at the 2. Don't care what happened, but it was good for the Lions. And that's going to push them way back. 4th and forever.
Yeah, Myers was trying to get his running back set up on the right side, and I guess the center just misheard him, thought he said the special word, the cadence, and he snapped it, and Myers wasn't ready for it, just had to fall on it.
Lucky that one didn't end up in the end zone.
Very lucky, very lucky.
So Trace Beard on to punt this one away in the shadow of his own goalpost. Won't get much of a foot behind it, and it will hit at the 40, and Pegues will pick it up at the 50 and be brought down immediately.
And I like a little, don't throw it at him.
Bryson Adamo with the tackle. 6:12 to go here. So a good defensive stand there, little luck with the snap that hit off Myers' chest. And not a fantastic punt, but he didn't have much room to get anything into it. I mean, he was typically they stand, about 10, 12 yards away?
Yeah,
12 to 14? And there he was about 8 yards.
Right. And, I'm glad Peace picked up that punt and didn't let it continue to roll. I wish he would have just fell on it rather than picked it up and tried to do something.
Pegues in motion from right to left. Patu steps up in the pocket and intercepted. Intended receiver was Noah Gregg, had his face cut, and that was Mark Dorsey with the interception. Dadgummit.
And so that was just a bang 8 post route right there by Noah Gregg. He did get shoved inside by the defender, which is not a big deal. Should be fine. Does mess up the timing just a little bit. And you saw Patu had to step up in the pocket, slide up in the pocket, tried to put a little touch on it, but you got to know there's nobody over the top right there. So just put a little air under it, get it over that defender, and let your receiver go make a play. But again, another something that happens that takes away from the good that we just built. It's what we continue to see week in and week out.
So the Central Arkansas offense gets the ball with 6:05 to go before half. They lead by 7, 21-14. 2 receivers to the far side, 2 men in the backfield. Myers going to air this one out and into and out of the hands of Malachi Smith. And a late flag comes in. Travis Collier on the defense. And that's going to be pass interference as Henry kind of got tangled up with Collier, who never got his head around on that one.
Yeah, and that's what it was. Myers threw that ball out there quick, and in man coverage, that's kind of tough. Your eyes are on the receiver. You're tracking him, and so you don't necessarily know the ball's coming until you have kind of that internal clock in your head, or you see the receiver's eyes start to get big. That tells you the ball is coming. And so Collier just wasn't able to pick up on that and ended up getting in the way.
Myers in the gun is going to hand this one to Chambers, looking for him around the left side, steps over one man, and will eventually be brought down after a good gain on that carry. Seth Hampton in on the tackle for the Lions.
So moved it into Lions territory.
Across the 50, back to Chambers. Lowers his shoulder, dives forward, and has enough for the first down to the UNA 41. Central Arkansas working quickly here.
And as this half starts to wind down, remember that UCA won the toss, deferred to the second half, so they will be getting the ball coming out of halftime.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. It's going to be play action. Myers dropping back, sidesteps a man and just gets it out of his hands. Ty Durham was the intended receiver. You could hear the coaches beside us saying pass as soon as they saw Central Arkansas line up. They've seen that set before.
Yeah, we had some great pressure right there. Myers did a really good job of evading the blitzer. D. Robinson moving up in the pocket, just kind of altered his angle of the throw a little bit, so he kind of left a little wide right there. But good job getting pressure on the quarterback.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side, and a false start, I would assume. And the right guard stood up and immediately started running to the sideline. He knew it was on him.
He knew that he wasn't getting a second chance.
Landon Bridges.
I know that young man's frustrated, and you only get so many opportunities, in this game. But he did. He went straight to the sideline.
That backs him up 5. They hand it to Chambers, looking for room to the UNA sideline. He's going to stiff arm Dilworth and gain all that yardage that he just lost back and then some, getting down to the UNA 27.
That was, number 30, Drake Fowler, on the missed tackle, had a chance to tackle him right there kind of near the line of scrimmage. Just kind of dove at his legs. Drake was the one that missed a tackle earlier on the touchdown run.
Back to Chambers. And he won't spin away from the first man to put hands on him there. First contact was DeMarcus Robinson.
Followed up by Seth Hampton. Those are the 2 guys that we highlighted in the pregame. I mean, if those guys get their hands on you,
you're going down.
You're going down.
So no gain on that carry. as Chapman McCown into the ball game now. Coming up at the half, broadcast production specialist Grant Wakefield takes us inside the new athletic programs joining the fold here at UNA. One of which being women's flag football, which is on the rise.
Yeah,
it's exciting.
I'm excited to hear what Grant's got for us.
So the Bears will take a 30-second timeout. We'll keep it here. 3:42 to go. And at this point, where the field position is, given the interception, all of that, you really would feel like it's a win if you can come away with giving up just 3.
Yeah, and you know, just considering how this game has gone, you know, the turnovers, the penalties against UNA, just really taking the air out of the sails. And again, if you eliminate, if you're watching the game film after this game, and you take out 4 plays, you're sitting there saying UNA must have been up by 50 at halftime.
Right.
How they're playing, because it's really good. Seeing a lot of really good things out of them, but you've got a couple turnovers, you got a couple of big penalties, and it's just it's like you do so much to build up the good, get the momentum going. You had the lead, despite having the couple of plays there at the beginning of the game, four probably worst plays you could have started out with, and they were able to claw back, get the momentum, get the lead.
Back to it here. Play action. Myers airing it out. And no, into and out of the hands of Malachi Henry. And Travis Collier on the defense for the Lions.
Yeah, and thankful that the receiver dropped it. Malachi Henry thankfully dropped it. Collier was beat right there. I mean, just call it how I see he was beat. Collier just didn't do, Henry just didn't do a good job of tracking the ball into his hands. So something, there needs to be some conversations at halftime of what we got to do in this coverage, these different deep balls, how they're taking these deep ball shots, how we're defending it. We've got to figure out something come halftime.
Nickel coverage here. Myers, quarterback keeper. The draw play, still on his feet and will slide down across the 15. And they got flags flying everywhere as that's going to be a late hit. Then we've got a little scrum right at midfield after the play.
It's
Cam Jamar in there. Myers, to be fair to the UNA defense, slid really late.
He did, and that's the thing about it. If you were to go back and watch this clip, this play, the defender wasn't even taking a shot. He was just already in forward motion. He had his momentum going forward, his weight going forward, and so when the quarterback slides, you can't just magically reverse that.
Right.
And I mean, you saw he even put his hands down on the ground like he wasn't finishing through the tackle. The back judge, the one who threw the flag, first, and as happily as he did, he didn't have a great look at it. From his angle, he couldn't see that the defender had let up.
You've got all the referees and officials having a meeting in the middle of the field at the 20, trying to sort out what all happened there. Not a whole lot of confrontation, more of just a, hey, yeah, wise guy. Like everybody right up together. Didn't see a whole lot of pushing, shoving. Nobody's helmet got ripped off, anything like that.
Well, it wasn't a dirty play, and so what happens after that? Typically, especially if it happens to a quarterback, your offensive linemen are going to be the first guys there to defend him, and it's like as they should.
Yeah.
It's like they felt like they had to, but then the guy, they were like, "What? I didn't even do anything." It looked bad, but I didn't do anything.
So the officials still meeting here. 3:30 to go. 21-14 your score. Central Arkansas with the lead, and Jeremy Tate. So they're going to flag Cam Jamar for targeting.
And we're going to get to see the replay here in stadium on the big screen. Hopefully they'll play it back for us.
A couple holding penalties against Central Arkansas there.
And if I heard that, was it on the same guy? Did I hear that correctly?
2 holding penalties on the same guy?
2 holding penalties on the same guy.
The second one was declined, obviously.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if we're going to get a look at it on the big screen, but I just don't see how they go through with targeting on this. But regardless,
I mean, what is to keep, what was the quarterback, Kenny Pickett, when he was at Pittsburgh, he did the fake slide.
Did the fake slide.
I mean, what are you, in today's football, where, look, I am all for player safety. There's a lot of things that happen that I'm in favor of because it keeps kids safer. But you can't play defense hardly anymore. And I sound like your boomer granddad talking about this. I get it. I don't want Vontez Burfict knocking out Antonio Brown. I don't want that type of football. That's unsafe football. That leads to a lifetime of traumatic brain injuries, things of that nature. But if you can't even tackle a live runner who decides he's going to go down late, what is Cam Jamar supposed to do on that play? Explain it to me. Somebody tell me what he's supposed to do.
I don't know. And like you said, I know these rules have been implemented for the safety of the athletes, and that's what we all want. I think there could be a time where maybe you think about, which is just going to put more judgment calls on the referees who already have enough judgment calls and have a hard enough job calling the game, but you got to think about malicious intent. Maybe it's not as much as the contact as it is what was the intent behind it, and but you can also have guys that don't have any malicious intent behind it, and they make a hit that's very unsafe and very, very scary for some guys. And so it's tough. It's a rock and hard place. Just growing up on the football that we grew up watching,
right?
And many others before us, and for the rule changes, and the rule changes are made for the player safety in mind. And that's a really tough job for these referees to enforce on the field. Thankfully, the replay system replaying the targeting calls, that used to not be a thing.
So the Boo Birds make a little bit of noise here at Brawley Stadium. Cam Jamar ejected from the football game for targeting. But at this point, I mean, if you're a quarterback or if you're any position player, just when you're about to get tackled, take an extra step and just slide down. I mean, it's like at this point, it's almost like a flop in basketball. Mm-hmm. If you can get away with something good for your team, why not take advantage of it?
Yeah, it's just that's tough because now Cam Jamar, he misses the rest of this game and the first half of the next game.
He should be good, right? Because we're still in the first half.
You're right. You're right.
So he'll miss the first half, and then so he should be good
because
for
it's
next week.
Two halves,
right?
And this last 3 minutes 30 seconds does count as a half.
That's the only bright spot is he won't miss the next game, which is there's got to be a better way to go about that rule.
Right.
I mean, punishing somebody the next game for something that happened in this one. Yeah. But we can't fix that right now. 1st and 10, Central Arkansas, needing something good to happen. Myers going to air this one out. There we go. Offensive pass interference should be the call on this one.
Nope. They're calling on the defense.
Are you serious, Devon Martin?
Yep.
Malachi Henry pushed him down in the back. Martin lost his footing. Next thing you know, Malachi Henry stiff-arming him to the turf. I guess they're going to say Devon put hands on him. That's going to move the chains and give Central Arkansas another set of first downs. I'll tell you what, if you're a Bears fan, you cannot be upset with this officiating.
No, absolutely not.
Things have went their way today. Chambers spins away from a man, still on his feet, spins away from another, in for 6, touchdown Central Arkansas.
Yeah, and you kind of you knew that was coming at some point, right? I mean, they just been kind of ushered all the way down the field, and which not taking anything away from Central Arkansas athletes. Great run, great scoring drive. Just at some point you start to ask the question of, how do we mitigate this? We're getting these penalties called on us, not necessarily sure, the backing behind those penalties as to what exactly it was, but
so after the play, a flag flies in, unsportsmanlike on Central Arkansas. That'll be enforced on the kick. Jones on for the extra point attempt. You need something here. Blocked extra point, something to get a little momentum on your side heading into the half, and they won't get a block extra point. It'll split the uprights down the middle.
Well, you got 3 minutes, 11 seconds to make something happen. Really would be huge to get another score in right here, at the least a field goal. Because just remembering that coming out of the half, Central Arkansas does get the ball. What you don't want to do is give Central Arkansas another shot at the end zone this half, right? So either you go down and score, or you milk enough clock that they don't have a chance to throw one up and take a shot at the end zone.
Justin Luke back off the bike. And he'll go to the end zone and make a mark and then step up to the 10. Central Arkansas will be kicking this one
and again,
from their own 20.
Remember, we've had some really good returns. I could see Central Arkansas not wanting to kick it deep right here. But at the other side of the coin, they did get stepped back for the penalty. 15 yards, so they kind of need to kick it deep. But we've had a really good game plan, really good scheme on this kickoff return unit.
Tyler Madsen on to kick it away. Let's see what they do here. And they are going to kick it deep. Luke will field it at his own 18. He's across the 30, coming to the UNA sideline, and will be brought down at the 35. Around 15, 16 yards on the return. UNA still starting in negative territory here, but they've got 3 minutes and 4 seconds, 2 timeouts, the 2-minute timeout. So they've got some ways to stop the clock here. But you cannot go 3 and out.
Yeah, you want to score, but if you can't score, you at least have to milk the clock down to the halftime.
We'll see how conservative Morgan Cruz and Brent Dearman are on this offensive play calling series. Going to start off. Ari puts it in the belly of Juice Allen, pulls it out, pops it up in the air. He hauls it back in and will lose a yard.
Yeah, and so on that zone read right there, which is what we just saw, there's a rule of thumb is as a quarterback, as you're riding, so you stick the ball in the running back's pocket, and as you're riding with him, if you haven't made a decision by your front foot, you got to go ahead and give it, or things like that happen.
3 receivers to the near side. Get it out quickly to KJ Fields. Central Arkansas read that one like a book, and UNA will lose yardage on that one. In on the tackle for Central Arkansas.
Yeah, and so they tried to do a screen pass that's become highly popular, where they run a running back in motion flat out to the outside. It really seems like as a quarterback, you're going to throw it out to that running back in motion. But what happens is that number 2 receiver, he kind of steps up and intercepts the swing pass, so to say, to set up a tunnel screen.
That's going to take us to the 2-minute timeout. 28-14, Central Arkansas has the lead. You're listening to UNA Lion Football on the UNA Sports Network.
Unity that when it comes to your finances, how do you define success? Knowing your bank has your financial future right on course? Having a banking partner that's ready with a plan when opportunity knocks? Or maybe it's a digital banking experience that puts everything at your fingertips, even at your daughter's soccer game. However you define success, United Community's trusted bankers are here for you. Success, it takes a community, a united community. Learn more at ucbi.com. Member FDIC.
The world is growing. How will you grow yours? At the University of North Alabama, we're dedicated to partnering with you in your journey to discover your passion and your potential and put it all into voted the best small college town in America by USA Today. Downtown Florence is home to our beautiful campus, bursting with opportunities to help you find your purpose. Learn more about how we can help you achieve your goals on campus or online at una.edu.
Simpson's Collision Repair has 3 body shops in the Shoals area, and all are operated by 3 brothers. The quality of work and commitment to satisfaction, combined with ongoing training, state-of-the-art equipment, and expert staff, your vehicle is fixed the way it should be. Located on Hilton Drive in Florence, Highway 72 in Killen, and Cox Boulevard in Sheffield, Simpson's Collision, you'll notice and appreciate the difference. Proud sponsor of UNA Athletics.
28-14, 2 minutes to go before the half. Coming up at the half, broadcast production specialist Grant Wakefield takes us inside the new athletic programs joining the fold here at UNA. We talked about it a little bit there, and I'm not a coach. I never have been a coach. I'm not a motivator. It just seems like UNA has a tough time, and this is not a criticism of Brent Dearman or any coach, whatever, but when momentum shifts happen, really good football teams don't let that affect them that much. And it just seems today like whenever those big momentum shifts have gone against UNA, they haven't been able to recover extremely quickly.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right, and it's not solely placed on coaches, but a large portion of it is. These are things that are coached, they're taught. You recruit guys that you feel like have the mentality that can handle that.
Ari under pressure, he just has to throw this one out of bounds. And that'll bring up 4th and long. And with the pressure, Travion Taylor from Russellville, Arkansas, comes into this one. First in tackles for loss in the United Athletic Conference. And you can see why right there. He's got some speed, got his hands on the UNA quarterback. So Chapman McCown on to return this punt by Adam Watford, who put a boot and a half in the last one. And puts a boot and a half into this one too. McCown fields it at his own 21, sidesteps a man. Uh-oh. He's across the 40, still on his feet, brought down across the 50. And Chapman McCown not only with the wheels, but he's able to just shed tackles. So a great punt by Adam Watford is met with an equally great return.
Yeah, that was a great job by number 27, Camden Allison, on the tackle, tracking him down from behind. He missed a tackle earlier in the play, but had the wherewithal to get back on his horse, track him down, prevent what would have possibly been a touchdown. There was one man. Watford was the last guy left standing. So now great field position for Central Arkansas. Minute 40 left in the half. They've got another opportunity to go up 3 scores going into halftime.
We'll have some thoughts from Coach Dearman at the half. Those thoughts brought to you by State Farm agents Steve Pierce and Bill Alexander. So, first play of the offensive series for Myers and company goes to Landon Chambers. And he's going to gain 6. They'll say 7, 2nd and 3 in UNA territory. Back to Chambers. And still pushing forward. Walter Goggins, the Deschler product on the tackle, but the chains move and the clock keeps ticking. Well, actually, it'll stop as the chains move. Then it will begin ticking on the referee's signal. And it has 1:13, 1:12, 1:11. Clock is your friend as long as it's in motion if you're a UNA fan. Myers, play action, dropping back. He's had success airing it out. He's going to do it again. Malachi Henry, touchdown.
Yeah,
Jacob, I don't know.
That was number 9, B.J. Dilworth on the coverage. Looked like he tried to commit pass interference and couldn't even do that well enough to keep him from catching it. Another long throwing catch.
I mean, at that point, would you not rather just lay the guy out? I mean, that's awful. That's awful football etiquette, but.
I mean, it's almost like, you think about basketball. If you're going to foul a guy going up for a layup, you might as well foul him hard enough that he's not going to get an and one kind of thing.
Jones. Extra point. Is good. 55 seconds to go here before the break. We talked about it in the pregame. The run defense has been really good. Passing defense has been behind the run defense this season. And that has been on display full force today. Your front seven have been really, really good all season. But I'll say this. On those long passing plays, Myers has had time to build a small house for himself back there. His offensive line is playing really well today.
Yeah, and they're able to kind of scheme this up because I mean it's not like they're running complex route concepts or route trees. They're just running deep fades, deep posts, just deep balls, and Myers is
and
just
they're in one-on-one.
sitting back. Yeah, it's just one-on-one coverage. They're just sitting back. Myers is just sitting back, waiting for his receiver to get far enough downfield so he can chunk it.
Hey, Malachi Henry's down there somewhere.
yeah, that's exactly how he's feeling.
Madsen puts a boot into this one. And Luke will haul it in his own end zone, hit a knee for a touchback. 55 seconds to go, 35-14. On the verge of this one getting out of hand.
Yeah, you need to try to get something going right here, get a field goal before the half, something to kind of have a little, to be honest with you, have a little dignity going into half.
Yeah.
At
one point in time, UNA led 14-7. They've been blanked.
And you think about that time in the game where it was 14-7. I mean, there was so much momentum, so much crowd noise behind this team, and it is just all depleted.
28 straight given up. Ari trying to find Juice Allen across the middle. Incomplete. UNA wants a pass interference. Brent Dearman is livid on the sideline. He's saying Juice was wrapped around the hips.
Yeah, and those defensive backs, especially the good ones, they're really good at disguising. No doubt in my mind that the defensive back had Juice Allen by the hip. But if they have it in a way that the ref can't see it, then they're not going to call it. And the really good ones are really good at hiding it.
Down 28. You still got a lot of time left, though. It just feels like they've abandoned the run. Into the hands of Juice Allen. He'll scamper out of bounds. And is that enough to move the chains? It is.
Yep.
That's a first and sold first down brought to you by Tracy Black and sold at Marmac Real Estate. So UNA gets up to their own 35. 46 seconds to go here before half. Three receivers to the far side. Greg by his lonesome on the near side. Ari in the gun. And into the hands of KJ Fields. Did he haul it in? He did. That'll move the chains. Tracy Black first and sold first down at Marmac Real Estate.
Clock's going to pause for a second, but Coach Dearman looks like he's going to take a timeout.
That was a tough catch for KJ. The majority from the UNA 25 to the Central Arkansas roughly 40 is in shade, but KJ was outside of the shade and had to look back into the sun to catch that pass from Ari.
No, just a great catch, great focus, making sure getting two hands on it, securing it as he went to the ground, and that was a really good throw by Ari. I mean, that's a long throw. You think about if you're on the left hash and you're throwing a 10, 15-yard out comeback route on the opposite sideline. I mean, that's a 35, 40-yard throw. As the crow flies, kind of thing. So that was a long throw, great strike by Ari, great catch by Fields to keep this drive moving.
1st and 10, up to the 46, still in their own territory. Ari back there, takes the snap, dropping back, gets it out quickly to Juice Allen, and he'll catch it right at the 50, and he'll scamper out of bounds So that'll stop the clock with 37 seconds to go. That'll be a gain of 5. 2nd and 5.
And while at this point in the game,
2nd and 6, my apologies.
At this point in the game, they have kind of abandoned the run right now because they need to air it out, but they're
Right.
still finding ways to get the ball in Juice's hands.
He's their playmaker. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Play action. Ari happy feet, but he's going to air this one out, and it is intercepted. Sean Smith. He was the only guy around the football, Jacob.
Yeah, it looks like it was just a miscommunication between Patu and Justin Pegues. I think Patu thought the post was going to stay skinny. Pegues bent it in a little more. Might be the easiest interception of that young man's career.
30 seconds to go here. And if you're Central Arkansas, their big playability, I don't think you hit a knee. I think you try and score.
Yeah, I mean, you've been able to just toss it up. I'd do it again.
That's what they're going to do here. Malachi Henry all over the defensive back. UNA wants a offensive pass interference as Malachi Henry had his hands all over Michael Jordan Jr.'s back.
Yeah, I mean, he tripped in his route, and the way that he kept himself from falling was he grabbed onto the back of Jordan.
No flag.
No flag.
I mean, it would have backed him up from the 7 to the 3.5.
Yeah. But it's the principle. You know?
It's the principle. I agree 100%. 24 seconds to go. This one's going to go to McCown. He's got a first down, still on his feet, spinning away from tacklers. Hit eventually at the 25 and brought down, but not before the first down. Clock will stop to move the chains.
Looks like a helmet popped off.
It's the left tackle, Walker Beatty.
I mean, if I'm Central Arkansas, I'm taking another shot.
They've got 2 timeouts left. They're not calling it. They don't have to snap the ball. I don't think they're going to unless Coach Brown calls a timeout here. And we're going to go to the locker rooms. 35-14, 28 unanswered points. UNA had a 14-7 lead at one point in this ball game. And I know that Chase Glover is going to catch up with Coach Dearman to bring you his halftime thoughts, brought to you by State Farm agent Steve Pierce and Bill Alexander. And we will see if Chase is going to get coached now, so we're going to kick it down to Chase. Chase, it's all yours, buddy.
Coach, in 3 of the last 4 games, Noah Gregg has scored a touchdown. How big has he been getting him into the offense?
I mean, he's made a couple plays today, but, I mean, we've got to get momentum going on offense. You know, Noah is one piece of it, but the total offense, we can't go in a half for 14 points.
All right, Coach, and another question for you. You talked throughout the week about limiting big plays, and that's what Central Arkansas has been able to do today. How do you do that in the second half?
Right now we're not tackling well, and we can't play man coverage. And so we've got to tackle better, and we've got to help our DBs to not be in man coverage all day.
Yes, sir. Jordan and Jacob, back to you.
Thank you, Chase. Those thoughts from head coach Brent Dearman brought to you by State Farm agents Steve Pierce and Bill Alexander. 35-14, your halftime score, and we're going to go ahead and take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll recap the first half for you, and then you will get to hear from Grant Wakefield as he takes us inside the new athletic programs joining the fold here at UNA. 35-14, UNA on the bottom side of this one so far.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Hi, this is Ike Fowler with Alabama Health Guidance. At AHG, we specialize in Medicare education and Medicare health plans. Just like the UNA Lions, we understand the importance of teamwork. So if you're nearing retirement, going on Medicare for the first time, or just want to review your current Medicare plan, give us a call at 256-648-5710 or stop by our office at 885 Florence Boulevard. That's 256-648-5710. Roar Lions.
Imagining a new home? Buying or building a new home comes with many difficult decisions. The mortgage process shouldn't be one of them. Let CB&S Bank's experienced mortgage lenders make the process easy by providing the mortgage solutions you need to build your home sweet home. Visit us online at cbsbank.com or at a CB&S Bank office near you. All loans subject to credit approval. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
Want to keep up with North Alabama athletics no matter where you are? Stay up to date with all things UNA by following the Lions on social media. Like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, subscribe to the UNA Athletics YouTube page. Get your game day schedules, score updates, full game recaps, highlights, and more by keeping up with the Pride on social media. No matter where you are, you can stay in the know by following us on social media. Visit RoarLions.com today for more information.
Jordan Campbell alongside Jacob Tucker, 35-14, your halftime score. Central Arkansas has let this one get away from UNA a little bit. Jacob, I'm a UNA fan in my core. I love this team. I love Coach Dearman. I love this university. But I got to be honest with you, that was a really tough final quarter and a half there to watch.
Yeah, I mean, when you let up 28 unanswered after starting off not in the best shape, and then clawing back, getting the lead on some good drives, big plays, both offensively and defensively, and scoring 14, and then giving up 28 unanswered to finish out the half is really tough. And looking at the stat sheet that Coach Donnie McBrayer has brought us, I mean, you look at the stat sheet, I mean, UCA's 0 for 4 on third down conversions. Yep. I mean, that's great. That's great by the defense, getting stops on third down. But the thing is they've only had 4 third downs, so they're just the glowing problem that we saw in this first half, like Coach Dearman mentioned. Man coverage. They've got to get out of man coverage. They've got to find a way to help out these DBs, because obviously their receivers today are just more talented than our defensive backs. And so we have to get out of man coverage. I mean, Myers is doing what you want any great quarterback to do, and that's give the receiver a chance. He's throwing it up. He's not overthrowing his receiver. He's not throwing it out of bounds. He's throwing it up in the air to give the receiver a chance, and the receiver's going up and making a play. And I don't see why they stopped doing that come the second half.
Well, and one thing that, man coverage, if you've got speedsters, which UNA has speedsters at their safety positions, at their corner positions, man coverage is not a bad option if you can put that quarterback under pressure. Yeah. And their offensive line has been a stone wall all first half.
Yeah, and what we're seeing with that is, you go into this man coverage, but again, they're not running, 4 or 5 guys in passing routes. They're running 2 to 3. They're just having one guy run a comeback, one guy run a deep over, and the other guy just run a deep go or post, and that's what they're having success on. And so they're able, since they're only sending 2 or 3 guys out there in a route, that means they get 7 or 8 guys in pass protection, which makes it a really easy day for Myers, who's thrown for 183 yards on only 5 completions. So, 5 penalties for 71 yards, and those 5 penalties couldn't have come at worse times. We've lost a fumble. We've thrown 2 interceptions. 3 first-half turnovers is not going to be good on no matter what way you cut it. But saying all that, we've seen the good. We've seen them put drives together. We've seen the offensive line make some holes for Juice Allen and moving the ball down the field. We've seen the defense play really well. We've seen the defense get pressure on Austin Myers. But again, like we talked about, and you gave a great analogy, like with the game of golf, it's those 10 to 15% of plays that are just absolutely tarnishing any type of good product that these guys are putting on the field.
You take a look at it. We've talked about the passing game. Quietly, I don't know how, quietly, Chambers, 15 carries for 108 yards, 3 touchdowns, 7.2 yards per carry. This UNA defense stopping the run had been their strong suit coming into this one. And they've got 127 total yards in the first half due to Central Arkansas running the ball. But Landon Chambers has been really good. We knew he was their bell cow, but I think because of the big pass plays, I wasn't watching the run game as much, and Chambers has just been really, really good.
Yeah, he's been spouting off these 10, 15, 18-yard runs, and you're right. It's been overshadowed by them just throwing up deep balls and the receivers making great plays. But this is the fourth consecutive game that Chambers has rushed for over 100 yards. This particular game, he did it in the first half. So hopefully the defense goes in there, they sit down, they have a little come to the table meeting and figure out, hey, this is what we've got to do. This is who we are, and this is what we've got to do to show who we are. And coaches have to go in there and build them up without breaking them down, because they're already kicked, right? They've given up 28 unanswered. They're already kicked. Coaches have to go in there and figure out how to light a fire and get these guys back in shape for the second half. Because the reality of the matter is, a second half comeback is 100% attainable.
1,000%.
I mean, they've got the athletes, they've got the playmakers out there to and we've seen it. We've seen this team do it in the past. They can do it, but they've got to come out, and it's got to start on that second half kickoff. You can't wait to start this comeback. It's got to start as soon as you come out of the locker room.
Well, if Central Arkansas can rattle off 28 unanswered, UNA can rattle off 28 unanswered, and if UNA rattles off 28 unanswered, they win the ball game if that's what it's like at the end of it. 35-14 your halftime score. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, you'll hear from Grant Wakefield as he takes us inside the new athletic programs joining the championship lineup here at UNA. UNA on the bottom side of this one through 2 quarters, but we got a lot of football left to play. Jordan Campbell alongside Jacob Tucker, and you're listening to the UNA Lions Sports Network.
Another exciting year of UNA athletics is here. Don't miss any of the action. Become a season ticket holder today. Season tickets are available for soccer, volleyball, football, basketball, baseball, and softball. Don't wait until the last second. Avoid the lines. Reserve your seats and support the pride. Visit RoarLions.com or call 256-765-5466 to find out when season tickets go on sale.
At Lawn Pride of Northwest Alabama, we offer a comprehensive range of lawn care services designed to address the needs of homeowners. From routine maintenance to specialized treatments, we have the expertise and resources to ensure your lawn remains healthy and vibrant year-round. Let our lawn professionals take the job off your hands and create the lawn that meets your need. Contact us today to get a free estimate by visiting lawnpride.com/Northwest Alabama or by calling 938-410-5012.
Imagine a bank where you feel at home. Real people living right here in your community are the heart of Bank Independent and everything we do. You have our commitment to bring the people, ideas, and resources together that create a stronger community full of endless potential. For over 75 years, we've served this place we all call home. Bank Independent. We're invested in you. Member FDIC.
Join the University of North Alabama's Lions Athletic Club today. The Lions Athletic Club is the official booster club of the athletics department and provides increased scholarship opportunities, facility improvements, and operational expense support. Members of the Lions Athletic Club are eligible for priority seating at football and basketball events and access to hospitality areas at select.
Welcome back into the broadcast, everybody. Grant Wakefield here with you, checking in here at the half. On Tuesday, September 30th, the University of North Alabama made a special announcement announcing the launch of 5 new sports. Men's and women's indoor track, men's and women's outdoor track, and women's flag football are the sports the Lions are adding. North Alabama will become the 6th Division I institution in the country, 2nd in the state of Alabama, and 2nd in the UAC to announce the launch of women's flag football. Dr. Josh Looney, Director of Athletics here at North Alabama, says that it was important for the Lions to lead and be out front of the growth of women's flag football.
And then we're excited to lead and be part of that. We'll be just the 6th Division I school to activate women's flag football. We'll join Alabama State in-state and UT Arlington that's in the UAC. We expect as the 2028 Olympic Games continue to come to fruition and additional adds in the NCAA level, we expect that number to grow very rapidly, very quickly. And to be on the front end of that was important for us to be a leader with UNA in that space.
Flag football is also growing across the country thanks to initiatives like the 2028 Olympics and NFL flag. And here in the Shoals community, flag football is growing thanks to Kilby Laboratory School 5th grader R.G. Campbell.
In April, I pitched the idea to a Shoals Spark idea competition for kids my age. Our school does it every year, and I really wanted to win it this year. Soon after, I partnered with Randy Burns at Florence Parks and Rec, and today we're in the middle of our very first season. I'm excited to see my dream grow, and I'm excited to see more colleges and more people looking at it. Like UNA, that just shows me that dreams can come true, and it doesn't matter how old you are, it doesn't matter how big or small you are, you can do anything. I'm just very happy.
Dr. Looney also announced the launch of 4 new track programs, all led by UNA head cross country coach Connor Callahan. Men's and women's both will see new additions with both indoor and outdoor distance-based programs coming soon. Dr. Looney has also mentioned that this has been a goal for him ever since he stepped foot in Florence.
And for years, really, at least in the years that I've been here, the question is, how can we grow that program? How can we continue to invest in our distance athletes? And when you didn't have a track, it is tough to do that. And thanks to a generous donation that we received at the Cox Creek Sports Complex, we were able to install the Hewlett and Jacqueline Gregory track at Cox Creek Sports Complex just this past April, which has opened the door for us to take a phased approach to growing our cross-country program in a distance-based track and field program that we think will absolutely elevate our cross-country programs immediately and will grow the sport over time at UNA.
Head coach Connor Callahan says that the addition of indoor and outdoor track shows that UNA is ready for growth and ready to make some noise.
But you talk about adding track and adding sports. Our sport is one that has been taken away from some universities. So it again shows the growth that we're having here at UNA as a university, as an athletic department. It shows that we are here to stay and we are here to, make some noise.
All 5 sports will begin play in the 2026-27 athletic year. And if you want more information, you can visit roarlions.com for more. We'll be back with the second half after this. Offers several ways to view and pay your utility bill. Log into your account to sign up for paperless, auto pay, text pay, and more to make your life easier. Want to continue receiving a paper bill but would also like an electronic bill notification? Sign up for text pay or add your email address to your account. To take advantage of these convenient ways to view and pay your utility bill, visit florenceal.org and select utilities to register for an account, or call 256-760-6512 for more information.
Need a reason to switch? We'll give you 1,000. Switch in just minutes and start earning up to $1,000. There's never been a better time to switch to the stability and community of Lister Hill Credit Union. Enjoy the amenities of the modern banking experience, plus the convenience of local branches with smart ATMs and the best member service around. Need a reason to switch? We'll give you 1,000 at Lister Hill Credit Union. Switch today at listerhill.com/1000.
Hey, UNA, big news. Football is back, and so is Pick 6. Starting at $19.99 at Buffalo Wild Wings. This is the ultimate meal for 2, with 2 entrees, 2 sides, and 2 drinks. Pick between boneless wings and any of our 26 sauces and seasoning, spicy, sauced, or grilled crispy chicken dippers, and hand-smashed, double-stacked All-American cheeseburgers with sides of fries, tots, and potato wedges. Pick 6 meal for 2 for a limited time. Pricing may vary by region. See server for details. Tax fees extra. Not valid with other discounts or offers.
Searching for a way to add more space to your life? Midgard Self-Storage has the storage solution you're looking for. Our Florence, Alabama self-storage facilities offer a wide selection of unit sizes.
A new home? Buying or building a new home comes with many difficult decisions. The mortgage process shouldn't be one of them. Let CB&S Bank's experienced mortgage lenders make the process easy by providing the mortgage solutions you need to build your home sweet home. Visit us online at cbsbank.com or at a CB&S Bank office near you. All loans subject to credit approval. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
The world is growing.
35-14, your halftime score. UNA trails Central Arkansas. So let's reset here, Jacob. What is actually happening is what it is. You cannot change what happened in the first half. You talked about, hey, we got to come out, starting with the opening kick. We got to make an impact. We got to find some momentum, and we have to build.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and I know you've mentioned it before on a broadcast, but there's no 21-point play. You can't flip this around in one play. It's going to be a series of plays. Everything's not going to go perfect in the second half, but you got to keep the guys up around you, make sure that each other's not getting down on themselves, and just continue to chip away at this lead. And so how that happens is, we go back to the opening drive. We talked about finishing drives in the end zone is what we need to see from the offense, and then from the defense, getting pressure on the quarterback. That's something that we talked about, and we've seen a couple of times tonight. We've seen the defensive line get after Myers at quarterback, and in those times we've either ended up with a sack or he's had to throw the ball away or an incomplete pass, something of the sort. And so we got to continue putting pressure on Myers. Like Coach Dearman said, we got to do better in man coverage, or find a way to get out of man coverage to give those guys a little extra help back there. And then we've got to get the ball in the end zone. Got to move the ball. I don't think you get too greedy. I don't think you try to go for it on fourth down if you're not in plus territory. It's gonna be a series. You gotta just keep on chipping away. You got to get behind whoever's in there at quarterback, and whether they decide to bring Patu back out for the second half, or if they go somewhere else. Maybe they bring Wade or Tapscott in. You got to get behind your quarterback. Try to find ways to continue feeding Juice Allen the rock. We saw a couple pass plays there towards the end of the half where they got his hands out in the flats. Done a great job in the run game. Just got to continue chipping away.
How do you assess what you've seen from Ari in the first half? I know that quarterback carousel is one that we've talked about. You've played in one before. It's hard to get in rhythm, but it was his first half.
Yeah, no, I think we went Wildcat one play.
Yep, with Watkins.
And outside of that, it's been Ari's half. It's been his opportunity to show what he can do, how he can lead this offense, lead this team down the field. He's a captain. Obviously, the guys are behind him, but it's one thing to be emotionally behind somebody, but the other end of the coin is he's got to be able to play up to that ability as well. I think there was some miscommunication on routes, which resulted in that last interception that we saw. I think he's made some really good throws. We go back to the KJ Field throw on the sideline. That was a really long, tough, difficult throw that he made. He's done some good things, but he's also left a couple receivers hanging, through a couple passes behind some guys.
He's played like an average college quarterback.
That's another thing we talked about pregame. I hate that we're always right in pregame, but we've seen a lot of good quarterback play. We haven't seen great quarterback play.
Right.
And so Ari's first half kind of teeters on that good to decent line. And we really need to see him come out this second half and take control of the game, be a game manager. He doesn't have to come out and throw for 400 yards in the second half. right? But he's got to get the ball to his playmakers in the right times, keep moving this ball down the field, and most importantly, he's got to keep the energy of the guys around him up. You know, that's one of the biggest attributes a quarterback can bring to the table is the energy that you bring. If he goes out there and he throws a pick or something happens and we get a penalty and he gets down in the dumps, everybody's going to turn around and look at him.
Right.
They're going to see him down in the dumps, and that's going to put them down in the dumps. So he's got to be able to control not only the football, but he's got to be able to control the emotions and the energy of not only his offense, but the entire football team.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'm a UNA Lion, win or lose, and I'm pulling for these kids out here because they put in the work day in and day out. The results, they are what they are. But at the end of the day, I have North Alabama across my chest. That's what my degree says, the University of North Alabama. And so I'm going to cape up for them and pull for them. And when they make good plays, you're going to hear me get excited. And I'm going to celebrate with them. So let's see what we got here. Ian Vachon on to put a boot into this one. Ty Durham and Manny Smith, the kick returners. And Manny Smith will field it at his own 5. He's across the 10, across the 15. Hit at the 20, hard and brought down. Caden Cooper with the tackle.
Number 23, yeah, Caden. We've mentioned his name a couple times between this year and last year, but great job getting down there on the coverage, securing the tackle, giving Central Arkansas a long way to go.
So Myers is back out there. It's a new ball game. You got to get rid of that first half in your mind. 35-14. Man in motion. That's Durham. And Myers going to be hit on the throw, but it's completed to Durham on the far sideline. Makes the first man miss and will be shoved out of bounds after getting the first down. Lonnell Cunningham was the man he made miss. And Michael Jordan Jr. with the tackle.
And we're putting a lot of pressure on these defensive backs. Not only do they have to play man coverage, they're going to got to be able to make open field tackles. And I know it feels like we're putting a lot on them, but that's what you sign up for.
Myers did get hit pretty hard on the backside on that one, so keep hitting him. And they're going to hand this one off to the running back. Couldn't tell if that was Chambers or not. The way he's moving the pile, that's who I think it would be. It was Chambers.
And again, that was DeMarcus Robinson and Seth Hampton on the tackle. Those two guys, man, they are so tough. They do such a good job of flowing to the ball. But we do have an injured Lion.
That's Michael Jordan Jr., Central Arkansas's trainer, first out to attend to him. And they're looking at his left ankle. Josh Penny and Johnny Long out there.
And that's gonna be, I hope the young man's all right as we always do. But if he's not able to return, that's another defensive back that you have to sub in there.
Big shout out to Central Arkansas's training staff for getting out there to check on him first near the Central Arkansas sideline. Media timeout. We're going to take it with them. 35-14. You're listening to UNA Lion football on the UNA Sports Network.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
ugh, come on.
Seriously? This is so extra.
But what you could say is,
like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Your local State Farm agent is available when and where you need them, online, over the phone, or even in person. State Farm agents are here to answer your questions and help you file your claim.
This is so extra.
Call State Farm agent Steve Pierce or Bill Alexander today.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Another exciting year of UNA athletics is here. Don't miss any of the action. Become a season ticket holder today. Season tickets are available for soccer, volleyball, football, basketball, baseball, and softball. Don't wait until the last second. Avoid the lines. Reserve your seats and support the pride. Visit RoarLions.com or call 256-765-5466 to find out when season tickets go on sale.
Many Lion cheerleaders trying to get the crowd hyped, going through their routine. 35-14, 14-11 to go here in quarter number 3. UNA at home next week for homecoming, Jacob.
Yeah, should be a big weekend.
Eastern Kentucky. It's the final homecoming game here at Brawley Stadium, so it'll be special.
Absolutely. There's been a lot of great crowds, grace these bleachers over the years, cheered on the Lions both through the good and the bad. And so hopefully homecoming will be a good last homecoming for them to enjoy the atmosphere that is Brawley Stadium.
Back to the action. The red hat is off the field. He's been also donned by a red shirt. Used to be a red mitt guy, and I guess he lost his job. Now the guy just has a red hat and a red shirt. Chambers off the left hip of Myers. He's going to get the handoff, and he will be brought down by big Caleb Brown with one hand.
That's the first time we've called Caleb's name today, and great job. Just pure strength right there, being able to grab a grown man with one hand and stop him in his tracks.
Looked like, one of those toys you had as a kid that you just stick on something, your mom would get mad. That's what Caleb Brown looked like there. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Trying to get UNA to jump. They almost do, but they don't. Looking over to the sideline, getting a new play are the Bears. UNA will do the same. They'll shift. Switching to 4 down linemen now. Hand off to Chambers. E.J. Colbert's got his mitts around him. And he's not going to get a whole lot. They'll give him 1. So as we mentioned at the half, no third down conversions for the Bears, and that's going to bring on the punting unit and Trace Beard. Yeah. That's a win for the defense.
That's a huge win, and like we talked, Jordan, it starts from the kickoff, right? And so they came out. Defense has just played great this drive, forced a 3 and out, to a punt. Going to give the ball back to the offense, see what they can do.
Be nice to have a long matriculating offensive series here. Beard puts a foot into this one, his best punt of the day. Pegues calls for a fair catch and hauls it in at his own 19.
Another flag. This one's possibly going against the Lions. Looks like number 32, Roderick Taylor, out of Mobile, Alabama, Baker High School, was standing around a little guilty looking. Let's see what they end up calling.
Jeremy Tate and company. When it rains, it pours. That'll back them up another 10. But, hey, look, you know what? I said I'm going to be positive. We're going to be positive. More time for a long, sustained drive. An extra 10 yards to do so. Got to look at the silver linings, Jacob.
Yeah, looks like there is going to be a quarterback change. I'll let you call it, Jordan.
All right, brother. Let's take a look here, as it is going to be Destin Wade out there, the redshirt sophomore quarterback formerly of Kentucky and Colorado. We've seen him in action quite a bit this year.
Yeah, and again, we've seen some good quarterback play out of him, but this Lions offense and the Lion faithful, they're looking for that next level. They're looking for that guy that can orchestrate drive after drive after drive and get in the end zone.
Well, let's see what Wade and company can do. 2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side, and he'll hand it off into the belly of Juice Allen, going around right tackle, diving forward, short of the first down, but a good first down play there for the Lion offense.
Yeah, and again, just the stronghold that Juice Allen is. He did lose a shoe on that one, so he'll jog off to the sideline and slip that thing back on.
And LT will take his position. LT Sanders. 3 receivers to the far side. Wade makes a man miss and then dives forward. Slides forward, rather. Short of the first down. That'll bring up third, and no gain on the play, so that'll bring up 3rd and 4.
You know, Destin Wade at 6'3", 230, choosing to slide in between the tackles right there. Doesn't sit right with me. Not saying it's the wrong decision. He's trying to protect himself.
And I think he's a little banged up coming into this one, some type of shoulder issue. And Juice will get the handoff and get absolutely nothing. He is manhandled by Jacoby Shell. And that will bring up 4th down after a loss on the play. And the punting unit will make their way onto the field. So we'll see if this is a carousel of quarterbacks trying to find a spark, or if Wade gets more run. Do we see Ari again? You have Ty Watkins, DC Tapscott, John Austin Wood. Saw a guy warming up. Pryor. Haven't seen him in action at quarterback this year. But we'll see what happens on the next offensive series as Watford on to boot this one away. And he does so. Goodness gracious, what a punt. McCown over his head, still rolling, out of bounds at the 12. Adam Watford.
Good gracious.
This young man, he's in line for a random drug test after today. I mean, this guy has been phenomenal this season.
No, just a great boot right there to really flip the field. I mean, that could have gone a lot of ways, and I'm thankful it went the way that it did. And we'll get a tally on that in just a second. But looks like we've got a media timeout. I'll come back to my rant after this time.
We'll take a quick timeout. We'll come back. Jacob Tucker will give you a rant. We're listening to UNA Lion Football on the UNA Sports Network.
To keep up with North Alabama athletics no matter where you are, stay up to date with all things UNA by following the Lions on social media. Like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, subscribe to the UNA Athletics YouTube page, get your game day schedules, score updates, full game recaps, highlights, and more by keeping up with the Pride on social media. No matter where you are, you can stay in the know by following us on social media. Visit RoarLions.com today for more information.
Go, go, go! That's life. And at CB&S Bank, we help you keep up. We're redesigning financial freedom with the most sophisticated digital products. Check balances, pay bills, transfer funds, manage your card, and even deposit checks from wherever you are. Make purchases using your CB&S Bank debit card through your mobile device with Mobile Wallet in participating stores and restaurants. Learn more at cbsbank.com. Charges and fees may apply from your cellular service provider. Contact your service provider for information. Member FDIC.
It's Bo time. Fumbling the food on game day? Rookie move. But you know Bo can make your tailgate a winner, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Because the Carolina Legend has everything you're craving. We're talking crispy, juicy chicken loaded with real Southern flavor, fluffy scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and all the fixins to feed your whole crew faster than you could say touchdown. Be the MVP this season and let Bojangles do the cooking. Order your tailgate today. It's Bo time.
35-14, you're listening to UNA Lion Football on the UNA Sports Network. Jacob, you were about to begin a rant. I secede the floor, my friend.
Yeah, so on that second down, ran an inside zone. Destin Wade decided to pull it and keep it, and then you saw him slide for maybe a half-yard gain to no gain at all. Then I mentioned his size. I mean, Destin Wade, 6'3", 230 pounds. You're trying to you're trying to spark a comeback right here. You've got to make something happen. This team, this crowd, this university is looking for somebody that's gonna put it on their shoulders and say, "Let me go do it."
Right.
And we saw a quarterback slide, and that was on a second and short. It was on a 2nd and 2, 2nd and 3. That just doesn't sit well with me.
And that's a former quarterback. Myers under pressure, looking for his tight end, Ben Hallmark, and it's incomplete. And the pass is actually going to be tipped there, as I believe that was Dilworth. It was either Dilworth or Jamari Payne, but I think it was Dilworth flying in there.
Yeah, kind of a late blitz off the edge as Myers rolled out. Was able to get up there, get a finger on it, disrupt it.
That punt was 74 yards, second longest in school history, longest at the Division I level. Myers, pass complete to Durham. On the far sideline, Durham still fighting, has the first down. The longest punt in UNA history was John Crittenden with an 80-yard punt in 1991 against Central Missouri.
Got another guy down.
Another Lion
Might
on
be
the turf.
Big Caleb.
It is Caleb Brown. He's holding his right knee, right ankle area. And Josh Penny and crew going to stretch him out, looking like possibly a cramp.
But, yeah, Adam Watford, 4 punts tonight, averaging 54.5 yards per punt. You know, the way the game's gone, if he's not having the punts that he's having, this game could be really one-sided, even though it may feel like it already is a little bit. But Watford he's going out there and doing his job and doing extremely well. 74 yards, man, that is just an absolute missile from your punter.
And it wasn't like one of those weird, sometimes something funky. No, like that thing flew like 50 yards in the air.
He booted it.
50, 55 yards, hit at the 20, and then just got a UNA roll forward down to the 12.
Yeah, so this is tough for the defense, but you got to play through tough situations. So you come out first drive, do a really good job getting a stop, 3 and out, forcing a punt. Offense comes out, doesn't necessarily perform like you wanted them to, didn't extend the drive any. And so now you got to go back out there and you got to put it back on your shoulders as the defense and say, okay, well, we'll get you another one, we'll get you another stop, we'll get the ball back to you. And then we've got to find some sort of rhythm, some sort of consistency on offense. Limit big plays, limit turnovers, limit penalties.
Caleb Brown not being able to put any pressure on that right leg, and that's a big loss if they can't get him ready to go again. So hopefully the big fella just cramping, but zero pressure being put on that right leg for the big defensive tackle. So Walter Goggins will be in place of him, he and Jaheim Ingram. Couple south of the river products. Myers hands this one off to Chambers. He's got a seam. He's across the 50 and hit and brought down beyond the UNA 40. And a UNA helmet comes off. Lionel Cunningham's helmet rolls off. That'll move the chains deep inside UNA territory down to the 36.
And that was just a massive hole right there created by Central Arkansas's offensive line.
A couple offensive linemen pulling. They're going to air this one out and almost intercepted by Jermaine Ray Jr. He had the position, and that's the best defensive snap from a defensive back I think we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad they didn't catch it, but you can obviously see what's going on here. Austin Myers, Central Arkansas's offense coordinator, they think that they can just drop back, take a couple steps, and toss one up in the air. The receiver's going to go up and make a play. So kudos right there to Jermaine Ray.
That was the first intended reception for Arlie Lee, who's third on the team in yards. Malachi Henry in motion, back to Chambers, running left. Nothing but room. Makes Fowler miss. Across the 20 and brought down shy of the 15 at the 16.
I mean, there wasn't a contest until he was 15 yards down the field. And that came from Drake Fowler, who lacked the...
You got to go for the legs on that one. Chambers, well-built, 5'11", 215 pounds. Fowler, 6'2", 170. Back to Chambers. And he's hit 2 yards past the line of scrimmage and pushes forward for another 3. They'll say a gain of 4 in total, 2nd and 6.
And so this is going to be a bend, don't break opportunity for this UNA defense. Okay, they've gassed you this far down the field. They've pushed it into the red zone. Now you've just got to stand strong and hold them to a field goal right here. right here.
3 receivers to the far side for Myers. And this is going to be another handoff. This is not Chambers. And did Central Arkansas get in? They did. And that was Cam Young, the backup running back, with the touchdown for Central Arkansas.
And 4 of the run plays on that drive, Jordan, just nobody there. There's nobody home on the defensive side. Guys aren't getting touched until they get to the third level, to the safeties. And they're able to just breeze their way right down the field.
Caleb Jones on to attempt the extra point. Bangs it through there. 42-14. Time for us to take another media timeout. 8:48 to go here in the third. UNA falling behind in this one.
United Community is a bank that asks, when it comes to your finances, how do you define success? Knowing your bank has your financial future right on course? Having a banking partner that's ready with a plan when opportunity knocks? Or maybe it's a digital banking experience that puts everything at your fingertips, even at your daughter's soccer game. However you define success, United Community's trusted bankers are here for you. Success. It takes a community, a united community. Learn more at ucbi.com. Member FDIC.
Help build the pride today by becoming a North Alabama Athletics corporate partner. Join the UNA Lions Sports Network and be a part of the broadcast as UNA travels across the country taking on the best. Become an ESPN sponsor and your business can help put North Alabama on the worldwide leader in sports. Want your logo seen in front of the most loyal fan bases around on social media and at UNA's athletic facilities? Visit roarlions.com for more information. Hampton Inn and Suites Downtown, a proud corporate partner of North Alabama Athletics. Located at 505 South Court Street in downtown Florence, you'll be just a short walk from shops, restaurants in the historic district. Take a short walk to visit the Civil War Hospital at Pope's Tavern Museum or the University of North Alabama. Or take a short drive to Helen Keller's birthplace in the Alabama Music Hall of Fame. Enjoy daily free hot breakfast, Wi-Fi, and the indoor pool. You'll find everything you need right where you need it. That's Hampton Inn and Suites Downtown.
42-14, 8:48 to go here in quarter number 3. We're going to go down to our sideline reporter, Chase Glover, here in just a second. I know that he hasn't been able to get a whole lot of information on the injured Caleb Brown. He's been kind of snooping around, seeing what he can see. But we'll go down here in just a moment when he gives us the signal. And looks like he's got it. Chase, what do you have for Big Ox?
I just talked to Josh Penny. Guys, take a sigh of relief just a little bit. They're saying it's just cramps right now, hoping to get him back on the field here soon. The defense needs it.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the stalwarts of this defensive line is Caleb Brown. Jacob, did you suffer from cramps at all during your career?
I did not. No. I've actually never had a cramp.
Oh, he's just built different.
And
I'm cramping right now.
One of my running backs, former teammates, Diamond Simmons, it used to drive him crazy because I would not hydrate properly prior to a game or practice or anything, and would still not suffer from cramps. And he didn't understand it. Diamond Simmons now a strength coach for the Cincinnati Bengals, so he is now keeping those guys from getting cramps.
I was going to ask if you were a mustard or pickle juice guy.
Neither.
Don't need it when you're built different.
I mean, if I had to choose, pickle juice.
Luke, across the 20 and shy of the 30. So let's see what this UNA offense can do. I got to give it to you. Ari Patu got his helmet on and jumped out there and helped Justin Luke up. Don't know if he's going to get any snaps in this series, but still a UNA line to his core.
Yeah, and that's what you want out of a voted captain on the team, whether he's in the game or not. Being there, being around, helping out where he can.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Destin Wade back in at quarterback. Takes the snap, dropping back, steps up in the pocket, and he's going to slide down after a good gain on that one. I'll give him 3, 2nd and 7.
And again, me being the person that is so against sliding as a quarterback, this team's looking for a spark, and you don't get a spark by sliding.
Unless you're Central Arkansas.
Unless you're Central Arkansas. Then you get a targeting as well.
Two receivers on the far side. Wade out of his hands, into and out of the hands of Pegues, and he is hammered. Jalarian Andrews from Atlanta High School in Atlanta, Texas. The freshman put a lick on Pegues after he dropped that one. It was around his shin area, so he had to go down to try and haul it in. And Wade was kind of falling away from his intended target, Pegues, to the left side.
Jordan, right now it just kind of looks like everybody's waiting for somebody else to do it. Everybody's looking for somebody else to bring the spark. And I just don't see anybody taking initiative out there right now.
Two receivers to the far side, two to the near side. Juice off the right hip of Wade. Wade into and out of the hands of Pegues. A flag flies in.
It could be a roughing the passer.
They got to find a spark, man.
Hands to the face. Yep.
Trevion Traylor from Russellville, Arkansas, formerly of Northwest Missouri, whistled for the infraction. So I'd like to see this offense maybe go NASCAR. They had their most success in NASCAR. I know they were running the ball, but let's speed it up.
Yeah, and I think the thought process behind that is you got to have at least one good play
to have a second
to get it started.
That was a Tracy Black first and sold, first down at Marmac Real Estate. We got another one here across the middle to Juice.
Like you said, right here. Go NASCAR.
That's a first and sold, first down brought to you by Tracy Black and sold at Marmac Real Estate. And so that's what they're going to do. Go quickly here. Two receivers to the far side, one to the near side. That's Tanaka Scott. And they're going to hand it to Juice here. He finds some running room, hit hard, upended at the 30 of Central Arkansas.
I think Juice and Pegues hit harder than anybody else on the play right there.
Jalarian Andrews credited with that tackle. 7:21 to go here in the third. 42-14. Wade claps his hands together. Back to the Juice. Diving forward. Did he get enough to move the chains? He did. That's a Tracy Black first and sold, first down at Marmac Real Estate.
That's a good job of getting north and south, getting downhill, making sure that you're fighting to get that first down.
And we've got an injured Bear on a knee at the 35. And he's holding his left arm.
Could be a shoulder situation.
That looks like the big defensive lineman Jacoby Shell. Second in tackles for loss. And 8th in the United Athletic Conference. He's a playmaker.
Yeah, 6'2", 255. He's one of those defensive linemen that possesses the speed and athletic ability to really redirect and make some plays more so on the edge, as well as getting in there and making it between the tackles. So that could be, pending his status. Hopefully everything's all right. But that could be a significant player for this Central Arkansas team. Now, Jordan, we've seen. Obviously we've flipped the field. We've got down here in plus territory, knocking on red zone. Of course, it was sparked by a roughing the passer penalty. But once we got a little forward momentum, moved the sticks one time, then we were able to hit Juice Allen, get a big run, hand it off to Juice again, get another nice run, then got the first down right there. But again, you got to finish these drives. These drives can't run up dry. And at this point in the game, with the score the way it is, you got to get in the end zone.
Heatherly in motion. As the H-back, it's going to be play action. Wade rolling to the near side. Stiff arms a man and scampers out of bounds.
For a loss.
It was a loss. Loss of 1. And here's the deal. You've been very critical of Wade's decisions to kind of protect his body.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, we had heard he may have got banged up a little bit against Illinois State. If you're not going to turn the corner and use your athleticism, if you're not healthy enough for that, I can see why somebody may say that, hey, if you can't do things to continue moving the ball down the field, get out of there. Into and out of the hands of Wade, but he's able to recover.
There's a man downfield.
And he just dumps it away.
We got so lucky right there. I think the officials actually joking about it with Colin Wright, left guard, because Colin was definitely downfield because it was a run play. Nothing against Colin. But you got to understand the situation right there. They could have easily thrown a flag for illegal man downfield.
Backed them up. They didn't. UNA got away with one there. So 3rd and 12 behind the sticks in plus territory. This one will be snapped from the Central Arkansas 26. Wade under pressure, and he gets away. No, he does not. He is sacked. And that's going to knock you out of field goal range. Carmelo Allen.
I think you've got to figure out something at the quarterback position. You've got to figure out who's going to be that guy. See Juice Allen come to the sideline with some frustration.
And honestly, haven't really seen that from Juice.
You haven't.
He's a very even-keeled guy when you watch these guys come to the sidelines.
And that probably, that can put it into perspective for you of how frustrating it is when you have a guy like Juice Allen who rarely shows that kind of emotion come off the sideline with some frustration, of course.
So a delay of game is going to back them up. It's 4th and 25. They had to get to the Central Arkansas 15 for a first down. They're punting from the Central Arkansas 40. Adam Watford will just boot this one into the end zone for a touchback.
Well, we've sang Watford's praises all day. That one obviously got away from him. That's not what he wanted to do. Nor what they needed right there. It had been a great opportunity to pooch one pretty high, pin them inside the 10, maybe even inside the 5. He just got too much on it.
Too strong. I told you, the juiced punter. Too much leg.
Well, and that's the thing, and this goes for any position on the field. You don't want to be a one-trick pony, right? You want to be able to boom those deep, long punts, but you also got to be able to put some finesse on it and be able to pin them in a situation like that. I remember playing the old Madden mini game, Coffin Corner, where you try to punt it right at the front pylon.
You don't see that anymore. You don't see the coffin kick. Myers and the Bears still throwing here. And into and out of the one hand of Dilworth. He had a chance to intercept it, but Dilworth has been playing this game with a pretty heavy cast on his right hand. And so had he intercepted that, it would have been one of the most impressive plays we would have seen from a guy. And what did we have there?
Roughing the passer on number 33, E.J. Colbert. Just a step behind, just a little late, right after he threw it. And you got to imagine some of that's frustration, right? You see a quarterback, you've got a free rush at him. He gets rid of it, and you're thinking, I got a chance to let out a little aggression right here.
Myers hands this one off to McCown, looking for room towards the Central Arkansas sideline. He's going to have 2 on the carry, 2nd and 8. And Payne on the tackle for the Lions.
And this Central Arkansas offense, of course they've got Chambers, who's obviously had a phenomenal game today, but McCown he's a scary back.
Very scary.
Chambers. I don't ever have this feeling that he's just going to dash off for 70 yards. I get that feeling with McCown.
Yeah, he's a speedster. We'll see what he does here. He's going to get this handoff, and he will be hit at the line, nothing doing. And Dilworth in on the tackle.
But that right there is obviously the big difference between Chambers and McCown. McCown a little lighter in the britches, wasn't able to roll the pile very far.
Bishop Burkhalter in on the tackle as well for the Lions. So some younger guys getting some play now. Lion defense looking to the sideline for their defensive signals. Twins on the far side in a bunch set. Man in motion from left to right. You're going to get it out of the backfield into the hands of Chambers. Sidesteps 2 men, and he's going to have enough for the first down. I mean, defensively, look, Coach Dearman said it. These guys have not tackled today.
No.
They have not tackled. And I have not seen that in watching the away games, calling the home game prior to this one. Tackling has not been something that stood out to me as just something that they couldn't do. And today they can't tackle, Jacob.
Yeah, and going back to our pregame, the opening drive, and making sure that when you make that initial contact, making sure you bring these guys down. I mean, that was their first third down conversion of the game.
Handoff to McCown. Hit hard and scampers away for an extra yard. Tango McCauley. He was coming to the near side and was hit so hard he began immediately going to the far side, but he dove forward for an extra yard, gain of 5. 2nd and 5, right at midfield.
Yeah, he hit him into the cutback lane right there. I mean, just which you run power. There's always that cutback lane where you get kind of the cross between the down blocks on the play side and the pulling guard from the backside. Always ends up being a cutback lane.
2 receivers to the near side. McCown gets the handoff again, pushing forward, and he will be stood up and eventually brought down in a late flag, and that's going to give him a first down. Lonnell Cunningham. They're going to say after the whistles were going, he spun him over and slammed him down to the turf. But he already had his hands on him. McCown will head to the sideline. Cam Young, the third back in there.
Yeah, it's probably going to be on Cunningham, number 21. And again, just adding to that penalty yardage total, which puts them up to 96 yards worth of penalties on the day.
A football field's worth.
Football field's worth of penalties.
1:44 and the clock is ticking here in quarter number 3, 42-14. Central Arkansas with a lead. 2 receivers to the near side. Myers still in there. Takes the snap. Play action. Tipped at the line of scrimmage. Intended receiver was Ty Durham. Incomplete.
And that was Jamari Payne off the edge, getting his hands up, being active in the pass game. Got a finger on it, or at least disrupted it enough to make it a bad pass. So you got 2nd down and long. This UCA Bears offense, that's just done extremely. I mean, they've done extremely well today.
They have. This offensive line has been extremely impressive.
Yeah.
Now, this is a different team with Myers at quarterback compared to Luther Richardson. Handoff to Young. Pushing forward. They're going to give him 3 on the carry. And that'll bring up 3rd and 7. And DeMarquius Robinson credited with the tackle. 6th coming into this game in the conference in tackles. 2nd in solo tackles, and 4th for tackles for loss. So DeMarquius Robinson has been a gamer all season long. 3 receivers spread to the near side, 2 to the far side. Nobody around Myers in the backfield. But only 3 down linemen here, and they have protected Myers very well. Did he get the snap off? He did. Play clock was at 1, and he's going to air this one out. It's got a man into and out of the hands of his intended receiver, Tristan Edwards. Lonnell Cunningham on the coverage.
Yeah, and got up and waved his hands for an incomplete pass. When the ball hit the receiver in the chest, he just dropped it. I don't know, Jordan. They're going to leave the offense out on the field. Go for it on 4th down.
If they get this first down here, Jacob, the remaining fans, which have already reduced by half, may start heading for the exits. UNA calls a timeout. They didn't like the look that Central Arkansas was throwing out there at them. Join us for UNA football night at Lost Pizza Shoals. Hear from members of the coaching staff and players as they take you inside the UNA football program. If you can't join us live, you can catch every episode right here on the Varsity app and all UNA Athletics social media platforms.
Yeah, just taking a quick look at some of these stats. I mean, Myers has thrown for 215 yards and 2 touchdowns so far. Chambers is up to $175 rushing, 3 touchdowns. It's very much a player of the week type stat line, averaging 8 yards a carry. Henry has 3 catches for 99 yards.
UNA has just been taken care of on the ground between the 2 primary backs, Chambers and McCown, today. And when Myers has thrown it, I mean, he's got less than a 50% completion percentage. He's 8 for 19 for 215 and 2 touchdowns. But when he has thrown it, it's been deep, and a lot of them have been completed. They don't do a whole lot of slants and outs and swing passes. If they're going to throw it, they're going to throw it deep. Chambers back in there on this 4th down run, and he's not going to get it, getting nowhere close. So that's going to be a turnover on downs. And that's a win for the defense.
Yeah, and Seth Hampton coming up off the sideline, fired up for those guys. Big 4th down stop, get the ball back to your offense. Sitting here with a 28-point deficit.
Lance Bassett with the tackle. So the offense is out there again.
Offense. See Destin Wade trotting back out there again, along with Juice Allen and company.
Whit Mitchum in at right tackle. He did not start the game at right tackle. Wade dropping back, airing this one out, looking for Pegues, and overthrows his man. Had him by maybe a half step, but really in his hip pocket was Jalarian Andrews. I've called his name quite a few times here in this second half.
Yep. And that was a really pretty throw. That was too long, so therefore is an ugly throw. Couple of rules that I started to talk about earlier. When you're throwing deep balls, you don't overthrow your receiver. Don't throw it inside, and don't throw it out of bounds. Those 3 make for an uncatchable ball.
Wade dropping back into the hands of Tanaka Scott. He hauls it in, and a late flag coming in. So what's this going to be for?
Oh, my goodness.
That's going to be against UNA as well.
Looking at Noah Gregg. Noah Gregg called on the pass interference. And again, a positive play that is negated by a negative action.
So that's going to take us over the century mark for penalty yardage against the Lions today. Second and the distance between the GUC and the new football field. Into the hands of KJ Field. Makes a couple men miss, stays on his feet, gets a round of applause, and gets us back between the sticks. KJ Fields has been really good today. And that's the end of 3. 42-14 is your score as we head to the fourth quarter. When we come back, we will get an update from Chase Glover on the mood on the sidelines, and we will bring you the final 15 minutes of action here at Brawley Stadium. The Lions trail 42-14. You're listening to UNA Football on the UNA Lions Sports Network.
Hey, big news. Football is back, and so is Pick 6. Starting at $19.99 at Buffalo Wild Wings. This is the ultimate meal for two, with 2 entrees, 2 sides, and 2 drinks. Pick between boneless wings and any of our 26 sauces and seasoning. Spicy, sauced, or grilled crispy chicken dippers. And hand-smashed, double-stacked All-American cheeseburgers with sides of fries, tots, and potato wedges. Pick 6 meal for 2 for a limited time. Pricing may vary by region. See server for details. Tax fees extra, not valid with other discounts or offers.
Simpson's Collision Repair has 3 body shops in the Shoals area, and all are operated by 3 brothers. The quality of work and commitment to satisfaction, combined with ongoing training, state-of-the-art equipment, and expert staff, your vehicle is fixed the way it should be. Located on Helton Drive in Florence, Highway 72 in Killen, and Cox Boulevard in Sheffield, Simpson's Collision, you'll notice and appreciate the difference. Proud sponsor of UNA Athletics.
Need a reason to switch? We'll give you 1,000. Switch in just minutes and start earning up to $1,000. There's never been a better time to switch to the stability and community of Lister Hill Credit Union. Enjoy the amenities of the modern banking experience, plus the convenience of local branches with smart ATMs and the best member service around. Need a reason to switch? We'll give you 1,000 at Lister Hill Credit Union. Switch today at listerhill.com/1000.
Join the University of North Alabama's Lions Athletic Club today. The Lions Athletic Club is the official booster club of the athletics department and provides increased scholarship opportunities, facility improvements, and operational expense support. Members of the Lions Athletic Club are eligible for priority seating at football and basketball events and access to hospitality areas at select sporting events. Membership begins at $300. Call 256-765-4615 or visit roarlions.com for more information.
42-14 in-game stats brought to you by Club Tails, the original cocktail in a can. And Central Arkansas gashing this UNA defense. 37 carries for 221 yards. And through the air, they are 8 for 19 for 215 yards. But I got to give it to Austin Myers. He's made the most. A quarter of his completions have gone for touchdowns. He's only been sacked twice. And this UNA offense got to find something here.
Yeah.
3rd and 8.
Central Arkansas has as many rushing yards as UNA does total yardage. And you mentioned Myers. You know, he's not – you know, you look at his stat sheet, like you mentioned earlier. I mean, he's less than 50% completion, but he's got the ball to the playmakers at the right time, and he's managed this game really well. He doesn't have just wild, mind-blowing statistics, except for the fact that he's moving the ball down the field, and it's what we're missing from this UNA offense.
Central Ark got the lead and has turned it over to their run game, and their run game has answered the call. Wade back in there for 3rd and 8, dropping back under pressure, gets it out. It's got Tanaka Scott at the 50, into and out of his hands. Dadgummit. Marcus Washington on the defense.
And that was just a great punch out by Washington right there. I mean, great throw by Destin Wade. Tanaka Scott got his hands on it, but, I mean, that was just a great play. And sometimes the defense wins, and on that particular play, offense did everything right, and the defense just won.
So the offense is going to stay out there. You got no choice. You got to go for it here. You got to find something. Wade under pressure again. He's going to air this one out back to Tanaka Scott, and this one out of his reach. Turnover on downs, and Central Arkansas will take over at the UNA 29.
Yeah, and they've had Tanaka running across the middle in that bender crosser type combo back and forth all game. He was open, just missed him. The play before, he had it in his hands and got it punched out. It was there. You know, the decision to go for it on fourth down from your 29 with 14, almost 15 minutes left in the game. Kind of tough, you know.
I mean, at this point, it's kind of like, what do you got to lose?
You turn the ball over in field goal range.
Myers. Central Arch still airing this one out. And the pass is completed to Malachi Henry.
That's going to get Henry over the 100-yard mark for the day.
Clock still ticking.
Central Arkansas is going to milk it a little bit here. I know both teams definitely want to get out of here with the least amount of injuries as possible with this game all but in the books.
One receiver to the far side, two to the near side from Myers. Going to hand this one off to the bell cow Chambers, pushing forward. Stays on his feet. And will gain 2. That'll bring up 3rd and 2. And
it's interesting decision by UCA keeping some of these guys in the game, which I know you've got a full quarter left, but you are up 4 scores. You definitely don't want anybody to get injured playing in the fourth quarter of a blowout.
Chase, coming to you here in just a second to get a vibe on what's going on the sideline after this play. 3rd and 2. Myers hands this one off to Chambers. Chambers patiently waiting, trucks a man, and picks up the first down to the UNA 15. Chase, what's the mood like on the sideline?
Kind of like your dadgummit phrase that you've used several times tonight. That's a lot of the feeling. And then also I'd kind of say kind of like a library. It's very silent, and honestly I feel kind of bad for talking a little louder than a whisper. That's kind of all I got, guys.
Thanks, Chase. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and that's tough, but it's really tough to kind of turn the.
I was wondering, are they not going to throw the flag there? I mean, look. So Central Arkansas clapped their hands. Their entire offensive line ran out to the far side, and Lance Bassett just ran past everybody, and nobody threw a flag, so he just got back on sides. As a matter of fact, as he was getting back on sides, the offensive lineman tapped him on the helmet. It's like, hey, man, you're good. And then right before the snap, they throw the flag.
Yeah, so, it was just a shift, a big shift by Central Arkansas, moving the entire offensive line. They were going to line them up out there in front of the receiver. The Boo Birds didn't like that one. Hopefully they weren't booing the call. It was the correct call.
Still have not seen Kayla Brown, but we did get a good report from Chase earlier. So they'll do the same thing. They'll motion the offensive line out this time. You got 4 big fellas in front of a little fella on the far sideline, and UNA's able to read it. Obviously they were able to read it. Everybody and their mother knew what the plan was. Pass was completed to Manny Smith, but he will be hit and dropped for a loss on the play. So after giving him 5 yards, UNA takes 3 yards away, and that'll bring up 2nd and 8.
Really thought E.J. Colbert.
He almost caught it.
Was going to have a chance at a pick 6 right there. Just missed it.
You think he would have had the wheels?
We were going to find out.
We were going to find out, weren't we? And touchdown. Just a slant there.
Yep.
Malachi got in front of Jermaine Ray Jr. and caught the pass. Matter of fact, Myers kind of had a double hitch there. Had to wait.
Yeah, I mean it was an RPO, so the offensive line ran a run play. They were probably pretty close to that, to getting out of that zone of being an illegal man downfield, and especially with that hitch in Myers' throw. But refs didn't call it. Touchdown, UCA.
Caleb Jones on for the extra point attempt, and it is good. 49-14 Central Arkansas. And I know you can't see it on the booth cam, but Jacob, is this jelly beans on this guy's shirt? He's got a whole button-up shirt of jelly beans or Christmas lights. I don't know.
Could be jelly beans.
It looks like jelly beans.
Could be jelly beans.
Well, he's out of here. He's been bean-boozled. We're going to take a timeout. 49-14, your score. You're listening to UNA Football on the UNA Sports Network.
Hi, this is Ike Fowler with Alabama Health Guidance. At AHG, we specialize in Medicare education and Medicare health plans. Just like the UNA Lions, we understand the importance of teamwork. So if you're nearing retirement, going on Medicare for the first time, or just want to review your current Medicare plan, give us a call at 256-648-5710 or stop by our office at 885 Florence Boulevard. That's 256-648-5710. Roar Lions.
At Lawn Pride of Northwest Alabama, we offer a comprehensive range of lawn care services designed to address the needs of homeowners. From routine maintenance to specialized treatments, we have the expertise and resources to ensure your lawn remains healthy and vibrant year-round. Let our lawn professionals take the job off your hands and create the lawn that meets your need. Contact us today to get a free estimate by visiting lawnpride.com/Northwest Alabama or by calling 938-410-5012. Searching for a way to add more space to your life? Midgard Self-Storage has the storage solution you're looking for. Our Florence, Alabama self-storage facilities offer a wide selection of unit sizes designed to meet your unique needs. Whether you're clearing space in your garage, adding a nursery, or expanding your business, you'll find the ideal features to simplify your experience with a storage unit at Midgard Self-Storage. Explore our unit sizes and prices to learn more about the Florence storage options at midgardselfstorage.com.
Today's game is brought to you in part by United Community Bank, located on Tennessee Street in downtown Florence, Alabama. United Community Bank, built on service, focused on you. 49-14, 11:56 to go in this ball game. It's Shoals Fest this weekend, Jacob. You a Jason Isbell fan at all?
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's always a great event. Brings people from the area and from outside the area in.
I hope next year they get drive-by truckers.
Yeah.
I would love if they had drive-by truckers and Jason sung a couple songs with those guys. Luke hauls it in at the 5. He's across the 10, across the 20, trying to make something happen. Across the 30, across the 35, brought down shy of the 40. And a good return for Luke, who has been one of the few highlights for the Lions. Between him and Adam Watford, we talked about it. This special teams unit has been phenomenal all season. And, Jacob, they've been phenomenal today too.
Yeah, and just the unfortunate side of it, the only time we get to see this return team is after Central Arkansas scores.
Time for us to take another timeout, media timeout. 49-14, 11:48 to go in the ball game. You're listening to UNA Lion Football on the UNA Sports Network.
Imagine a bank where you feel at home. Real people living right here in your community are the heart of Bank Independent and everything we do. You have our commitment to bring the people, ideas, and resources together that create a stronger community full of endless potential. For over 75 years, we've served this place we all call home. Bank Independent. We're invested in you. Member FDIC.
Florence Utilities offers several ways to view and pay your utility bill. Log into your account to sign up for paperless, auto pay, text pay, and more to make your life easier. Want to continue receiving a paper bill but would also like an electronic bill notification? Sign up for text pay or add your email address to your account. To take advantage of these convenient ways to view and pay your utility bill, visit florenceal.org and select Utilities to register for an account. or call 256-760-6512 for more information.
Another exciting year of UNA athletics is here. Don't miss any of the action. Become a season ticket holder today. Season tickets are available for soccer, volleyball, football, basketball, baseball, and softball. Don't wait until the last second. Avoid the lines. Reserve your seats and support the pride. Visit RoarLions.com or call 256-765-5466 to find out when season tickets go on sale.
49-14 coming back from the media timeout. It's been all Central Arkansas since about midway through the second quarter. Somebody still has school spirit down there on the sideline. Standing near Chase Glover is a young lady in yellow and gold. What are those called?
Overalls?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Couldn't think of it. I'm all football right now. She's got her Lion overalls on. 1st and 10 for the UNA offense. Wade back in there. He's going to just send this one down the field to KJ Fields, and he cannot haul it in. Just out of reach. Had a step on the man and everything. Just a little bit too far inside for KJ to get to.
And I said it earlier, say it again. It's a really pretty throw. Looked great going through the air. But it was too long, therefore it was not a pretty throw.
Right.
You got, as a quarterback, you got to give. You don't have to throw the perfect ball every time.
Right.
You've got to get it to the receiver. You got to give them a chance to make a play on the ball.
Wade claps his hands together, and Jalen Daniels gets the carry here. No, that was LT Sanders. My apology. I've done that to LT like 10 times this year, and I apologize. It's just something about the 4 and the 1s from up here.
Especially when that jersey gets
crumpled up a little bit. Yep. 2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side. Sanders off the right hip of Wade. Destin takes the snap. Pegues.
That's got to be targeting.
Across the 50, and they throw in a couple flags for targeting. Yes, sir. That's what that's going to be for. And that's going to be against Marcus Washington, who will have to sit out the first half next week.
Of course, they review every targeting call. But that's
textbook.
That's kind of in the rule book, or why they put it in the rule book. Defenseless receiver, helmet to helmet. It wasn't a situation like a quarterback sliding late and the defender falling into him.
So we won't get a chance to see the replay in stadium. We're just hoping that Jeremy Tate and company can confirm the targeting. I want to ask you something, Jacob. Totally off the cuff, not related to UNA football.
Love it.
College football has a lot of traditions. That's why so many people love it, right? Alabama and Auburn don't change their uniforms. And you've got, what is it, where they run down at Clemson and they run down the hill. And you've got Enter Sandman at Virginia Tech, all this different stuff. Though, and I mean this offensively if you're a fan of this school I'm about to talk about. The yell leaders in the midnight yell at Texas A&M is the most cult-like tradition in all of college football. And I bring that up to say, what if we did that here? What do you think? New stadium next year, midnight yell. You could lead. You could be a yell leader, Jacob.
I don't know if I could. I don't know if I'm built for that role, that position.
I watched the Eli's Places about it, and he and I can't remember the guy's name. Tight end. He's got a brother who plays defensive lineman. They both. Well, I know the tight end played it. Martellus Bennett.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And just the way those guys move with their hands, I don't know, man. Maybe we could do like a non-weird midnight yell.
Okay, that's something I could probably get on board because the connotation that I have, the vision I have with it right now is weird. Therefore, my immediate response would be no. But if you made it a non-weird, maybe
this thing that they do where they shoot a fake gun in the air with their pistol fingers. I'm out on all that. I just want to have I want the entire city to come together and just Ray Lewis just any dogs in the house for 20 minutes. So no targeting. That's a Tracy Black first and sold, first down at Marmac Real Estate. Targeting, no. Washington stays in the game. All right. What's the point of the whatever? 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Wade claps his hands together, takes the snap, drops back, under pressure, trying to get away from pressure and can't. Sacked for a loss on the play of around 12.
All right, I'm still trying to wrap my head around the reversed targeting call. But then after that, one thing that I see with Destin Wade, he's got a knack for taking really big sacks.
Yeah.
And that's been a couple times tonight.
Jabril Woodall on the sack. Wade airing this one out for KJ Fields over his hand, and a flag flies in. That might be roughing the passer. Reggie Shepard was one of the men around with Jabril Woodall.
One guy in the stands is pretty happy about that call.
First down, that moves the chains. That's a Tracy Black first and sold, first down at Marmac Real Estate.
Wade just needs to find a way, when he gets pressure, not to necessarily retreat as far as he does. We need to see some movement, stepping up in the pocket, stepping to the side. Normally his first knee-jerk reaction is to take a drop, a deeper drop.
Wade stepping up in the pocket, staying on his feet, hit and brought down across the 30. That's going to move the chains again. That's a Tracy Black first and sold, first down at Marmac Real Estate.
And that's exactly what I was talking about right there. Stepping up in the pocket, moving around, and that still gives him an opportunity to become a runner at that point. Now, this young man that's down on the ground right now for Central Arkansas,
Nyland Jones,
looked like he was holding his back.
Yeah, it looks like he got twisted up, tweaked that thing. Josh Penny first out there. Central Arkansas's trainers have made their way to the field. We're going to take a media timeout. 49-14 your score, 9:59 to go in this one. You're listening to UNA Lion Football on the UNA Sports Network.
It's Bo time. Fumbling the food on game day? Rookie move. But you know Bo can make your tailgate a winner, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Because the Carolina Legend has everything you're craving. We're talking crispy, juicy chicken loaded with real Southern flavor, fluffy scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and all the fixins to feed your whole crew faster than you can say touchdown. Be the MVP this season and let Bojangles do the cooking. Order your tailgate today. It's Bo time.
Join us at Singing River Brewery, your local hub for great beer and community fun. Ready to serve delicious drinks and host amazing events? Try our Golden Manor Leo's Roar, and 50% goes to UNA Athletics. Support your local business and college community while enjoying a fantastic atmosphere. Don't miss out on the good times. Come sip, socialize, and savor the taste of Singing River Brewery.
Help build the pride today by becoming a North Alabama Athletics corporate partner. Join the UNA Lions Sports Network and be a part of the broadcast as UNA travels across the country taking on the best. Become an ESPN sponsor and your business can help put North Alabama on the worldwide leader in sports. Want your logo seen in front of the most loyal fan bases around on social media and at UNA's athletic facilities? Visit roarlions.com for more information.
10 minutes to go in the ball game. 49-14 your score. And so the big run there by Destin Wade, staying on his feet, puts UNA at the Central Arkansas 30.
Yeah, and you'd love to see this drive end up in the end zone. You know, we had 2 really good drives resulting in touchdowns in the first half. One from Ari Patu to Noah Gregg. The second one, KJ Fields on a jet sweep. Outran everybody to the corner of the end zone. But since then, pretty dry.
4 receivers, 2 to either side of the line. LT off the right hip of Wade. And play action. Destin hit after he throws and falls incomplete. Intended receiver was LT Sanders running up the seam.
I don't know if it was intended for LT or if it was intended for Noah Gregg. They were both wide open, and he threw it in between the two of them. I don't know if it's lack of reps, lack of confidence, but he's had some open receivers.
Wade takes the snap on 2nd and 10, comes to LT on the near side, and LT scampers out of bounds after picking up. That's first and sold, first down. Brought to you by Tracy Black and Sold at Marmac Real Estate. Ran out of bounds by L.J. Hewitt.
It's a great job getting the ball out of your hands quick, getting it to your playmaker, letting him move the chains.
So UNA within striking distance here. Wade dropping back. Keeps his feet moving, flushed out of the pocket. Floats it over to L.T. Sanders. What a catch. LT inside the 5, brought down just outside the goal line. That was a good-looking play there.
That was a great catch right there. LT Sanders, you know, running backs, they're not typically known for their catching ability. That's not why you sign a running back. You sign them because they can run the ball, and so just a great job of him contorting his body, twisting around, grabbing that, and then continuing to run.
Kyle Vokey on the tackle, and LT upended. No gain on the play. First and goal changes to 2nd and goal from the same yard marker, the 4.
And again, you look at, you know, kind of some of the play call trends that we have is that we've seen tonight. You know, you find a guy that makes a couple good plays in a row, and you just keep trying to feed it to this guy, and at some point they run out of gas, Ryan. You got to, you know, so you had Sanders run a seam, they missed him on.
Back to Sanders. Tries to hurdle a man. Flag flies in late. Might have picked up 1. 3rd and goal from the 3. We got to see what this flag is for. Head referee Jeremy Tate conferring with his fellow officials. That's against Mitchum. That's a 10-yard penalty. So that'll bring up 2nd and goal from the 14.
And so they find guys that make a couple good plays in a row. We saw it earlier with Juice Allen, and they just keep feeding them the ball, which in one sense, I understand it, but in the other sense, if you can look out there and see that LT Sanders is probably pretty gassed from running 3 routes, 2 of them, you know, he caught and was tackled, he might be a little gassed. Get out of there.
Open runner off the edge. Wade makes him miss. Stutter steps, going to the Central Arkansas sideline and throws it away.
Great job of avoiding the blitzer right there. Kind of everybody in the stadium probably kind of took a deep sigh of relief because he was coming full steam off the edge, and Destin Wade did a really good job sidestepping, rolling out. Just couldn't find anybody downfield, had to toss it out of bounds.
So Heatherly checks out. Greg checks in. So you've got Greg and Scott as the receivers on the near side. You've got Fields and Pegues as the receivers on the far side. Sanders off the right hip of Wade. Offensive line making some checks before the snap. Wade steps up in the pocket. He's going to turn the Jets on. He's across the 10. He slides down at the 5. And that'll bring up 4th and goal from the 5.
And so, moved around the pocket, but there wasn't an immediate threat on him, right? He stepped up, avoided the rush that came around the edge. He stepped up, and there was still a great halo, great pocket around him that he could have sat and tried to deliver a strike.
Empty backfield as Sanders motions out. Wade gets it out, and was it caught for the touchdown? It was! Touchdown Lions! Justin Pegues in for 6.
Now, just a great job right there. Great throw as he was getting tackled by Destin Wade, getting the ball to Pegues, who made a great diving grab right there at the front pylon to break this scoring drought that we've seen from this UNA offense this game.
We haven't called Pegues' name very much today. He does have 4 receptions for 18 yards before that one. Dixon on for the extra point attempt. And bangs it through there. 49-21. So the Lion flag will come out of the end zone and make its way to the 10. Swirl around there. Lights get to do a little dancey dance. And UNA is back on the board. 7:02 to go here in the 4th quarter. We didn't talk about it on air. Prior to the beginning of the game, there's a few Central Arkansas fans here sitting around the 50 on the visitor side there. Not a whole lot, but there was one in particular who decided it was time to sunbathe up until the game started. Guy had his shirt off over there, hanging out. Has put his shirt back on, I guess, since the sun has departed. But he used this vacation from Central Arkansas down here as a true vacation.
Yeah, he said, I'm heading down south. I'm going to get some sun while I'm down there. And, of course, the way Brawley Stadium's laid out, everybody knows the sun sets behind the press box. So that visitor side over there, those bleachers, they get the brunt of the sun, direct sunlight, for the longest. And so he took what he can get.
I remember when I was in school, the students, the UNA students, sat where the band sits now.
Yep.
And the band sat at the opposite 20, and it was misery. I couldn't tell you what happened. And we're going to have a little trickeration here. UNA trying to get the onside kick. Did they get it? I believe they did.
So that was very interesting. Not something that you see every day.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Nor ever. But essentially, the ball has to be in contact with the ground when it's kicked.
Right.
It doesn't have to be sat on a tee. And so what we saw right there, we saw the kicker. He had the ball in his hand like he was about to punt it. And he runs up, and it's almost like a drop kick where you drop it, and as it's hitting the ground, he just kind of scoots it with his foot. That rolls 10 yards. Probably caught Central Arkansas wildly off guard, as it did everybody else in the stadium. And they were able to recover, get the ball back to their offense, try to make something out of the last 7 minutes of the game.
49-28 looks a lot better than 49-21. Ian Vachon, the little trickeration there, and that was recovered by Jeremiah Thomas, freshman wide receiver from Birmingham, on the hands team. Destin Wade back in there at quarterback, and he's going to get it to Juice, who's back in the ballgame. He's across the 50, and a flag is down.
In the secondary, typically in a spot where it'd be holding on the defense.
That one's on Nyland Harper. So, that's a first and sold first down brought to you by Tracy Black and sold at Marmac Real Estate. And just like that, UNA is at the Central Arc 40. I'd like to see him air it out here, either Tanaka or Noah Gregg. Tanaka 6'5", 215. Noah Gregg 6'3", 180 on this near side.
No, and I love that idea, but Wade has had a couple opportunities. He's overthrown each of those opportunities.
Well, he is going to target Tanaka Scott, and Tanaka on an out route will be ridden out of bounds just shy of the first down. And Jacoby McQuiller will force him out. So that's a good gain on the play. Gain of 7. Now to bring up 2nd and 3.
Yeah, Destin Wade does a really good job, especially in these in the intermediate pass games. He's got a really strong arm, really quick release of getting it out to those receivers on time.
Wade takes the snap, dropping back under pressure. Running back to the 50, gets it out of his hands, just out of the reach of Tanaka Scott at the 30. It was a hard throw to make, Jacob, running to the Central Arc sideline, trying to kind of throw it a little bit back so that Tanaka can run into it out of the hands, out of the reach, rather, of Tanaka Scott.
Well, and they ran the old-school mesh route right there, and you know, your mesh route, you want those two receivers to drive past each other pretty close, but two UNA receivers ran into each other right there.
So UNA thought Central Arc jumped. They were waiting for a flag, and the center.
Oh, he's going to get 2 of them.
Center snapped the ball. Destin wasn't ready for it. They had a free play targeting KJ in the end zone, and we got a flag at the end as well.
Yeah, and
so you got to get. Hey man, look, Drew Lawson, good for you. You see him jump, snap the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you do get a free play right there. Now, what the quarterback has to do has to make sure whenever he gets the ball, first thing he's got to do is, well, I'll let him. They're going to decline the offsides and accept the pass interference. That was at the end of the play. But as a quarterback, you got to catch that snap. And first thing you got to do, you got to look to the side judge, whichever side, and see if they've thrown a flag.
Right.
Because if they haven't thrown a flag, it's not a free play.
It's a live play.
And you got to be really smart with the ball. If you see that flag go up, your receivers know that if it gets snapped in a situation like that, they're running go routes.
Get to the end zone.
And so you throw one up, you hope to catch it, and if you don't catch it, you hope to get a pass interference, which is what we saw right there. Great execution.
Tracy Black, first and sold, first down at Marmac Real Estate. Destin Wade, miscommunication between he and Noah Gregg, throws that one to the back pylon of the end zone, and Noah Gregg was standing at the 5. Falls harmlessly to the turf, 6:01 to go in the ball game.
Yeah, and it landed over in the nice area they have set up. You know, they're doing the last round of games at Brawley Stadium this year, and so they're bringing back different decade or different eras of UNA players and treating them with an on-field suite, some pregame food, hangout.
Wade, quarterback rollout, flag comes in.
False start.
Got to be. Play is blown dead.
But they said, hold on, let's talk about it. Let's make sure.
These officials have had more bunch-up conversations. Than people after church on Sundays. 49-21 your score. 6:01 still to go in this ballgame. Hey, if you guys are going to come away with something that's a penalty on Central Ark, keep meeting up. That is a delay of game on Central Arkansas, probably simulating the snap with the hand clap or something of that nature.
Yeah, so the side judge threw the flag because he saw movement, and then the back judge came in and said, look, I know you saw the movement. This is why there was movement due to the disconcerting signals by the defense. So somebody on the defense was mimicking the snap count to get somebody to jump.
Wade takes the snap, dropping back and trying to go up to Tanaka just out of his reach. Tanaka's 6'5", I'm sure with his arm in the air. He's about 8'5", and it was beyond his outstretched fingertips.
Yeah, that's one that you know, I feel like watching it from up here, which is, you know, a lot better view than what Destin Wade has down there. I'd love to see him throw that one throw it at his shins. Let Tanaka go down and get it and leave it for only him to catch as we see an offsides on Noah Gregg. And speaking of these refs getting together, they've had a day. That makes penalty number 24 between the two teams, 12 each. Totaling 238 yards.
Wade takes the snap, dropping back, under pressure, flushed out of the pocket. He's going to go. He's across the 20. He's across the 10. Chops his feet, tries to stiff arm a man. And does he have enough for the first down? Looks like he does. That's a Tracy Black first and sold first down at Marmac Real Estate.
Great job using your legs, extending the play, getting out there in the open.
Coming up at the end of the game, we'll have the CBNS Bank post-game locker room report. We'll also hear from Brent Dearman. Those thoughts brought to you by State Farm agent Steve Pierce and Bill Alexander. Destin Wade takes off again across the 10 and slides down at they'll say probably the 6, maybe the 7. They'll say the 7. So second and goal. And it feels like UNA has been in the red zone for 8 minutes.
It really, really does feel that way. But hopefully, during this period, we find ourselves in the end zone at the end of it.
Wade motions Juice out of the backfield. He's all by his lonesome. Takes the snap, under pressure, and there's going to be a holding as to the corner of the end zone, incomplete pass. As that's going to be on Ryan Walker. .434 to go here in this one. That'll back them up.
And another penalty there. Just get down there, get in the inside the 10, goal to goal, goal to go. And then another penalty backs them up.
Second and goal from the 15, 16-yard line. Wade looking for KJ Fields. And beyond his outstretched arm, Central Arkansas defender slides on the concrete. KJ taking his time to get up, but he does get up under his own power. And unless KJ Fields was able to take whatever it was in Space Jam that gave Michael Jordan that 50-foot arm, he wasn't going to haul that one in.
Well, and Jordan, I hate to beat a dead horse, but I'll do it because it was beat into me as a quarterback here. When you throw these deep passes, you don't throw them out of bounds, you don't overthrow them, and you don't throw it inside. And right there, we saw an overthrow that was also out of bounds.
So you'd rather throw it short or outside?
Short or outside, because it gives the receiver a chance to make the play.
Short or outside. Wade rolling to the far sideline and will scamper out of bounds across the 15.
And so Central Arkansas is just obviously getting pressure on Wade right now. He's having to retreat out of that pocket and roll out to the right, which has been the best play that we've seen in the last handful of minutes is the scramble and run. But you're looking at a 4th down and 14 to go.
And the clock is stopped since Wade went out of bounds. No, sorry. Apologies. It's running. 2 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side. Wade looking for Gregg and knocked away at the last moment. Turnover on downs. Dylan Williams with the defense. And this is in that territory, Jacob, where things could get really chippy.
Yeah. You definitely have to keep your cool, keep your composure. You're going to have some guys on Central Arkansas that are mixing in for the first time tonight. They're going to be energetic. They want to get out there and show what they can do.
you're going to see some young guys for this UNA defense as well. Raekwon Smith. Central Ark's on the ball. And we got a new quarterback in there, Caleb Kroger, the sophomore from Katy, Texas. And this one will be handed off to a fourth running back, Caleb Otino. Otino, my apologies. And Bishop Burkhalter on the tackle. So Bishop Burkhalter out there, along with Christian Burkhalter, the brothers. Christian Burkhalter has played tight end up until this point. He's a redshirt junior, and Bishop Burkhalter is a freshman, both of them playing at Spanish Fort High School. And another run here into the hands of Caleb Otino.
You see Bishop Burkhalter, first one to meet him in the gap.
Christian Burkhalter has been around the world, man. Played at Georgia Tech, played at UCLA. They have a brother who is a quarterback at Rhode Island. Their dad, Todd, played quarterback at Auburn from 1982 to 1983. And I'll tell you, Spanish Fort High School has the best logo in the state of Alabama for high school football.
It's a pretty good one.
It's a good one, man. That bowl that's into the SNF, it's great. Great logo. 2:20 to go in the ball game, coming up on the 2-minute timeout. And another run here for Central Arkansas. Is that going to be enough for the first down?
They're going to wave the chains down.
Desmond Davidson with the carry. 6 foot, 225-pound redshirt freshman from right there in Conway, Arkansas. And that's going to take us to the 2-minute timeout. 49-21 your score. 2 minutes of UNA football left in this one. You're listening to UNA Lion Football on the UNA Sports Network.
Unite Community is a bank that asks, when it comes to your finances, how do you define success? Knowing your bank has your financial future right on course? Having a banking partner that's ready with a plan when opportunity knocks? Or maybe it's a digital banking experience that puts everything at your fingertips. Even your Docker game. However you define success, United Community's trusted bankers are here for you. Success. It takes a community, a united community. Learn more at ucbi.com. Member FDIC.
The world is growing. How will you grow yours? At the University of North Alabama, we're dedicated to partnering with you in your journey to discover your passion and your potential and put it all into practice. Voted the best small college town in America by USA Today, downtown Florence is home to our beautiful campus, bursting with opportunities to help you find your purpose. Learn more about how we can help you achieve your goals on campus or online at una.edu.
Simpson's Collision Repair has 3 body shops in the Shoals area, and all are operated by 3 brothers. The quality of work and commitment to satisfaction, combined with ongoing training, state-of-the-art equipment, and expert staff, your vehicle is fixed the way it should be. Located on Helton Drive in Florence, Highway 72 in Killen, and Cox Boulevard in Sheffield, Simpson's Collision, you'll notice and appreciate the difference. Proud sponsor of UNA Athletics.
49-21, 2 minutes to go in the ball game as we come out of the media timeout. UNA home again next week for homecoming against Eastern Kentucky. Kickoff for that one slated at 6 p.m. You can join Jacob and I on the pregame at 5. And we'll take you through that one. The final season here at Brawley Stadium, historic Brawley Stadium, which saw these same UNA Lions win 3 national championships here under head coach Bobby Wallace. And my color analyst, Jacob Tucker, played for Bobby Wallace in his second go-round here. Little DMX to get this crowd hyped for the final 2 minutes. 1st and 10. Caleb Kroger has taken over at quarterback. He's had a couple different backs behind him. And they're just going to keep running it. Finds a hole, pushing forward. Good run there by Caleb Otino. Gain of 7, 2nd and 3. Clock running here. Central Arkansas in the huddle, taking their time. 2 receivers to the near side. H back in there. A lot of guys not on the 2 deep getting snaps late in this ball game. Otino gets another carry. He's got another 1st down here, and he'll be ridden out of bounds. Seth Hampton on the tackle. And that was Elijah Jackson on the carry.
Central Arkansas is going to let this one tick. They're gonna milk as much as they can. Of course, after the clock.
There's a flag on the play. Unnecessary roughness on the Bears. So that'll back them up, teach them a lesson. Second and 15 for the bad guys from Conway, Arkansas. Their color purple is just disgusting. It's not like the royal purple we have here in Florida.
It's sickening to look at.
It's gross. And another carry there by Jackson.
So they should, if they choose to, they may run another run play. They could let that clock milk and take a knee.
Christian Burkhalter with the tackle. So we've seen both Burkhalter boys come away with a stop on this drive, both Bishop and Christian. .30 seconds and counting here. 49-21. 3rd and long. And Jackson with another carry. And he's not going to get nothing. And Central Arkansas does not have to snap the ball again. And I imagine they will not. Your final score today is going to be 49-21, and UNA falls to 1-5 on the season. Central Arkansas will move to 3-4 on the season. So, Jacob, I know we're going to hear from the head coach here in just a little bit, but some real quick initial thoughts as we transition to the CBNS Bank post-game locker room report.
Yeah, there's got to be a find yourself moment in the coming week. I don't think this team's got the ability. They've got the talent. We saw it tonight. We saw it in a handful of different ways. But they've got to ultimately find out who they are, find out what's holding them back, and then make the necessary adjustments to move this program forward. Because right now we're just seeing the same stuff. We talked in the pregame. We talked about consistency, in the program. Talked about taking care of the things that you can take care of, which is effort, execution, penalties, the intangibles. And we're not seeing that on a consistent basis. And Mike, you and I have talked about multiple times today, for 85% of the game, they're a great football team. But that 10 to 15% it's just killing them every week. And it comes in the form of penalties, comes in the form of turnovers, comes in the form of missed tackles, things like that. And so they've got to find a way. Somebody's got to hold themselves and those around them accountable. You can't continue to look around for somebody else to take the torch. You can't look around for somebody else to provide the sparks. Somebody has to pick it up and do it themselves. And I don't know who that is. I don't know when that's going to happen, but it's something that needs to happen.
We're going to take a real quick timeout here. When we come back, Chase Glover will have the head man, Brent Dearman, and those thoughts will be brought to you by State Farm agents Steve Pierce and Bill Alexander. 49-21 your final here at Brawley. You have been listening to UNA Lion Football on the UNA Sports Network, and we are bringing you the CBNS Bank post-game locker room report.
Imagining a new home? Buying or building a new home comes with many difficult decisions. The mortgage process shouldn't be one of them. Let CBNS Bank's experienced mortgage lenders make the process easy by providing the mortgage solutions you need to build your home sweet home. Visit us online at cbsbank.com or at a CBNS Bank office near you. All loans subject to credit approval. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
The world is growing. How will you grow yours? At the University of North Alabama, we're dedicated to partnering with you in your journey to discover your passion and your potential and put it all into practice. Voted the best small college town in America by USA Today, downtown Florence is home to our beautiful campus, bursting with opportunities to help you find your purpose. Learn more about how we can help you achieve your goals on campus or online at una.edu.
At Lawn Pride of Northwest Alabama, we offer a comprehensive range of lawn care services designed to address the needs of homeowners. From routine maintenance to specialized treatments, we have the expertise and resources to ensure your lawn remains healthy and vibrant year-round. Let our lawn professionals take the job off your hands and create the lawn that meets your needs.
Welcome back into the CBNS Bank post-game locker room report. Chase Glover, our sideline reporter, is making his way now to Brent Dearman, and we will hand it over to Chase.
Coach, what are some takeaways from tonight's game?
Embarrassing. We've got to show up better and ready to play. I thought Destin Wade played well in the second half. Gutsy performance by him. Still being a little banged up. He provided a spark, but the first half of the football game we lost it because our intensity level, we got out physical. That's 2 weeks in a row, and I got to look at myself as a coach, and we got to get this thing fixed.
Coach, best of luck going into homecoming next week. Jordan, Jacob, back to you.
Those thoughts brought to you by State Farm agents Steve Pierce and Bill Alexander. What do you think about what Coach Dearman said there, Jacob?
I'm honestly, I don't know. I wish I was in the quarterback meeting room. I wish I was in the offensive, game planning room. Destin. I don't think Destin Wade played phenomenal by any means. I also don't know to the extent
how banged up he
actually was. That Coach Dearman obviously knows a lot better than I do. But I just don't understand, because you've got DC Tapscott who came in and provided some good reps last week, and so if Destin Wade is still banged up, why are we putting a banged up quarterback in there? But those are questions that Coach Dearman has the answers to, and those are the questions that Coach Dearman also has to answer to. He's got to make those decisions as the head ball coach, and everybody else around him just needs to do what they can to execute what their role is, and to bring those guys around them with them. And so, I don't think Destin Wade, blew anybody's socks off in that second half. I thought he did some really good things. Thought he missed some opportunities. As far as 2 weeks in a row being out physicaled, that's the kind of the two ways. I mean, you can. That's something that's really tough to teach midseason. That's something that you coach into them. You teach into them in the off season, in February, March when they're doing county fair workouts at 6 a.m. Those are things that you try to instill into them in fall camp when you're out there a couple times a day. You got workouts. That's something that's really tough to manage midseason. The other way to get that on your squad is to recruit it.
Right.
And so I don't know if these if there's guys in the pipeline that can come into this program and bring that physicality with them. I'm not sure.
You almost want, to me, a good offensive line is going to get 2 unnecessary roughness penalties in a game just because they've mauled somebody and let them know they've mauled them. You know what I mean? You want your offensive line, your defensive line, you want those guys to be nasty. You want them to be mean human beings.
Yeah, and I absolutely understand the sentiment there and believe it as well. Obviously, I'm somebody that's very, very big advocate for limiting penalties, but you do want those guys to be so physical. We saw it from KJ Fields twice tonight, where he blocked some guys so hard into the sidelines that they got mad and ripped his helmet off of him.
Right.
He didn't get a penalty, but what he did is he drove those guys into the sideline, was blocking the heck out of them, and so that's what you want to see from your big fellas for sure. But that Coach Dearman, wanting to understand why they've been out physical the last 2 weeks, and again, that's a really tough task to tackle mid-season.
Let's take a quick look at some of the statistics here for UNA. Juice Allen, 13 carries, 74 yards. That's 5.3 yards per carry. Destin Wade had 10 carries for 36 yards, but he did lose 28, so he had a net of 8 on his carries through the course of the game. Ari Patu, 12 for 19, 2 interceptions, 111 yards, and a touchdown. Wade, 7 for 23, 86 yards, and a touchdown. You take a look at what Central Ark did. I mean, we talked about it coming in. Landon Chambers, 24 carries, 185 yards. That's 7.7 yards per carry and 3 touchdowns. Chapman McCown, a good change of pace back, 8 carries for 45 yards. That's 5.6 yards per carry. Cam Young, 3 carries for 19 yards, 6.3 yards per carry. Eli Jackson, 5 carries for 23 yards, 4.6 yards per carry. The ground game just absolutely gashed this UNA defense tonight. Austin Myers, 11 for 22. He was 50% completion percentage for 232 yards and 3 touchdowns. Was only sacked twice in this ball game. And you take a look at the sacks against UNA. Wade was sacked twice. Ari was sacked 1 time. Malachi Henry, 9 targets, 5 receptions, 119 yards, and 2 tutties. And, man, I'll tell you, just looking at these stats here, Central Arkansas dominated the ground game. UNA had a lead midway through the second quarter and was blanked for quite a few minutes in this ball game before they ended up putting one more score on the board near the end. Let me go over some of these things. First down, Central Arkansas had 26, UNA had 25. The rushing yards, UNA had 37 carries for 93 yards. Central Arkansas, again, 46 carries for 254 yards. Through the air, 232 yards for Central Arkansas, 197 for UNA. So really 40 yards difference, not that big of a difference through the air. Now, again, what ended up being touchdowns was a little bit different. But one thing that stands out for me, and you talked about it, 13 penalties apiece for both teams. Central Arkansas penalized 133 yards. UNA penalized 154 yards. UNA had the time of possession battle. UNA's defense, was phenomenal on third downs. 3 for 10. They were 7 for 17 offensively were the Lions, and 0 for 2 on fourth down conversions for Central Arkansas. UNA was 2 for 4. UNA got into the red zone 3 times, put up scores on 4 of those. Central Arkansas got into the red zone 5 times and put up scores in 5 of those. So the red zone statistic a little bit different there. Really, when you just break down the stats here, Jacob, honestly, if you didn't see the final score and you just saw the statistical comparison, Obviously, Central Arc put up a lot more yards on the ground, but this is why people who just look at stats and don't actually watch the game can't tell you the whole story, because the stats tell me this was a much closer ball game than 49-21.
Yeah, and a lot of these stats look very similar. UNA winning time of possession and third down conversions, fourth down conversions. But the big ones that stick out, 2 interceptions thrown by UNA, 0 by Central Arkansas. Fumble lost by UNA, no fumbles, Central Arkansas. So Central Arkansas gets out of here with no turnovers besides a 2 turnover on downs, which is part of it. But it's the 15% that we keep talking about. 85% of the game looked great. 15% of the game looked really bad, and that's why we see the discrepancy that we do on the scoreboard. By 28 points is from that 15%, and that's the harsh reality of football and sports alike, is that you can play a perfect game, and if you make one bad mistake, you could ultimately lose, and that's what we saw tonight.
We are going to get to, let me check with our producer, Noah. Do we need to take a timeout before we talk about the player of the game? All right, we're going to take another timeout. When we come back, we will bring you the Bojangles famous chicken and biscuits It's Bow Time player of the game. UNA Falls 49-21. More on the CBNS Bank postgame locker room report after this.
Buying a new home? Buying or building a new home comes with many difficult decisions. The mortgage process shouldn't be one of them. Let CBNS Bank's experienced mortgage lenders make the process easy by providing the mortgage solutions you need to build your home sweet home. Visit us online at cbsbank.com or at a CBNS Bank office near you. All loans subject to credit approval. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
Searching for a way to add more space to your life? Midgard Self-Storage has the storage solution you're looking for. Our Florence, Alabama self-storage facilities offer a wide selection of unit sizes designed to meet your unique needs. Whether you're clearing space in your garage, adding a nursery, or expanding your business, you'll find the ideal features to simplify your experience with a storage unit at Midgard Self-Storage. Explore our unit sizes and prices to learn more about the Florence storage options at midgardselfstorage.com. At Lawn Pride of Northwest Alabama, we offer a comprehensive range of lawn care services designed to address the needs of homeowners. From routine maintenance to specialized treatments, we have the expertise and resources to ensure your lawn remains healthy and vibrant year-round. Let our lawn professionals take the job off your hands and create the lawn that meets your need. Contact us today to get a free estimate by visiting lawnpride.com/Northwest Alabama or by calling 938-410-5012.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
ugh, come on.
Seriously? This is so extra.
But what you could say is,
like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Your local State Farm agent is available when and where you need them, online, over the phone, or even in person. State Farm agents are here to answer your questions and help you file your claim.
This is so extra.
Call State Farm agent Steve Pierce or Bill Alexander today.
$49-21, your final score. Thank you for joining us on the CBNS Bank postgame locker room report. Jordan Campbell alongside Jacob Tucker. It is time for the Bojangles famous chicken and biscuits It's Bow Time player of the game, and it was unanimous for us. Adam Watford is going to be your player of the game. 5 punts, averaging 51.6 yards per punt with a long of 74. What a game for the magic leg of Adam Watford. And really the special teams altogether was great. Justin Luke averaged 31 yards per kick return. I mean, all in all, these guys were really, really good today, Jacob.
Yeah, and Watford came in and did his role. Just absolutely flipping the field in some really tough situations. Both of his big punts, one for 74, one for 50. UNA was backed up in their own territory, and he did a really good job of booming it and flipping the field. He had a couple inside the 20. And so just a great night for Watford, just booming it and making it tough for Central Arkansas.
We're going to take our final timeout. When we come back, we'll take a look ahead at next week's opponent, Eastern Kentucky. We'll have some closing thoughts, and we'll wrap it up here from Brawley. 49-21, your final score. Central Arkansas takes one away from the Lions. You're listening to the CBNS Bank post-game locker room report on the home of UNA Lion football.
Buying a new home? Buying or building a new home comes with many difficult decisions. The mortgage process shouldn't be one of them. Let CBNS Bank's experienced mortgage lenders make the process easy by providing the mortgage solutions you need to build your home sweet home. Visit us online at cbsbank.com or at a CBNS Bank office near you. All loans subject to credit approval. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
It's Bo time. Fumbling the food on game day? Rookie move. But you know Bo can make your tailgate a winner, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Because the Carolina Legend has everything you're craving. We're talking crispy, juicy chicken loaded with real Southern flavor, fluffy, scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and all the fixins to feed your whole crew faster than you can say touchdown. Be the MVP this season and let Bojangles do the cooking. Order your tailgate today. It's Bo time.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
ugh, come on.
Seriously? This is so extra.
But what you could say is,
like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Your local State Farm agent is available when and where you need them, online, over the phone, or even in person. State Farm agents are here to answer your questions and help you file your claim.
This is so extra.
Call State Farm agent Steve Pierce or Bill Alexander today.
Welcome back into the CBNS Bank post-game locker room report. Jordan Campbell alongside Jacob Tucker. Homecoming next weekend, Jacob, as we welcome in Eastern Kentucky. And Eastern Kentucky so far on the season, going into their matchup tonight with Austin Peay, was 2-3. Now they were 0-1 in conference play. Their wins over Houston, Christian, and Nichols, they have dropped them to Louisville, Marshall, and West Georgia, who's really, really good this year. They were taking on Austin Peay tonight at home against in Richmond, Kentucky, against the Governors. And obviously, look, I'll tell you my point of view. Anytime Austin Peay is competing in anything, I'm pulling for whoever they're playing. And so they're down in the third quarter, 20-17. But we will welcome in Eastern Kentucky next week on homecoming. So we're looking forward to that one. Hopefully, Coach Dearman and company can right the ship. Some final thoughts on this ball game, Jacob. I know you want to get out of here.
Yeah, no, I think you gotta turn the page. You gotta put this one in the books. They'll watch film on it tomorrow. They'll learn from their mistakes, but then you got to put it behind you. Worrying about your performance in this game or the Coach Dearman mentioned embarrassment. If you're worried about the embarrassment of this game, it's not going to help you any moving forward in the season. So, watch the film tomorrow, learn from it, and then put it behind you.
UNA falls 49-21. They fall to 1-5 on the season and 0-2 in conference play. Central Arkansas is they move to 3-4 on the season, 2-1 in conference play. Join us next week at 6 for homecoming as UNA plays host to Eastern Kentucky in the final homecoming game in Brawley. You can join Jacob Tucker and myself for the pregame starting at 5 p.m. On behalf of University President Dr. Ken Kitts, Athletic Director Dr. Josh Looney, Senior Director of Broadcasting Ben Ray, Assistant Athletic Director for Communications Mike Ezekiel, Producer Noah Sullivan, Broadcast Assistant Braden Rogers, Sideline Reporter Chase Glover, and my color analyst Jacob Tucker, and dozens of behind-the-scenes support staff, I'm Jordan Campbell, and we thank you for tuning in to UNA Lion Football. We'll see you next week. UNA falls 49-21 to the Bears from Conway, Arkansas.
You've been listening to UNA Football. UNA Football is brought to you by Bank Independent, Coca-Cola, Midgard Self-Storage, Bojangles, CB&S Bank, Alabama Health Guidance, Florence Utilities, Lawn Pride, North Alabama Online, State Farm Agents Steve Pierce and Bill Alexander, United Community Bank, Adams Beverages, First and Sold, Lister Hill, Hampton Inn and Suites Downtown, Buffalo Wild Wings, Simpsons, Singing River Brewery, Burnley Spine and Sport. This has been a production of Roar Lions Productions. This broadcast is owned and produced by the University of North Alabama and is intended for its live audience. Any rebroadcast without the express written consent of the University of North Alabama is strictly prohibited. Thanks for listening. And Roar Lions!